and the very first crown of FPC Mobile Champions. So, what are you waiting for? Register your team and join the FPC Season 1 right now. Don't forget to follow our official account for more detailed competition rules.
What are you waiting for? Aspiring players, aspiring teams, it is your time to register in the FPC. But for now, we are moments away from game number 1 for Group A, and I'm excited, Dash. A lot of patterns have been seen, have been sought from a while back from week number 1, as you have stated when it comes to heroes.
Yeah, and there's nothing to lose, honestly. I would love to see a lot of different heroes, especially in this game. Embers have been seen a lot, and also I would really love to see maybe a duck side. That's just that's not gonna happen, but at least I wish for that.
Yeah, changing the meta, right?
Yeah.
And from what we've seen last week, we saw a Watchman come in
Oh,
as
that's
well.
true. And also, that's that's Autolus's favorite hero.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So yeah, that's something that I would want to see because I see it every time whenever we play our own games. But again, for everybody out there, there's honestly not really a solid meta, but at least there's at least six
pattern.
heroes,
Yeah.
6 heroes that is always rotated. But the Lucinda and the Cypher hasn't been out of the loop every time whenever they pick up a composition.
Yeah, and this is what I love about Farlight 84 so far. We're seeing a lot of differences, we're seeing a lot of layers, and even preferences when it comes to weapon loadouts as well.
Yeah, and we have seen a lot of everybody playing a lot of AK-77s, and the White Dwarfs always been there because they're just super strong right now. And also, Defender, one of the strongest snipers, or rather, the strongest sniper that we have in the game.
Yeah, it's already staple, right?
Yeah.
There is not a game that we cannot see White Dwarves and Defenders come in.
That's because the Defender, honestly, right now, because of the damage calculations, Defender is really good. Especially if you have a room for error compared to the Bar 95. That's the reason why it's so good.
Yeah, and in addition to that, you also have that potential for those long-range engages to fight up against opposing teams from a long distance. And now we'll see what these teams are fighting for.
Yeah, and they're going to be fighting for this amount, $37,500 US for the prize pool.
That's massive.
Yeah. I could get a lot of things with that prize pool that we have right now. So everybody out there, yes, we're calling out everybody, every player of Farlight 84, please join the FPC because this is going to be your chance to get the prize pool.
Yeah, I mean, getting that amount could net you a lot of skins, if not all,
that's
in
true.
Farlight 84.
Maybe get yourself a battle pass from that.
Absolutely.
So that's going to be really helpful. And again, everybody, this prize pool is divided from the PC and also the mobile. So even though that's the case, it's still a massive amount of money.
Yeah, 100%. So just a lot of stakes on the line for these teams. We're still in the weekly semifinals, so not a lot of pressure, but still, this is the amount that these teams are fighting for. And speaking of teams, we're looking at Group A.
Yeah, we're looking at Group A right now. We're seeing some familiar names, especially NCG, as we call them, the Uncrowned Kings, wasn't successful in getting a crown for at least a week.
Yeah, it is really unfortunate. The pattern that they shown us in ACC, All Capsular Cup, was phenomenal. It was impressive to say the least, but unfortunately, it was taken away from them. And now it's their opportunity to be crowned once again.
Yeah, and also Oasis X. If you have seen Goons from the last week, this is the same team. They have changed their name to their actual official name, which is Oasis Gaming GG. So yes, that's going to be your favorite team, Oasis, right here in Group A.
Yeah, and there are a lot more teams to take note of. Ghost Reborns, a lot of these. But before we actually proceed to dive in deeper to Group A, let's talk about Group B.
Yeah, let's take a look at Group B. Execration from last week performed really well. Blackfire 2, also one of the teams that are on the top spot when it comes to week 1. So are they going to be performing the same during this coming week?
Absolutely. The question is there. Can they do the same thing that they have done in the past? And can they dominate up against these franchise teams, these strong teams in FPC Season 1?
Yeah, I mean, they themselves are really strong. Most Wanted Vitas 2, X Team is also here. Very familiar. If you are familiar from the last time, the last week, and even during the last couple of tournaments that we had, they have been a staple in the Farlight name.
100%. And along with that, we're seeing Eternity 1 Asia as well, ET1Y to be more specific. You also have Powerhouse that we have seen before in ACC.
Yeah, we have seen them get a really great clutch. I can remember it at the back of my mind, getting a great clutch against most of the other teams, and they're just standing on top of a platform when they won that. But again, here comes Group C.
Yeah, a lot of notable names once again. A lot of familiar names. You have Naos Esports right on top of the list.
Yeah, Naos Esports and even AP Bren from the past week wasn't really successful from the past week, but they are hungry to get a victory this coming week.
And as we stated, there is a lot of time, there are a lot of days between week number 1 to week number 2 for these teams to prepare.
Yeah, and Alat also, I remember this team from the last time from the ACC, so this is their time to really show up. But here comes Group D. We have GSRI, or should I say the former Elite Extreme 1, who was the team who was able to win the last ACC. So this squad is a really strong one.
Yeah, and this is the Silent Killers, as you may. These teams have been performing in week number 1 along with Ghost Reborn. We're looking at Team Vichy. We're looking at VB Nomad, such a familiar name and such a fan favorite coming across in Farlight 84.
Yeah, and even VB Esports Team 1 is also one of the teams that we have seen a lot of times during the past tournaments. It's a good thing that we're seeing familiar faces just coming back from the past tournaments, and they want a dip on that prize pool.
Ooh, 100%. And these teams have that chance later on across the following weeks,
Yes.
having that opportunity to hoist the championship title after the knockouts, after the finals. The lot of stakes on the line, so
Yeah.
these teams should put their best foot forward.
Yeah, and we have been talking about a lot of the teams that are here on the tournament right now, but we are also wanting to talk about especially the drop-off points of most of these teams, just because everybody has a different drop-off point, especially on different states of the map.
Yeah, and otherwise, if they drop on the same point, how would their stories be molded?
Yeah.
Is this going to be a brawl, a fist-on-fist hand fight from these multiple teams
Yeah.
in a single game that we'll be looking at? And it's really, really exciting to look forward into.
Yeah, and we have talked about NCG for a long time now, because their drop, Nova Planetarium, has always been it. But again, everybody, here's our social media, and where you'll see all of the streams right here on YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, and also on Twitch. We have at Farlight 84 Esports.
Yeah, please do take a follow, because updates are going to be there, and a lot of these tournaments showing as well will be there as well. So if you are looking forward to the updates of Farlight 84 Philippines Championship, do give a follow.
Yeah, and also if ever you want to see this games, or at least have a push notification on your phone, just go for a follow, or maybe a subscription to, or subscribe to the YouTube channel, so that you'll get notified whenever we go live.
Absolutely. And Dash, we are moments away
Hey.
from game number 1 for Group A, and there are a lot of teams that has been wanting for that opportunity to come here in the weekly semis, to go into the weekly finals. And from what you have stated a while ago, on that top of the list is NCG.
Yeah, Group A, we're going to be looking at NCG. We're going to be looking at Oasis X. So they are the teams to look at, and they are the teams that we're going to be looking forward to this coming game, because I'm really excited. We're just going to be going to a short break, everyone, before we go into that next game. We have been your casters. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Infinity. See you guys in just a bit.
Welcome back everyone to the FPC Season 1. And now we are back for a treat. We're already moments away from what we've stated a while ago from Group A.
Yeah, we're going to be on Group A in just a bit, everybody. So just chill out because the game is going to be ready for you. Because right now, most of our players are also ready for the game. And as you said a while ago, we talked about a lot of the teams right here in Infinity. I'm looking forward to the performance of the Kage this game.
Yeah, and you're talking about the teams. Let's discuss specifically what are the teams that is involved in this group. NCG, Oasis, T9 OG, Elite Extreme 1, NNME Esports, Beta Esports, FaZe Clan PH, Master X, Pacific Zone, TI6, XHPS, and NBMN.
Yeah, most of these teams very familiar for the last weeks. We have told about everybody about the Kage. We also want to look at Oasis because they're one of the stronger teams from the last week. So again, on week 1, their performance was insane. But the Kage, as we talk about, they're the Crown Kings and they want a crown at least in this week.
It was exceptional to say the least. Oasis has been performing really well. And on top of that, looking to other teams as well, I'm looking at Beta Esports, has been performing quite significantly in the past week. So a lot of expectations on the line for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, during the time that Beta Esports, we have told everybody that they're a trap. A team that traps the other team. They don't really go for aggressive plays. They just wait for anybody to fall into that, what do you call that? The quicksand. Then they get killed by Beta Esports.
Absolutely. So we'll see if that can come through and come to life. Expectations has been set. Ladies and gents, it's Group A, game number 1.
Yeah, game number 1, and we're still waiting for the map to come out there because we are still ready for this. I mean, we're gonna be going into the in-game in just a bit, everybody. We're gonna be on top of Sunset City and we're gonna give you all the action that you need.
100%. And now I'm really excited. What will be the drop points? How will these teams perform? Is this going to be an aggressive type of group or is this the patient group?
Yeah, I mean, if NCG is here, I'm really expecting that it will be a really explosive game. But hey, we're gonna go in-game, everybody!
And welcome to map number 1 of the weekly semi-finals for Group A.
Yeah, and now we're in Group A. We're ready, and we are on week 2, everybody. We're gonna be seeing all the drop points of our teams right here. Some teams are fighting already, but let's take a look at the drop. NCG still back in Nova Planetarium.
Absolutely fantastic. This is their favorite drop points, but looking at the other teams as well, a lot of heat is coming down to Tin Man and Todd's Hot Rock.
Yeah, a lot of teams are on the south side of the map, and this would be very disruptive, especially if most of them aren't gonna, or rather, if the zone goes into the top left side of the map, all of them are gonna be needing to fight a lot of teams. Oasis and NCG are already waiting on that point.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting. Depending on where the safe zone is gonna land first, that will mean how Oasis and NCG will rotate around the map, especially since they're close. This could be that early brawl.
Really funny that we have Beta Esports on this side of the map on squad 6 because they are the only ones on the top right side of our map.
Yeah, and now the safe zone has been set really early on, and Oasis is in the middle of it all. And now that could be NCG rotating towards them.
Yeah, and I mean also on the side of Tin Man Industrial, a lot of teams are going to be fighting on this really great vantage point for everybody because they're all here, just like 4 squads close to each other.
Absolutely right, and this is what we've talked about a while ago. Tin Man Industrial, Todd's Hot Rod, 4 squads in the same vicinity is going to be a blood show. It's a bloodshed across these 4 teams.
Yeah, considering the squad 5 and also squad 9 are already trying to kill each other. They have some loadouts right now, really good ones too from Busha. Now they're going to be pushing on NMA.
NME now set it up on containers, having the long-range shots with the AK. Now you have Bush coming in from Mancanor with a White Dwarf and Defender, having those shots come through. Shields are broken down, but EMP is now set. They have to rotate, but now the shots come through. One more hit will not connect as Ronnie's alive.
EMP Shock was able to stop them from pushing for more with the Vision Erosion was cancelled. And now with that, that gives them a lot of opportunities to push for more. But now with the information already set for NNME, there's going to be a fight that Pax would have advantage.
A lot of patience coming in from Duda. Crouching on the windows, looking for information, will not pursue for the engage. does far. But similarly, Pax is also waiting patiently just on the high ground.
It's gonna be hard for them because the information has that 2 divulges was used against them, and another squad is already gonna be dipping in their toes. Squad 3 is at the ready and are looking to get some kills.
Yeah, it is Squad 3 now getting those push. The right flank is there, might potentially be a bloodshed coming in from Squad 9. T9 OG set it up on top of the containers, or on top of the buildings. And now going in for the push. Engage, the pressure is there. No vision or ocean, and now one falls down, but the trade is secured.
Really helpful with T9 OG already just reviving their team in Pax in the middle of everything, and it's gonna be a kill.
No EMP to delay that engage. The pressure comes through for T9 OG to set up the play and get a lot of those kills. 6 kills in their name.
That's gonna stop them from pushing for more with Pax. The only members alive are still Nor and also Busha running away with T9 OG.
We'll see because there is no arrow zoom, but still, nevertheless, he gets the kill.
Gets the tactical roll and is just gonna be running away with one more sick help to try and dip his toe.
Goes for the dash, tries to go for the wide swim, but will not be able to get that punish as T9 OG once again hunts for more.
Respawners are still up for most of this squad. Squad 3 are successful in getting the spot in Tin Man Industrial. There was a lot of squads in this area. Now Squad 5 wants to go back.
We'll see if there's going to be engaged because Squad 6 is also on the horizon, but Oasis eliminates NCG with those early engage, but
Nova Planetarium is now theirs to conquer. In NCG, everybody has been taken down, so they would need to really back up, just get some armors first, but now Oasis X has advantage.
Yeah, respawners are there for NCG nevertheless, but this is the power of Oasis. We have named them to be one of the strongest team in this group, and that is showing here in Game 1.
This is familiar names too. Shaolin Bay and also Tamayo were really good from the past ECC, so they are showing NCG who's boss right now.
Right now with NNME going into Tin Man Industrial as well, they pushed back T9 OG. They had to relocate, and now Maestro has their sights on another team, goes for the push as well onto NDMN. But Daiso is on the run, but you have the chase coming in from T9 OG as well. One more shot will not go for the pursuit.
Yeah, I really love that we have War Spiders and Hover Cars right now in the game, because this is going to be a different spot for everybody. With the War Spiders available, it's going to be easy to chase down those of the other cars that we have in the game. Now, take a look at what they're going to do. This T9 OG is going to be chasing out. They're seeing Kyuga on top.
Ooh, this is a 1v3, 1v4 if ever it goes to a fight. So Kyuga needs to wait patiently on the danger zone, but he dashes away, so that gives information to T9 OG.
Yeah. Oh no. Wait, what? They have not seen him. They did not try to even kill him. Now with this, it's going to be easier for Pax to just recover, go back to Tin Man Industrial, maybe get most of their armors back, most of their resources back. Then, as we're seeing from the map right now, everybody's going on the top side of the map, and this is going to be the hard part because everybody's going to be meeting each other. Look at Squad 3, 7-1.
Yeah, this is really, really dangerous for a lot of these teams. Going in the open just like that, they have to be wary on the back. But here it is Beta Esports having the fight, say, and alongside with it, one MTR as well. A lot of fights occurring here. That is Motel that one MTR has conquered.
Yeah, Master X able to get some kills. Now they have cover on Motel. This is going to be a great vantage point for most of the other squads because they need to look into Motel. They have some shield XPs on the area too. So this could potentially be the reason why everybody could go and clash at Motel.
Yeah, and playing on the edge of the zone as well for Beta Esports is
classic.
Yeah, really classic move coming in from Beta.
Yeah.
We all know how they play, how their play style is to be the mousetraps of this group, to be the mousetraps as their play style, and that is showing to play patiently and wait for the team to come.
And during their plays in Group D, this is always the spot from them. Riverview Park, Sanctuary Tower, they're always at the top right side of the map because it's also the best part in their rotations because it's easy to rotate down, it's easy to rotate to the left side. That's why they really love that spot.
Yeah, and that is just the advantage of going into the edge. The big problem with that is if the safe zone comes to you at the edge of the map, you have to go out.
Yeah, if you're in Sunflower,
EMP. Pax though still on the safe zone, still going back for the push. One goes down from T9 OG. And now wanting to support his teammates is there as well. Could be the 1v1, no more shields for the Acoustic side. It's Pax who conquers them.
T9 OG.
Maestro comes back in to respond.
gets a takedown and passes out of the tournament drinking, or rather out of this round at least. And that's gonna be great. T9 OG being hit by NBMN from far away.
Long range shots. Maestro has to go back, go for cover. So far, NBMN will not be able to take down anyone from T9 OG.
Even blue armors, they're not afraid of the purple armors that T9 OG was already able to take. This could potentially be the reason why they can get eliminated. Why even now they're really weak on the side of T9 OG. They already regenerated, and this is the chance of NBMN. Catch them when they're weak. Now they don't have any ultimates also, but this is a good advantage for them.
Yeah, Absolute Gravity is ready. Molly's ready as well. Coming in from Kyle. So if ever a fight occurs, just to get that instant open out of their movements. But now Edison into the building, infiltrating, going for the 1v1. The fight is there, but will not be able to go through.
They're down.
Beta, you have Lancelot on the forefront of this fight. They have conquered this building and they have control over Riverview Park.
8 kills already, and they're wanting to prove themselves from what happened during the finals last week. They weren't able to show up in the best form that they were able to get, but now even with the Kage and Oasis in this lobby, they're showing themselves to be on par with these teams.
Could be the potential top 3 teams that we could see here in Group A. But there are still a lot of squads left.
Yep.
9 squads to be more specific, 32 players left in this. And Divulge is casted. Now we have information on where the opposing side is. Now T9 OG
We're saying
has met another team. The EMP is not going to be enough. Sicko has delayed that jetpack. No more escape.
Wait.
But the trade is there as they eliminate one MTR in succession.
wait, they're fighting in the middle, or rather in the open space. They have Divulge right now. They're looking to go to Motel, but look at Squad 7. They're looking to get onto this chaos. They want to go for the fight, but FaZe is not letting them do such a move. So 99 OG has a chance to get away.
A lot of teams stacked on top of each other. 3 teams to be specific,
NCG.
NCG, FaZe Clan, and T9 OG as well, just on the horizon.
Yeah, FaZe. Let's go. 2 happy formations where T9 OG is. They want to go in.
And now no more shield for Sicko. Will you fight this? Goes for the reset for now. Clever move coming in from Sicko.
Charge. Back. Trying to keep quiet, but the fight is still not happening.
Has information. Jetpack's up. Can't fight that. Sicko
No EMP.
goes for the reset. FaZe Clan,
Oh,
EMP,
EMP!
perfect! And that will be V in danger. No more jetpack for you to use. And it is T9 OG. Get this through with 3v4, but instead they will fight back. 2-man down for T9 OG.
Still have a 2 versus 2. One in the house, a yellow house. They're waiting for their teammates to actually recover from this, but
Long range
from
shots.
the backs.
Amazing stuff coming through in a distance. FaZe Clan, 1 member left.
We're glad to survive this though. They have been taken down with NCG on the backs. Haven't been able to perform that well. Oasis is now planted on a great spot to stop them from trying to push. They're losing all their medkits. This is going to be a bad spot for that last 1 member, Clark.
Can you do it? Can you survive? You're in the danger zone.
Supply
Get
ship
down and
en
coming in for
route.
the danger zone. Getting your HP down a bit. So he has to move really soon. But Oasis, as Kim stated a while ago, is set in motion for the win. For the top 3 here right now. Orange shield or level 5 shield already for Arak. Level 4 shields across the board for the remaining members.
Last 2 members on the side of NCG. We have Oasis really strong and are looking to conquer this first game. They have 6 kills, yes, but they are really wealthy this game. They have a lot going for them. But NCG, the squad that we're looking for this game, might fail to conquer this lobby.
Yeah, and Seiya playing really patiently, just has control over buildings. That is really important coming into the latter part of a game. Because when we have seen the patterns coming in from week number 1, a lot of patience has been the meta going around. And I think we could expect the same thing here today.
Yeah, that's something that I'm really afraid of because we already have 7 squads, 20 more people in this lobby. Something that I'm really scared of here is in Riverview Park. We do have 2 people from MDMN, but Beta Esports, as we said, are really one of the teams that are really well to do. So this is the squad that we're going to be pitting on each other. Oasis and Beta Esports are for sure going to meet each other in the end. But now with the Divulge Daizu and Kyle are in trouble.
Gets information. Now we'll see how they would do because this is a 2v4
Oh.
EMP. Perfect location. No more armor, no more HP. And Lancelot takes them down. 6 squads will remain.
Got 4 and Beta Esports. Oh man, let's call them all Esports because they're so good during this game. They have took down 10 squads and this is, or rather 10 people. And this is what we're looking for, the aggression from Beta Esports, because last week they have been a bit more conservative on their approach to the game, but now with them being aggressive, it's looking really great.
Yeah, level 5 shields across every single member gives you that amount of confidence to fight up against teams such as Elite Extreme 1 in comparison only has one member with a level 5 shield and the rest level 4.
Yeah, Elite Extreme 1, the last time we've seen them from the ACC, they're one of the best squads, but most of their members are not here. The only one standing is Revs from the past roster. So this is the time for Elite Extreme 1 with this new and improved roster. Would they be able to conquer the new and strong team of Beta Esports?
Right now, easy with an air piece. This is the sniper for the team before. Now this could be utilized really well. Could hit those long range
They know
shots.
where they are. You can see them looking at TZ, trying to lock things up. Rosea being seen. They have some armor damage coming in. Oh no, this is not a good spot. We're in the middle of the river, but TI6
TI6 is gone, killed by Oasis. The power of these teams is such a phenomenal statement here in game 1.
just one incendiary and one absolute gravity can potentially end most of the squads. But now this is the time for the other squads to try and fight Oasis because they don't have the cooldowns just yet. Even the EMP shock was invested on that one fight because they don't know that they use everything. Zaya, they don't want any trouble on the other side of the map.
And now say, having that information that there are 2 teams around them, Oasis and the squad number 6. For those long range fights, they have to move, they have to relocate. Boss B is getting a lot of damage far away from the opposite side of the map.
Ooh, is that a shot? Oh man, that's pretty bad. Boss B needs to run away because most of the shots are hitting. Trying to defend their teammate. There is another shot. They want to run away. This is not a good spot for them because this spot from Oasis is just so good. They need to go to the other side of the river.
And they are in the prime position.
In the middle? What?
Everyone wants this location. Everyone wants this spot, but Oasis has it.
Yeah, they have the prime position. They have the best spot. Even the best squads need to go through a lot of cover. And the only cover that Zaya has is not even a cover, it's a river. So it's gonna be hard for them to go to that side of the map, and the zone is gonna hit so hard once it closes down.
Yeah, and Oasis could just do this all day long, hit those long range shots from far away, put pressure up against the enemy team.
20 seconds of the clock before it closes. Zaya needs to make a decision. They need to make some damage. Beta Esports could help them. If Beta Esports would be able to deal some damage against Oasis, now that they're in the middle of everything, that could potentially be the chance for Zaya to go into the other side of the river.
We'll see if that can happen. Beta Esports right now has that advantage
Oh, they
when
have
it
their
comes to
RB
shields up against Oasis. But Oasis has the control over the buildings. They have cover.
Oh no, this is gonna be hard. The reason why it's so hard to be in the middle of everybody because you are getting bombarded by a lot of bullets, a lot of damage from the other squads, and Oasis has to run away from this. They both to get some information.
They know the Beta Esports is just behind them. They have to prioritize this instead of Elite Extreme 1. But
Oh,
while that's happening,
they're already
Elite
there.
Extreme 1 is now on the move.
Yeah, this is gonna be hard. Oasis, they need to make a decision. Beta Esports is being very confident. They're being very patient. They're not trying to fight anybody.
We'll see
Every
if this could
divulge is
be
used.
the chaos that we have stated just a while ago. Game number 1, 3 squads remaining, 12 people alive, 4 members across the board for each and every single team.
Very healthy, very full. They have some ultimates already up for both of our squads. 2 EMP shocks, or rather 3 EMP shocks could potentially end things up for any of the squads here. They need to be careful. They
Look at
need to
Beta.
be patient. Beta, go in.
Forward. Goes into the distance. Absolute gravity is there.
Get invested.
Delaying
That's
that
getting bad.
engage, but no more ultimates coming in from Shalom Bay.
Information. Super low in HP.
One more shot, still safe.
Shallow Bay needs to really get away away from this. Oasis is being bombarded by a lot of bullets.
Really, really difficult situation right now for Oasis. They're stuck in the middle of two teams. Who will you prioritize?
Tamayo. That's already in TZ.
One more shot!
Regenerate. Oh no!
Xiaolong Bei, perfect timing to go for that engage, and now Beta Esports is one man down. Go for the engage. Xiaolong Bei, absolute gravity against the enemy team, but against that, it is one man who was not to follow through.
Lancelot.
And now the long range from Lancelot, getting those damage from far away distance. Oasis goes for the relocation, supports their teammates.
Two members are down.
The member of Beta Esports.
Oh, Zaya. Oh my, they just became very patient in that position that they had a while ago. Oasis needed to make a decision now. What are they gonna do? One more lap. It's gonna be a 3, or rather 1v2v4.
Red armor for Ara. But is this enough to fight up against 4 members from Seiya?
The push
coming in.
EMP
And now
shot.
Boss B gets that shot through, and now Oasis is gone. Beta up against Elite Extreme 1. But this is a 4v2, and now it's Seiya who takes the top one in game 1.
Against all odds. On the other side of the river, they were on a disadvantage. They needed to cross the river, literally, in order for them to be in a great position. And the patience that they had during that game was so good that they are the ones who they just waited for the other two teams to whittle themselves down. And once that happened, it's time for them to push.
Yeah, it was so much patience, and Oasis was in a confusion. Like, what team are we going to prioritize? Are we going to fight on the back or on the front? They're fighting on all fronts in that final moment.
It's been a constant threat. Every game, whoever is in the middle of the circle, they need to make decision as early as they can and maybe survive with all of their members up. But most of the time, that doesn't happen. Most of the time, 2 members are going to be standing and already is a disadvantage when you fight for that last squad.
Yeah, and that is what we have emphasized in the past, right? When it comes to a team having the control in the middle of the safe zone, the remainder of the opposing teams that is coming in will sandwich you and will pincer you.
Yeah. Something to point out also, on the 6th place is going to be Nakage. They weren't able to be successful during the early parts of the game. Oasis was able to take them down early, and they snowballed, and that's why Nakage wasn't able to fight back.
Yeah, it was such a difficult situation for Oasis. Unfortunately, they were scattered, and they were fighting on both sides where 2 members were like pushing and pressuring back Seiya, and the other 2 was pressuring Beta.
Could have been already a great position for the side of Oasis because they're already in the middle of everything. But now, even with that, we have talked about Elite Extreme 1 from the last ACC. They're the strongest team that we had during the last competition. But now, Elite Extreme 1 with a newly built squad, they are still on the top, at least on this game 1.
Yeah, and their drop points coming in from that game 1 where it's actually really, really interesting. Beta Esports was scattered across the map on the East Island. 3 members were on Riverview Park, while another member was near Sanctuary Tower.
Yeah, and the only unfortunate thing about this game, though, is that Nakage and Oasis were close to each other. They had to fight as early as they can, and that could potentially be the reason, or rather, the only kryptonite of Nakage when someone drops Incarnate.
Yeah, and I like how you mentioned about that.
Yeah.
Because from what we have seen a while ago, it was Oasis who forced them to use that respawners and for NCG to relocate.
Yeah, already. Without any enemies on Carnival, that's a lot of resources already for them, and that's why they were able to use it against Nakage.
Yeah, and it was just a feast for them. It was Oasis, who was in control of Carnival and going into the last spot. It was phenomenal to watch. And TI6, we haven't seen them, and they were just eliminated right out of the get-go.
Yeah, and also one of the things that I would like to point out, most of the squads that survived this game are on the middle of the pack, or at least on the middle of the map. Oasis and Beta Esports were on the middle, on Riverview Park and Carnival, so that could potentially be a strategy that other squads could use.
100% could be the drop points, but now that you've mentioned it, teams will do it. So we'll see how these following games will come through. But for now, we'll see the highlights of Game 1.
seen all the chaos that came through during this game, and we have seen that last 1 minute of that game. Really unfortunate for Oasis and even Beta Esports because they had to fight each other, and the only benefit of that is for Elite Extreme 1 because they were able to bag the win during this game 1.
Yeah, and the best description that I can call for that final moment is chaos.
Definitely. I mean, it's part of the game. A lot of chaos has been happening during this game, and we have seen also during this last zone, I wish nobody gets on the middle of the zone.
Yeah, there's a lot of pros and cons, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of pros and cons.
Yeah. Let's talk about this. Revs, the only last standing member of the former, or rather the original squad of Elite Extreme 1, is still on top of the game and showing everybody that this squad, or rather this team, still has it.
He's just a phenomenal player, right? The team is being put on his shoulders, and he is putting the name of Elite Extreme 1 on top of the list.
Yeah, let's talk about this though. Let's talk about why he uses this hero. He has been using a lot of Young, especially in the mobile division. Everybody has been using Young, and it is also because of the amount of information that he gives. Considering that everybody has been slowing down the games, especially on those last zones, information is one of the best tools for you to win.
Yeah, and I think that is also one of the highlights in the mobile division. Since you're talking about these platforms, right? That when it comes to FPC mobile, I think the highlight is how you utilize these utilities, right?
True.
In comparison to PC, wherein you're using or you're seeing a lot of these Maggies come in.
Yeah, and considering that you also have a lot of seconds for the divulge, that's the reason why 30 seconds of information is just so good. Because you get everything, you get their health, you know if they're trying to kill each other already at this point in the game. That's why you'll have that confidence moving forward onto those last zones.
Yeah, and you're not exposing your information.
That's true.
Comparison to the likes of Cypher, to Phantom, you have to throw it. Cypher's recon or scan is in the middle of it. So I think there's just a lot of differences, and when you want to play patiently, as we've seen so far when it comes to the patterns of week 1 and game number 1 here for week 2 of Group A, a lot of patience is being played around this playstyle.
We have been repeating this every time because when you're in the middle of the last zone, you're basically gonna get destroyed by everybody because everybody's looking at your side. But now everybody, we're gonna be going to game 2, and this is gonna be the next game. Will they be able to do the same thing with Nakage, be able to get away from this first game slump, and they would be able to get on top this game 2?
Can Oasis overcome their challenge in game number 1 on being sandwiched, on being pincered by a lot of these teams?
Yeah, very different from the last zone. A lot of our squads dropped at the top, and during the last game, everybody dropped at the bottom, the south side of our maps. But again, on Tinman Industrial, there's still a lot of squads looking to kill each other there. NNME back at it, and T9 OG even on Tinman Industrial.
Yeah, and I like how you mentioned about the differences when it comes to the map drop points. One NPR a while ago wants the chaos, wants to go for the blood feast in Tinman Industrial and Hot Rod, but now they went into Iris Ranch and has dominated that area. As for the side of Beta Esports, they are now structured in Sanctuary Tower.
Nobody drops the Sanctuary Tower. That's why it's a chance for them to just go on the top side of the map. And on Riverview Park, we're now seeing packs right here. So they have planted themselves here. So Beta Esports had to go on top, which is on Sanctuary Tower. But now, the thing is this going to be the same thing that had happened during the last game? NCG and Oasis are going to be seeing each other again for sure.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned that, because from what we've seen in that map initial drop points is that NCG and Oasis has exactly the same drop from map number 1.
Really, really close. Carnivale and also on Overland. We're seeing a lot of fights happening for Master X here on the top left side of our map. Power 3 Station is where it's at, and they're already killing each other. TI6 hasn't had a great game from the past one, and this is their chance to show themselves with 3 of their members still alive, and this could be the responders being backed up.
Yeah, and despite having 3 members only for this team, they're able to point battle against formidable teams in map number, or rather in Group A, in an even level playing field. However, it is going to be such a disadvantage for them if ever it comes down to an all-in.
Yeah, that's true. And now with TI6 already planted themselves in Power 3 Station, most of the squads that tried to fight them back are gonna go to Power 2 Station, so they need to back away. get some resources for themselves. But again, we're back at Sinman Industrial, and we're going to be seeing two squads fighting, battling each other at this early stage of the game. This is what I like about Sinman Industrial, though. A lot of fights have been happening, and you also have a lot of resources in this game.
Yeah, and this is exactly where T9OG and NNME dropped a while back. But one man falls down in NNME.
Yeah, Assassin has already been taken down with T9OG looking for more. Getting shots gonna be there. Sekno to fight back against Huda, but Huda falls down! Oh, that's 1v1. That's gonna be a bad spot for them. But again, these partners are still gonna be up. A lot of chaos off to the side of the map, and this is gonna be them down in the dumps because NNME just got utterly destroyed by T9OG.
Fancy footwork is not enough in this game. I mean, the players coming in from T9OG, phenomenal play coming in from them, and now the opposing side, NNME, has to force the respawners.
They're gonna go back to Tinman Industrial, get some resources back again, because for sure T9OG got their resources from a while ago, but they're still looking for some chaos. They're looking for some fights, and they're going against Squad 5.
Now, T9OG, 4 kills in the bag for this team. They have eliminated NNME initially, so that is really, really good to set the pace for this team, and they have full control over Tinman Industrial and Hot Rod. Now, looking at the initial point, we have the rotations once again coming from Oasis, but NCG has went to Power Tree
Yeah,
Station.
they're gonna go to Power Tree Station. That's gonna be a squad that they want to fight against. GI6 with speed, not so fast. He got killed already by NCG. Remember, some of their members already used their respawners, so they had to run away from this battle.
Yeah, and what I love about what I'm seeing is how NCG adapted. This is consistently what we've talked about that is really important, that they have rotated in Power Tree instead of Carnival because of Oasis.
It's a good thing that TI6 was able to run away from that chaos. It was a bit too late from their rotation. That's why most of their members, Super Gwen and Aztec, is going to be running away and just finding their spot in this zone.
Relocation is really, really important, and this is what we have already emphasized a while ago. TI6, 3-member team, they do not want to play for fight. They want to play patiently and play for placement.
Yep, and now with Rex is looking to go to the other side of the map. We have our shields up on that side. Squad 2 is going to be looking at them. They're going to be seeing each other before they cross the bridge. That's going to be a good point of interest as well. Beta Esports are trying to kill Pax. It's going to be one down again. Respawners are still up. But now, Pax losing one member. That's going to be bad for them.
Yeah, this gives information for the rest of the crew that someone is there in Sanctuary Tower.
Oh, that's unfortunate. TA6 met Oasis, and we've seen that from the kill feed. So potentially, that's going to be the last time that we're going to be seeing them. We're just waiting for Speed to get taken down. Good thing. I think Speed is far away from his squad.
Now Pax just forced to hide, and Seiya having a fight up against Beta.
Beta, Lancelot trying to run away. The hero from the Knights of the Round Table is going to be going back with Seiya, hunting for blood. They have the momentum from the last game. They want to get a kill again on Beta Esports. Lancelot is going to get shot from the backs, and he's going to be taken down.
What a shot coming in from Shifra, the team or the player that remained here from Elite Extreme 1 in their official or formal team composition. Now NNME having a fight.
Yeah. Have some good information of where T9OG is, but most of their squad is going to be taken down already. He's going to be the last one standing, as you said. Remy is just going to be keeping himself far away from the clutches of T9OG. Even with that ultimate, he has information. What can he do with that information is the question.
Well, this is really unfortunate because T9OG's plan was to escape, was to not fight NNME's last member, but unfortunately, one of their members were down, so they have to go back and revive him.
Yeah, goes in for the revive now. They're very, very healthy on the other side of the river. So ready. Just get some shields up, trying to run away. They're gonna get the information, but they want to still chase it down before it goes into chaos against this squad. Sicko with the Hooper card, they're going to be chasing down Remy. Remy's going to be taken down.
Yeah, 100% how Sicko and the rest of the crew is going for the push.
Here comes the squad. He is War Spider. He's going to be taken down, and that squad is down.
4v1, I mean, where are you going to hide?
Yeah, he doesn't have anything to hide. Now with this chance for Elite Extreme 1, they would want to just take over where Beta Esports was a while ago. And now Pax is being taken down by Oasis. Got one down, and Oasis would be chasing Zenny. Last one standing with War Spider really fast, and he's gonna pull down. Oasis is now planted, or rather, already put their territory in Sanctuary Tower.
Yeah, Oasis, how they played so far. Four kills throughout map number 2, and they're still looking healthy with their shields, with their equipment, and they're looking to set up their station here in Sanctuary Tower, have full control over the top
Disabled.
of this map.
Yeah, I've been liking what they're doing with Oasis. Because right now they're going to be meeting with Zaya once they go down from Sanctuary Tower. They're going to be meeting them for sure. This is something that we need to talk about, because once they meet each other, who's going to be taken down first? Because if ever one of them gets taken down first, that could potentially be the best situation for the other squad.
We'll see if that situation can be met here in map 2. Now you have Elite Extreme 1 just destroying the vehicles. I like this type of play because you do not want the extra mobility for your opposing team. So destroy it as much as possible.
En route.
And we know, or they know, that there is one straggler just roaming around.
They have seen where Oasis X is already. Seeing them holding onto a Rocket Tarantula, they need to run away with it. It's going to be a very important strategy for the other squad. So what they're going to do right here, okay, Pax has been taken off the competition now. And this is what we're going to see. Both of them fighting toe-to-toe against each other.
Yeah, you have Saya, Revs, just having to go on the hill, having that information. Shifra as well, having high ground and getting the sights onto the horizon on the surface, with Oasis just waiting around the corner with a Rocket Tarantula in utilization.
This is going to be bad though for Zaya, because once they get hold of their position, this is going to be an easy bombardment for this squad. They're just going to be taking down everybody from the other side. Revs is able to get the takedown. Maybe Esports might be taken down really early rounds. It's going to be running away.
A new Reaper
The
has
last
arrived.
of their squad to be seen. Because right now with Beta Esports, right now in this situation is now staying weak because they have one member down.
And that is really, really unfortunate because TZ is the headhunter for Beta.
This Esports, because they were the center of attention from the last game. This could potentially mean the heaven or hell for one. But this could be the chance now that they already fought. The chance for Oasis to go in.
The long range support with the Rocket Tarantula from RJ. They're shotting shots from above with War Spider in utilization for the rest of the crew to get information, but they do not want to fight. It's all in the open. If they fight this, they are in a disadvantage.
Trying to get information as they can. With this Rocket Tarantula, it's going to be one of the best commodities that they have in this game. Once they get this and once they still stay in the zone, it's going to be one of their best weapons in order for them to win.
Defender with a white bar, Shifra just fighting from far away distance, and it's just a matter of who has the most amount of ammo, who has the most amount of shield comes through into this map. If they really want to prolong these type of play, if they want to prolong this amount of long range fights from Oasis.
What a great headshot! And now NCG fighting back. It's going to be their chance with them using the aim shot. That's going to be one down inside of P9 OG. And Salve is going to be the last one. He fell, and that's NCG taking a W in this fight.
Reaper has been killed.
NCG once again showing what they're made of.
Beta Esports is still alive. This is going to be the 4 squads that we need to look at because we're down to the last 5 squads in this game. And NCG is showing up, and they don't want to be late in the last game's party.
Supply ship en route.
Beta, Saya, these teams still alive to the game. Strong teams to say the least.
NCG already has a great amount of points from the last game, and because NCG wants to eliminate them as fast as they could, it's going to be a bad spot for them. The top 2 squads that we have in the game almost have the same amount of points from them because of the amount of kills. So this could still be anybody's game in this group.
We'll see who the headhunters right now here for map 2 will be. But NCG is now relocating, going into the safe zone. Really, really clever. They want to go and secure a location really early on before the zone closes in.
And this is going to be the chance. Elite Extreme 1 for a fight with Boss B super low in HP, or rather shields. This is one of the spots that we've seen from the last week that most of the squads got taken down. This very same building that we're seeing right now
Yeah.
for Zaya.
And as you may, it's tower defense for both Oasis and Seiya for Elite Extreme Non. They want to control over their buildings. They do not rather want to push. But the thing is, it is Seiya who is more towards in circle. So if ever it comes down into the safe zone, the final safe zone rather, that will be the team who has the advantage and that will force the opposing side to go and relocate or go aggressive.
Yeah, that's gonna be the problem here for the other squads, because Oasis X has this Rocket Tarantula. And this could be the reason why they could poke out the other squads from out of their resources, and that could be the reason why they get bigger advantage compared to the other squads. If the zone closes out, if the zone slowly creeps in, it's gonna be better for most of the squads to get to. So let's wait where this zone is gonna go.
Just look at Beta as well. From what we have seen from that map, they're getting a strategy out of the book of Seiya.
Yeah, they have one in the middle. It's gonna be a good spot for Oasis X and NCG because they don't even get into the middle of the map. Racket Tarantulas, they're trying to run away. A Rock Chase gets taken down, and also their own Rocket Tarantula is gonna be taken off. NCG Poppy also falls from one Rocket Tarantula shot, and this could potentially be the reason why it's great because at least they got stopped on their tracks.
Yeah, and that is really fortunate for the other side, but unfortunate for NCG.
Defenders just cause the people every time.
Supply
So
ship
good
en route.
at taking off a lot of the pressure from the other squad, especially when they're using the Rocket Tarantula. Squad 2 Oasis caught in the middle, but NCG knows where they are already.
And Mayo has the EMP shot, so if ever it comes down to an engage, once again, this is going to be the highlight from this team. They have control over the buildings, and they have control over their EMP.
Planted in this area. Bobby.
They want to infiltrate, they want control over the buildings that Seiya has.
Have some information that Bosby is super low HP already. If ever they try to contest, Oasis X is on the other side of the map and they could go in.
Yeah, and NCG set it up to play. You have
Oh,
scans
wait.
coming through, information is
Frenzy?
there.
Boss
Long range
B!
shot!
Bosby's down and that could be good. Frenzy super low HP and now they want to fight. Grabs the
Revs.
ball down right now. NCG is hot and on the wheels. Their guns
Guys.
blazing. They're fighting back. They have the empty shot with the vision erosion on their side. Seiya was able to get some shield regeneration with this one.
Oh!
But Revs is taken down and Poppy was able to take them off the circle. And with this information on their side, they have two members down on the other one. And
Well,
Oasis X could go in.
To definitely be third party. This is the perfect time where two teams are already fighting. And Oasis X going into the back.
Seiya got taken down from this competition just because of that fight from NCG. Very, very clean. And that is them out already, but Oasis X is here.
Now Beta could also move. They're going to fight up against Squad 12 while we have NCG fighting up against another team as well. Could be the third party central in the building for all of these teams. 4 squads to be more specific.
NCG now see where most of the members of Oasis X are. They would need to use the divulge before they try to fight. Right now they're in the big open space right here on the hills.
Go down to the red ball. You have the efficiency and buy time for it to go up once again. But now you have Beta Esports, I believe, to still be alive.
Yeah.
Shockingly enough.
Yeah. Last round on the game. We still have Beta Esports with one member still alive. Could potentially clutch this
he
out
goes
for
down.
the squad. He got taken down, and that's gonna be the last 3 squads again on this game.
NBMN, Oasis, and NCG. Top 3 teams left here in map 2.
What are we gonna do here for NBMN? They're the ones on the disadvantage. They need to rotate around. They might be seen by squad 2 because once they circle around NCG, they could be in the middle of
Yeah.
the pack.
It's either they will be eliminated early on because they are in the open, or they could be the top 2 standing because they waited patiently. Either of those is really, really scary and has
Yeah.
a lot of risk.
Xiaolong Bei already moving towards the bottom side side of the hill. Downhill, RJ is going to be
RJ!
taken down. NCG has the advantage though. They don't have a lot of ultimates though, but they still have Pappy with absolute gravity. This could potentially be good for them. Tamayo is already on the bottom of it.
EMP.
Dr. Rhino's not going to hit. Poppy needs to run away very, very fast. The hologram guide is now blazing. Tamayo's going to get taken down, and that's going to be it. This is going to be the chance for NBMN. They have the divulge, they have the information. This is going to be bad for NCG. They don't have a lot of their ultimates, but they still are staying alive for just a bit. One has been taken down. NBMN could potentially win this game, but Oasis is still alive. Still one member on their side.
4v3v1, let's see who takes it.
Yeah, NCG still fighting back. They have one member down, but they are still regenerating. They still have some position break. NBMN are still running in. They have some dashes out. They have the Rhino on the side of Diego. Could use this on his advantage. Ultimates are still off the other side. NCG are looking to get some kills. Daizu, low HP, he's not down. He's still alive. And Kiko could be potentially taken down. They have the information with the scan area. Kiko's super good. And now this could potentially be dead. Take down Kiko. Kiko's gonna be down. They still have Oasis with one member. They're still alive. NBMN is still a complete squad. And they could obliterate everybody on the map.
No HP for the members of NCG. We'll see how this would turn out. 3 squads to remain. Everyone has still a chance to take it here in map 2.
Rhino is still alive, was able to hit. Oasis is helping them out from far away. One member has been taken down. Most of the members of NBMN could potentially win this. One tap with a springboard on the top. TPA got the 1v1. Bobby wins it in the end, and they're still alive. They can get the shield here though. Bobby could get the advantage.
Majo crawling around. Could be that revive coming in from Pappy. We'll see if they could revive their teammates. Because if they do, 4 squads or 4 members will be alive for this team.
Potentially win. Effective. Yes, there you go. Majo is alive. So this could potentially be it. It's a 2-man, a 2-person that is not on their team. 1 versus 1 versus 3. Kiko is on top with the hologram guide. They're gonna be very, very fast on chasing down the members right here. RJ just rotated around in order for him to be very sneaky against this. And that's gonna be it. The last one standing. They got the takedown already. They know where RJ is, but he's taking his time. It's not gonna be good. He could get taken down, and this is gonna be it. And CG gets the win, and that is exactly what they needed on the first game.
What a play! The final moment once again from map 2. The patience across the board. And that just enabled NCG to go for the pincer play.
Crazy play. Have you seen that? The time that they were staying in the middle of Oasis and NBMN was the reason why they were able to win. They're just ducking and nobody's looking at them.
Yeah, and it was crazy. The shot call coming in from NCG, from what they did there, they went into Seiya, and Seiya lost it because there is another member trying to push them down. Oasis also has in control of their backside, and when that happened, NCG just waited for that right moment to battle up against Oasis. And in the final zone, it was NBMN who just scattered across that final fight.
All I can say is Poppy was so good that game. The patience that he had, he'd even stop in order to revive Majo on that last time. Once they get the revive on Majo, that is an easy win for them. They needed to do that in order for them to have just a man advantage. But one of the problems that we've seen during that game, NBMN scattered. Yeah. If they just stayed on one target against NCG, NCG could potentially get 3rd place that game.
And that was the risk that we have talked about a while ago. Outside the zone, they were over the hills, wherein Oasis and NCG were fighting up against each other. And when the zone closes in, they have 2 choices. It's either to be demolished because they are in the open, or have the security of the top 2 position. But unfortunately, it was the latter that went downhill from there on.
Most of the time, you win whenever you're on the sides of the last zone. But them, NCG was in the middle, and that's how you play the middle. But again, everybody, let's take a look at what happened during that game, because that was an awesome game. Let's see in the highlights. that was an awesome game. That game was really insane. We're sweating in this on where we are right now, everybody on the caster's desk. It was such a great performance from NCG and exactly what you expect from them.
Yeah, it's the same tagline for Farlight 84. Welcome to the chaos, and that is exactly what we're welcomed into when watching that final moment from game number 2.
That's true. Most of the squads, whenever they're put in the middle of that last zone, they crumble to the pressure. But NCG didn't. They became patient. They just waited for any squads. They didn't commit into any squad. They got takedowns on Oasis. Once they got the takedown, they tried to recover when they can. But again, let's take a look at the MVP during this game. I think it's going to be Pabi. Yes, it is.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
We were waiting and we were anticipating the moment, and once again, Pabi with that plays, with the revives as well.
Crazy.
I believe it was 2 revives in a row that happened for NCG in that final moment that gave them the numbers advantage.
It's a good thing that Pabi held on to the absolute gravity as long as he could, because when he used that absolute gravity, that could potentially be the reason why the other squad would be able to just run it back really fast, and NBMN didn't have that chance when NCG was still alive.
Yeah, and the most shocking part as well, in that very last moment where in Oasis, I believe, has 3 members left.
Yeah.
They went over the hill with the springboard, but was not able to see Pabi and one more member.
Yeah, Majo was still there. And
Yeah.
that's the reason why I was really... They were still reviving Majo during that time. And when they went to the springboard, they didn't look down.
Yeah.
They just had to look down, and Pabi could potentially got taken down. But Oasis missed that. And that's the reason why NCG getting the win this game. Crazy performance from them.
And I think Oasis at that point as well was expecting NCG to be in the building.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it was NBNM who was waiting for them in the building and
Yeah.
has eliminated one of their members, and NCG followed through.
It's a 2v2, 2v2v3, and they eliminated each other, and that's why in the end it's just a 1v1v3, just an advantage for NCG in the end. But again, we would like to highlight what happened during that game. Zaya wasn't really on the last part of the zone because they were in the middle. They got taken down by Oasis as fast as they could. When they got whittled down by NCG, Oasis just backed them up, and that's the reason why Zaya got eliminated early.
Yeah, it was crazy. And talking about these drop points as well, I'm looking at NCG to be more specific. Right, the top one in map number 2. Still the same initial drop. Nova Planetarium, Oasis went into Carnival, and Beta Esports went into Sanctuary Tower. But the difference maker here is the rotations that NCG did in the first initial point after they went to Power Tree Station.
Yeah, we have, if ever, for this game, I would love to see the same thing happening for most of our squad, but I hope it would be something different during this time, because so far, we have a trend on what teams or who is strong in each of these groups.
Yeah, and now we are here. The capsule pad is there already in Sunset City. Are we going to see exactly the same drop?
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing the same, especially for NCG and Oasis, because they have been, so far, Oasis has been slowly traversing on getting the first place here, because third place, second place, then maybe get the first place on this last game. Let's see. Or would NCG be able to keep this momentum going?
Could be the redemption game, could be the redemption map for Seiya, as they have lost it just a while back. But look at the drop points. It is Pax who went with Oasis in Carnival.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very good. They stopped themselves from going on to the bottom right side of the map, and now Pax is going to be fighting against Oasis with that amount of resources on that side. But now, Beta Esports soloing most of the resources there.
I love it. You read my mind, Dash. When we're looking at the initial drop points of Beta Esports, they have control of pretty much the whole east island of map 3.
Yeah, and this is what's great about this for Zaya even, because when we're taking a look at where they dropped during this game, they also are on the northern side of the map, in where they are the only ones who are taking resources to that side.
Yeah, and now this is actually quite interesting to me, how Oasis won't be able to battle Pax in this initial drop point, who will have control. But looking at their past games, I think it would be Oasis who has that better edge.
Oasis still has the momentum. That's why we're seeing them taking over this whole party build, it just made the Races have a more efficient loop this game because they have the takedown too, and the other squad needs to get their resources for them. So it's just like delivery for Oasis.
Yeah. No, shield XP, growth XP, delivered to them on a silver platter.
For free for them. But now, MBMN, also one of the squads that we've seen from the last game, especially during that game 2, was able to get the 3rd spot, but now FaZe was able to eliminate them away from Sunflower Shopping Mall.
Yeah, and also a lot of good loot in Sunflower Shopping Mall, but
Yeah.
the thing is, one more squad coming in.
Yeah, here comes the squad 5. Looking to get or dip their toes onto Sunflower Shopping Mall, but they're still not committing as of the moment. So FaZe still has a chance to get back, get to cover before they fight an enemy.
We'll see, because so far they won't engage and rather just go into the side of Sunflower Shopping Mall. We'll see if they will go and commit into this fight. The Evolve is set already. That signals a full-on engage.
This is going to be an engage. They have blue armors on their side. Not a lot of armors on the other hand. For FaZe, they have Zed still on the green armors, but enemy with this information, they're just taking some shield XPs onto their side before they try to go for a fight. Here comes the Absolute Gravity down at the bottom. That's going to be it. Damage on Tomsky, but not enough. Assassin forced to regenerate on the side.
Yeah, so far, FaZe Clan wants to go away. EMP will not connect to Assassin.
Yeah, that's going to be taken down, but here it comes. The backup from the side. Was able to get one takedown on their side. Super low HP on one member with the Invis Shock still helpful for them. But now FaZe is still winning. Assassin got taken down. Duda also is out. And that's going to be the last 2 members from their squad. And FaZe is taking over Sunflower, and they're not stopping from taking down anybody who takes a hold of their territory.
Yeah, they have control advantage pretty much for the side of FaZe Clan. And we want a little bit of the pie here that Sunflower Shopping Mall has to offer, but no, you can't go.
The damage from Tomsky is going to be taken down right at the top with the Mad Rabbits onto their side, and enemy would just still want to go for a fight here.
Enemy dropped on the same location, wants to answer back the call of FaZe Clan.
He goes in for the dash with the jump, kills onto the top side, and he'll have to open with the Absolute Gravity. Just the match. There's a chance for Clark to just make it a bit awkward for Assassin. We get the revive from their side. Tomsky's getting revive on the other side of the map with Sin being pulled back. Almost all of the members are still alive. They still have some armors. FaZe with Tomsky down. Still an advantage, but they still have the Mad Rabbits for the respawners.
Those are the resets for now. You have FaZe Clan as well receiving
Oh, no.
a lot of damage against NNME, but while that's happening,
no. NCG is here with the purple armors. They're going to be taking them down. Hero is out, and that's going to be it. NCG wants to go for more. They're hot as newly baked hot cakes. And that is going to be one more from their side, and they're not keeping anybody alive. NNME trying to stay quiet because they don't want a piece of NCG.
it's just a massive point of interest for NCG. 3 shield XP devices.
Mago!
Mago!
Too aggressive. A lot of the members are here on the warehouse. They need to be careful when they try to push. Remy got to take down on Pobby. They now know that everybody's on this side of the map. They need to be careful. One has been eliminated already. There's a chance for NNME to get that armor.
A lot of risk there coming in from NNME, but with 3v4 coming into fruition, they could have the end of a better piece of pie in the annex building of Sunflower.
Push onto the top side wall. We got taken down even with the panic recon. It was not helpful. Assassin got taken down too. That's going to be good. Remy is taking up the competition, and Duda is going to be trying to run away even with this amount of resources on their side, but on the high ground would be really helpful. And NCG got one takedown, and Sin is still onto the top side. They're still waiting for anybody. Pobby tries to get the armor. Still has the white mark with the UMP. It's going to be good for Duda. Trying to fight. Sin is going to be the last member. Once taken down, but with Duda on the other side, recharge on the shield. Pobby now has advantage with the white mark. It's going to be the fight on Duda, and Duda able to get taken down. That's advantage already, and that's out for the squad. And NNME got taken down by NCG.
NNME eliminated by NCG. The rotations are quite exceptional to say the least. They do not want Carnival anymore. They want Sunflower Shopping Mall this time around.
Really interesting rotation, because now we have Shield XPs on this bottom side of the map, so NCG just had to make the decision of getting the shields from Sunflower Shopping Mall in order for them to have advantage. But now, this team, they know that somebody's reviving, they know that FBMN tried to revive, and now Kyle is gonna be the sacrifice. Daizu tried his best, but he might get eliminated in the end just because he went for it. Majo, run in, goes forward. Daizu with the War Spider, I think he's gonna get away.
We'll see if they could run away and hide.
Defender shot. Oh, far away.
One
Daizu
more.
might get taken down. Not a lot of covers. The mountains are helpful.
He's alive.
And Daizu survived. What? What?
At that very moment, he hid on the trees. No more shots coming in.
I thought the zone's gonna kill him. I thought, but he was able to get the heal up on the last second. Daizu survives, and he might be able to rat this out.
Yeah, it was crazy to see how Daizu played that out, but as you have mentioned, the only decision, the only option right now for NVMN and Daizu, to be more specific, is to play this really patiently, wrap the game out and play for place rankings or revive the team.
Yes, my favorite team ever. It's gonna take a long time. Zay was able to fight back. They still don't have a lot of resources right now. They have orange armors, yes, but it's still not going to be enough. They don't have the levels to back it up because Oasis X is trying to fight it back. Pax are fighting against this with them, trying to run away. And Wanzu is in the middle of everything, and he needs to revive one of his teammates.
He has to, and if he dies,
Oh no, Shifra.
he is going to give an orange shield up against the enemy team. Defender's not enough. Shifra will not be able to secure that kill.
Yeah, Tamayo.
Oasis.
That could be good for them.
Supply
Chased
ship
down by
en
Master
route.
Rex. All of them are here. This is going to be a good chance for them to fight back, but no. Okay, actually, he just went through Oasis X.
Master X still in the vicinity. Could receive a lot of damage coming in from Seiya and also Oasis. He has to conquer and he has to survive, but not enough.
It's going to be dead. It's going to be Shifra just taking over. That's going to be the last two members from the side of Seiya. It's going to be an unfortunate one for them because most of the squads are already in the bodies of their teammates. And Oasis X is just looking to just plant themselves out in this top right side of the really great point of interaction here for everybody because they are still strong with 4 members still alive.
Now Oasis still thinking about pushing up against Elite Extreme 1. Could potentially do so, but they're really in the open, so they have a huge amount of disadvantage up against them. So relocation is the only option.
They could have potentially pushed against the members right there of Seiya, but because of the red zone, they really don't want to fight against them.
There you go. So no cover for them if you want to push.
Yeah, and we still have Beta Esports on this side, was able to get away from the bridge just because of this red zone. Really helpful for
Beta.
them. Now TZ super low in HP, half on his armor. CBA also got the brink of that damage, so he needs to just stay put until this red zone dissipates.
Yeah, it's a layer of disadvantage on top of layers and layers and layers for Oasis. So playing patiently and just going in for those long range distance shots would be our options for them and will be the name of the game for now for Oasis.
Honestly, this low ground is really not bad for them because they can't be seen even at the top part of the big barn. So yeah, Oasis could just stay put here, try to deal some damage, maybe whittle down the resources of the other squads. But now, 3 squads are about it. 4 squads are going to be meeting each other right here in Carnivale.
Yeah, but NCG playing patiently, walking patiently, say the least, just going in for the crouch walk to surprise C9 OG. We'll see if they know.
We have CI6 in. Here comes the
Yeah,
EMP shot
P!
with the absolute
Oh!
gravity, perfect combo! And now Waystone needs to run away, but he got a lot of dashes down. That's gonna be one member with super low HP, super low armors, and NCG are looking at another squad. There's gonna be T9 OG with 1 down on their side. It's gonna be a big advantage for NCG. Being pulled back by the absolute gravity, but it's not absolute because NCG are absolutely gonna win this because with Solve, last member runs away with the air resume, but Majo still alive.
That was phenomenal. Perfect coordination coming in from NCG.
Wobbe.
We'll see if they can win this because Wobbe falls down.
Got taken down with the red zone onto the side. Pavi might be able to revive them. They need to revive most of their teammates. Majo got taken down, and T9 OG was successful in foiling their plans. and that's gonna be Poppy, the last member standing with the Rhino, and with their information onto their side, Poppy could potentially get eliminated here. He needs to get the kill on both of these members if he wants to revive his teammates.
2v1. It is the miracle play coming from Poppy. Can he carry this team? Just a while ago he did. We'll see if he can once
He did it
again.
once, he can do it again, and he is gonna do it again. Maestro got taken down. He will be eliminated. And Solve with the orange armor, yes, it's gonna be helpful, but with Poppy having advantage in position, he can revive one of his teammates.
It's a Rhino with a White Dwarf. A lot of disadvantage if this comes into fruition. Salve could not push in. He knows that NCG is surviving his teammates.
Yeah, he has one. He can revive this with
Poppy.
timing just right. Needs to be careful here.
Poppy.
Solve's gonna be there. Right,
Oh!
shot was able to hit. And Solve needs to run away, try to get back with the resources. Healing is not enough because that is gonna
Wow.
be a takedown from the man Poppy, who got MVP last game.
Poppy, the miracle, the unthinkable, he does it. Poppy does it, the MVP of NCG.
Man, that guy's so good at using the Rhino. 2 shots was what he needed, and he actually did. Able to pull through from that clutch situation.
Remember his name, it is Poppy for NCG, but
Oh,
looking
no.
at Elite Extreme 1.
Yeah, Elite Extreme 1 caught wind of what's happening. Now they know that somebody's in Cardinale. Somebody was reviving a while ago. But now Poppy needs to get some healing back before they try to fight back. They need to revive both of their teammates, but Zaya is still not complete. If they want to fight, they need to fight right now.
Crawl for now, go for the crab block, look for your teammates.
They
They're
can
going-
revive them.
They
can
could,
revive
they
them.
could.
Okay, they have some time. If ever they revive them, Poppy could potentially be able. If they win this, that is the best clutch moment that we have
Yeah.
in this game.
And that's 100% because Say is no longer in the vicinity. He went over into
That's
the
an open field.
northwest of Carnival. So the perfect moment for revive is now.
The only bad thing here is Zaya is on the other side, but Shifra might be able to catch where he is. He's not seeing where he was. Zaya is locked onto another target. That's why they didn't see what's happening right under their nose.
Really dangerous spot here for Elite Extreme.
Supply
The
ship en
revive,
route.
man. They got the revive.
I was about to say, if the revive comes through, Elite Extreme 1 will be sandwiched by 2 teams.
Oh, this is gonna be bad for Elite Extreme. Once Carnival gets the recuperation that they need, only one member right there. Look at Zaya. They're spread out, and they don't know that somebody's there. That NCG is waiting for them at that side of the hill.
Yeah, and that's Boss B, who has information that NCG is just around the corner. So they have to be wary of their back, they have to be wary of their front.
This is one of the squads that wants to get the first place. First place during the first game, second place during the second game. Will they be able to get the game won? But with this performance from NCG, it might be really hard. But now Shifra looking to get the damage on the members of NCG. Mado might get taken down. Defender's damage going to them.
Rhino.
Shifra now super low HP with that Rhino. Absolute Gravity got cancelled from the side of NCG because of this EMP shot from Zaya.
Now scans coming through, but resets for now. That is really important. Poppy goes down.
Bobby gets taken down. Absolute Gravity was thrown away. Revs could be taken down on their side.
One
and
more.
that's a great dash away. Wobik is going to be down in the dumps because that is not what he wanted to happen in
Oh!
this game. Revs is successful and NCG is out. And Zaya was still able to fold their plans.
Elite Extreme 1. Wow. NCG, the fan favorites, the top 1 coming across the board for game 2 has been demolished by Elite Extreme 1. The redemption arc is here.
Last squad. SPC wants to win. That's going to be the last member of Oasis X, and Oasis X might be out. It's Shaolong Bay. Sinking down here, Raw is going to be beating him, and that's going to be the jump, the dash, and Shaolong Bay almost got the win there, but they still are alive with one member standing. Beta Esports was able to take them down, and they can just revive their last teammate. Zaya's coming.
What is happening? 2 squads remaining in this game.
Zaya's coming.
We'll see.
This can be a bit late, but they got the revive. It's still a 3v4 advantage to their side. This is going to be one takedown. Lancelot, the last one healthy member. They still have one, but it's an injured member for the side of XBTE. This is a chance for Zaya to get a back-to-back win from Game 1 and Game 3.
Absolutely crazy. Saya just went through with the third party. You know what? We have to go in as soon as possible
No ult.
as they had no resets.
Yeah, no ults. Bossy with the impact shock a while ago. here it comes. They have the information. Revs needs to run in. They have the vision
Vision
erosion. They're not going to be seen. This is going to foil their plans blind as bats. And Lancelot got taken off. And that's the last one member standing from XBTE. Alive and kicking on the bottom of Big Barn. Run away. Because that is the only chance for you. But again, it's still a second place if ever you lose. But again, that's a great spot to be in for Zaya. Getting the last win again.
Ralph can run, but he can't hide. And Elite Extreme 1 takes the top one.
Yeah, Zaya was able to get the top one. We were looking for MCG to do the unthinkable, but Zaya was able to do it twice. And that is just super great performances from this squad.
No, the thing is, we were expecting MCG to do the unthinkable, but
Yeah.
Seiya did the impossible.
Yeah, one thing that could be something really funny about this is it's the same Game 1 and Game 3. It's the same squads that were able to place the same on the first top 3 place.
Yeah, it was phenomenal. And once again, the thing is, Elite Extreme 1 went in for the revamp of their team. It was only Revs who stayed on their former initial composition.
Yeah.
And now it's showing greatness in Farlight 84.
Yeah, he can even get the same. A while ago, he was able to get the MVP, and I believe the MVP during this game is still going to be Revs from the side of Zaya. I really thought that NCG has it in the bag just because of the clutch from Pavi. But Zaya was the one who was able to stop them like who stopped them during ACC.
Yeah, it was really amazing to watch that Game 3. Like, unlike any others, because Game 1 and Game 2 was a bit more passive, was a bit more patient. But this time around, it's all about aggressive. And we did not even look to reach that final zone.
Yeah.
The game's already done.
Elite Extreme 1, one of the things that's great about this game, or rather this series as a whole for Group A, got the first place in Game 1, Game 3, and was able to put most of their squads in their place. Beta Esports, you're going to stay in second. Oasis, you're going to stay in third during this game because that was a great game. From Game 1 and Game 3, it's the same placements from top 3.
Yeah, and I actually like to mince this up.
Yeah.
Because from a while ago, in that game number 3, Oasis and NCG did not get the most amazing and the most cleanest run because they met a team in Carnival and Oasis did the same thing.
Yeah, I thought that could have been it. But again, let's take a look at the highlights during this game, everybody. Awesome performance again from Zaya, was able to get that great win from the other squad. And again, it is still gonna beat them on top one, back-to-back from game one.
Yeah, it was amazing, right? Their journey coming in from game number 1, game number 3, the name of Elite Extreme 1 is coming back again to such a formidable state.
Yeah.
And
It was even against a lot of great
Yeah.
squads in Group A, right? A lot of great squads in Group A, and they were still able to get on top. They just needed a warm-up, which is week 1. And now week 2 is still good.
yeah, and the thing about that as well is we were talking about a while ago how Seiya could be sandwiched, but they managed to get away from that kind of situation.
And again, they basically did an NCG. But now, as we said, Revs still able to get that top place spot for the squad, getting a total kill of 7 and also damage of 1,269. And Revs, again, is the only member that stayed in this team.
Yeah, and he is leading Elite Extreme 1 with a charm, with such a high state.
Yeah. Still high standard for this squad. I mean, we haven't seen such great performance from week 1, but because it was still a new team, they were still trying to experiment, trying to work out what's right, what's working for them. And now, during week 2, they were able to pull through with that.
And that is a silver lining of having such a prolonged time of preparation coming in from week 1 to week number 2. Because these teams could understand how these teams perform, how these teams rotate, how these teams play it out with their compositions. And now it is Elite Extreme 1 who has that understanding, who has that learning, and now they apply.
Yeah, was able to apply it against one of the best, or rather the strongest groups that we have right now. And they were able to do it in the end, and that's just patience. And so far, I have been liking how everybody has been slowing it down. When it comes to the last 4 or 5 squads, everybody slows down. Everybody stops from doing anything rash.
Yeah, it is. I think the timer would be the second to the last zone.
Yeah.
I think that would be the timer that everyone, you know what, we have to step back a bit. Wait for those teams, the remaining teams, to fight first before we come in.
And considering that they have a limited amount of resources, right? Their ammos would get drained if ever they try to poke out people from far away. Even if that happens, it's gonna be bad for them. They need to kill. They're gonna be forced to kill people, and that most of the time is the reason why people are forced to engage.
Yeah, and most importantly, their ultimate cooldowns.
That's true.
Because if they go in for a fight, the timer would
more
be
ults.
a minute or 2.
Yeah.
That they have to wait it out, that they have to play patiently, but there is no time for they to play with because the final zone is already closing in, and at that final moment, they have to be prepared. They need to have their ultimates up.
Yeah, and once you use your ultimate during those last zones, the next time that they're gonna be using that ultimate is in the next zone, the last zone, as we said. And that's the reason why it's so hard to use any ultimates during those last fights.
Right, and speaking of ultimates, I just want to highlight one of the plays of NCG. Yes, they did not win from map number 3, but their play coming in from Carnival, the stacking of ultimates.
Yeah, what do we call it again? Let's call it the electric boogaloo.
The electric boogaloo.
Yeah.
EMP shock plus absolute gravity.
Yeah, it's such a great combo that we've seen from NCG. But again, still a great performance from the other squad. And Zaya, Revs, still on top. MVP for that 2 games that they won. And again, oh man, Zaya, back in action.
Yeah, they're back in the game. I mean, they never went out.
Yeah.
Their performance has been phenomenal all throughout.
Yeah.
Coming in from ACC, coming in from FPC. But here in week 2, it's just on another type of level.
Yeah, from week 1, they said that there's nowhere to go but up from that performance from week 1. That's why having that positive mental attitude for those performances from week 1 just helped them get back on track during week 2.
Yeah, and as always, how we emphasize adaptability.
Yeah.
We're in your drop points, your rotations. If there is opposing teams that wants to go to contest your favorite spot, if you may, how do you go about that?
Yeah, and most of the time, NCG, as we've seen, most of the time the other squads tries to check them, like check on that on Nova Planetarium, and Oasis tried that during the first game, was successful, but in the incoming games, NCG knows how to back that up, and that's why it was really helpful for them come the next games.
Yeah, it was really, really, really crazy, and I want to see more.
Yeah.
I want to see more, not just from, Elite Extreme 1, not just coming in from NCG, from Oasis and the likes, but also from the following games, following maps, following groups.
Yeah, I hope that they would be able to do the same thing, have the same performance from the other squad, from the other groups. We have seen from this squad, Zaya being able to get the top. I hope to see the points from that last game. I want to see what points they had and who really got the top spot.
Yeah, it is really interesting to look out for
Yeah.
because, as always, it is not just the placement rankings that is considered.
Yeah.
It is not only the kills that are considered, but also the damage taken, the damage produced throughout the game.
Yeah, and that's why there's still a chance for the other squads, especially the top 4 squads that we have in this game. Beta Esports, Oasis, and also NCG could potentially get one of the top 3 spots at least.
Yeah, so we'll see. We'll wait for the calculations, but for now, one of the patterns that we've seen is the same compositions, right?
Yeah, and the compositions have been really helpful right now. But let's take a look at the team rankings, everybody. This is going to be the points from this game. Elite Extreme 1 with Oasis getting close with just 1 point away from Elite Extreme 1.
Yeah, it was so close yet so far. I mean, 66 versus 67, how Oasis played towards their amount of damage and their amount of kills.
13k damage. That is the reason why they got up from Beta Esports, just because of the amount of damage that they dealt, the amount of kills that they had. And even SR Nakage has 11k damage, and that's the reason why I thought that Beta Esports could get the 2nd place. But because of the damage, Oasis snagged that 2nd place against them.
Yeah, and I like how you mentioned and pointed out the 13k damage because
Yeah.
no one, as in no one in this room came close. SR Nakage,
Super far.
2k difference is
Yeah.
a massive, massive difference.
Yeah, that's basically a lot of kills too when that happens. But again, this is also because of the plays coming from Oasis. All of the squads that they have met, they are trying to kill every time, especially when they fought on that bridge close to Iris Ranch. That is the reason why they were able to farm a lot of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And map number 3 was just an unfortunate thing for them because when it came down, they were fighting on the bridge. A lot of engagements were happening. It was 3-4 squads in just that position, just below Iris Ranch. It was crazy to watch, but Oasis was just struggling.
Super close in getting that top 1 spot. Even they only got 3rd place spots from game 1 and game 3, 2nd place during game 2. Maybe that consistency could also be the reason why they are on the top. But again, let's take a look, everybody. Call your friends because there's still a lot of action coming out, because this is where you can watch this on YouTube, on Facebook, TikTok, and Twitch. You can watch this FPC happening.
Yeah, and this is just the beginning. It's only week 2. Last week, if you've seen it, it was amazing. And we have a lot of things in store for the viewers watching at home. We have 4 weeks of weekly finals. We have 2 weeks of knockouts.
Yeah.
And then we have the finals.
If you don't want to be a spectator, you can also join, so you can watch yourselves in this game in the FPC. So yes, everybody, we still have open qualifiers for week 3 and week 4, so don't forget to join if you want your squad, your friends, to join this tournament and fight against this massive, really strong squads.
100%. And not just that, these players, these viewers watching at home could also win skins along the way.
That's true. They can win skins, diamonds, and also gold during this whole stream that we're having for today. So yes, just wait. We're gonna be flashing something there maybe later on the next game.
Yeah, absolutely. So now going back into the patterns, I don't think we've seen a lot of difference here this time around.
true.
It is just a typical type of competition with the Yongs and the lights.
Yeah, and still really, really good. But again, let's take a look at that in the next game. See you guys in just a bit. We're just gonna take a short break.
Welcome back, everyone, to FPC Season 1. I mean,
Yeah.
that was just an amazing finish coming in from Group A.
Really surprised that we're here right now because I thought it's
Yeah.
gonna be the time for the other squad to actually talk about what happened during that last game.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. I mean, there were a lot of expectations being set coming in from Group A. And there were a lot of teams that performed. And right now, jumping into Group B, there is another set of teams that we could look out for.
Yeah, are we gonna be seeing another performance that was insane during the last game? But now we have talked about Zaya during that last game, but now on this Group B, there's a lot of things that we also need to point out because we also have Execration on this group, so they are a squad that we need to look out for.
Yeah, 100%. I think Execration as well, a lot of has been performing really well coming into the very first week, and then in the second week we're now seeing them in Group B. But aside from Execration, there are also formidable names coming into this specific group. You have NRX Blackfire that has been performing since ACC.
Yeah.
You also have Eternity Asia. You also have Powerhouse. These names coming into this group.
Almost every name, half of these names are very familiar names. Even CAD, even Most Wanted with us, and also X Team are names that we also are very familiar about. So are we gonna see them perform during this next game? But a while ago, we had to talk about the teams that were there, but let's take a look at how this is gonna go. Because again, we're gonna be having an interview. That's gonna be NCG later on.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I mean, how NCG came back coming in from map number 1 to map number 2,
Yeah.
and then performed like out of this world, out of proportion.
Yeah, I thought that's gonna be a win from them after game 2. It's gonna be a momentum on their side, but they weren't able to really get there just because Zaya was there to stop them in their tracks.
Yeah, and Seiya, speaking of, has been such a team that was consistent coming into that Group A, and they showed up with such a strong start here in week number 2,
Group 1
right?
and 3.
Coming in from week number 1 to week number 2, a lot of preparations has been made,
Yeah.
expectedly, since their finish across the board has been top 3 always.
But again, everybody, we're gonna be going to the Tagalog casters for the interview. See you guys.
Ang team ng NCG at hindi na ako magugulat, lagi na lang tusuki eh. Hi, Kiko!
Hello po.
Wow!
Hi, hello po.
What's Uy, totoo ba yan, Majo? Nagpapakita ka na sa camera? Medyo
Nag-face
ano
reveal na.
Medyo mailap pa rin, nagpakita lang, ano?
Oo. Medyo ano kasi yan si Majo, shy type. Nakita ko siya nung PGDX. Pero eto Kiko, paunang tanong. Mainit agad yung tanong namin eh. Paano kayo nag-reset nung map number 2? Kasi nung map number 1, wala kayong napatay kahit isa eh. Ano bang ginawa ng team? Gaano ba katindi yung comms na ginawa nyo para makabalik?
Actually, hindi po siya ganong kadali nung nangyari. After nung early na ma-wipe kami nung game 1. Then, nag-come up kami sa idea na okay, kailangan natin mag-reset mentally. Because malamang sa malamang, medyo malayo yung hahabulin po namin. So, from that, well, tinatak naman talaga sa isipan namin na okay, reset tayo. And yun lang. Moving forward kami, then tuloy-tuloy po.
I love it. Lalo na sobrang heavy pa naman na, syempre kung dadalhin mo yan to game 2 and 3, di ba? Magiging
Oo.
mabigat yun. So Madjo, eto naman, or rather Madjo tuloy. Si Madjo kasi nakita kanina.
Si Majo kasi nagpakit sa camera eh.
Ang dali-dali kasi ano eh, di ba? Ang
Si
dali-dali.
Kiko.
Ayan, si Kiko. Kiko, eto pala yung aking magiging question, ano. What or sino yung mga squads na feeling nyo nakakatapat nyo na sobra-sobra from game 2 and 3? Dahil syempre, huwag na natin pag-usapan na yung natapos na nga in game 1. 2 and 3, sino yung lagi nyo nakakatunggali? Dahil feeling ko, nakakatapat niya madalas dito, ano eh.
Seiya, Beta.
Actually, depende. It will depend sa circle. Kasi most of the time, nakadepende na lang din kami doon kung saan kami rotate. And syempre, yung information din namin, di lang po kami basta, depende sa isang team na sasalubungin namin, dapat ito dapat yung papatayin. Kung sino lang yung makakalaban namin din, so be it, kaya na po.
Yun.
Wow, gusto ko yan ha. So be it. Ito, last question. Sinabi kasi ng isang ating insider, sabi ng GSR ay bawi-bawi naman daw. Anong masasabi nyo sa Ghost Reborn?
Yes, I will. Um, wala, sorry, may inalang kami. Joke lang. Well,
Humble.
ano lang po, syempre, humble lang. Then, think professionally. Wala naman po kami ibang sasabihin kundi bumawi na lang throughout the game. Kung mahina kami sa paningin nila, then, sige, nasa kanila po yun. Basta pag, laro na magsasalita sa amin.
Tama. Dapat yung action speaks louder than words. Speaking of which, ano naman masasabi mo para sa inyong mga fans or yung mga sumusuporta sa SR Nakage from ACC hanggang ngayon?
Thank you so much sa pagsuporta po sa amin. And, wala lang po kami pong masasabi kundi maraming salamat. And gagawin po namin lahat ng best namin to, i-conquer itong tournament na ito. Maraming salamat po. Also sa mga Farlight natin dyan, sa Wartop. Lalo na po sa inyo, maraming salamat.
Natatakot ako, baka biglang mag-magic
Ang cute ng mga
tropa natin sa
panilip-nilip nila. Maraming salamat, Kiko, Ma-join sa buong SR Nakage
Bye-bye po.
for having
Bye-bye
this
po.
interview with
Bye-bye.
us. Thank you. Ayan. Okay, maraming
Bye-bye po.
salamat.
Tama na, baka may
We're gonna translate it a bit for you guys. So during that interview, Nakage said that. What did they say again? GSRI said that they need some catching up. To do,
Yeah.
Right? That's the question a while ago. But what they said, SR Nakage was humble. They said that
they were.
yeah, we're weak. It's okay. We're just gonna catch up. That's what they said.
Yeah.
No spice.
Yeah, it was unexpected, but it was also that humbling moment coming in from NCG.
Yeah.
And on top of that, though, they said, you know what? It is the game that
Yeah.
speaks.
That's true.
It is the game that
Action speaks louder than words, as
Right.
they said. Yeah, so are we going to see that from this game? Is this going to be an action-packed game for the next games that we're going to be having? Or are we going to see NCG tomorrow? Tomorrow for their games, are they going to try and maybe find a way to destroy GSRI?
Especially coming into the weekly finals, same question from week to week. Yes, they did top across their respective groups, but can they top across the top 15 teams in the weekly finals?
Are they going to be doing that? But we're going to be having a short break, everybody. Before we head into that next game, we're going to be going on a break. See you guys in just a bit. We're back, and this is going to be Group B of FPC. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Infinity, and we're still going to be your shoutcaster for today's matches. Infinity, that was a great Group A. Is Group B going to top this next game?
Oh, I don't know if they could, but they can definitely go near it, if
Yeah.
not over it because we have another set of teams and familiar names as well coming into this respective
Are
group.
they going to be able to really top that? That's going to be my question, because it was such great games starting from Group 1, or rather Game 1 to Game 3. Great performances from the squads, but now Group B still have a lot of squads to look out for, especially Execration and Blackfire during this game.
Yeah, and we looked at a lot of these teams, and they have mentioned that one of the teams that they're looking out for is Execration.
Yeah.
Can they match the expectation?
Yeah, are they going to be able to match that? That's going to be the question, because here, right here, we've seen Group A from our last game. It was SR Nakage, Oasis that were on the top together with Beta Esports, and even Zaya from that last game.
Yeah, we have watched this group perform just a while ago, and now this is it. This is what we were looking into on our very next set of matches. Group B, we have Execration, NRX, Blackfire, a lot of these formidable teams fighting here in this group.
Yeah, even X-Team. X-Team is also a really strong team from the last time that we've seen them. And C8 NCG, or should I say C8E, were really great performers too from the last group. But now, again, everybody, we're going to be throwing this into the game in just a bit, because I'm really excited what's going to happen for this next game.
Yeah, is this going to have a similar type of drop points from a while ago? Are we going to see a lot of heat coming in from the south of Sunset City very early on?
South of Sunset City, or to be specific, Sunflower Shopping Mall, together with Tinman Industrial. There were a lot of squads who has been really loving putting themselves on that side of the map.
Yeah, 4 squads coming into that specific location.
Yeah.
It was chaos.
Yeah, we're gonna be going into the in-game, and this is not gonna stop because we're still gonna go on to this next game with really great bangs from Polar players.
Yeah, and the capsule path is coming in from southwest, coming to the northeast of Sunset City, and we're seeing these teams come across scattered in the map.
Yeah, already a lot of fights earlier in this game. Because of that, we're seeing 0HS already in the factory at Montreal Shopping Mall. It's really not, honestly, this round's really not that scattered.
Yeah, they're kind of on top of each other in Tin Man Industrial as one of the expectations that we have seen just from a while ago in Group A. But the shocking part is no one went to Iris Ranch nor Power Tree Station.
Yeah, very, very clear. And it's also a really south to north side of the map is where our Sunset City was going. And that, I'm surprised that nobody really went to Power Tree and Iris Ranch.
Yeah, and on contrast, looking at the south of Sunset City, there's 5 squads right out of the get-go. There will be a lot of kills going through in this early game as an expectation in this group game.
Yeah, are they going to be able to really utilize this? So I'm really expecting NRGW especially go into Power Tree Station after that, because nobody was there, and they're probably aware that nobody is on that northern western side of the map. That's why it's gonna be a good time for C8E and NRGW to see each other from there.
Yeah, 100%. So with that, I think there will be a lot of these type of aggression. A while ago in Group A, patience was the name of the game.
Yeah.
And I think this time around we could see all about that aggression come through and stacking a lot of these damage, stacking a lot of these kills, because at the end of the day, it is also important to accumulate points.
There's gonna be a lot of patience that they need. ET1Y, or should I say Eternity Asia, right there, got eliminated by X-Team as early as now from Sanctuary Tower, and they need to use the respawners to really scurry away and get themselves back up in the game.
And as we mentioned, X-Team was also one of the teams that we have to look out for.
Yep.
X-Team NCG is really amazing, and it just states with 4 kills in the early game how strong they are.
Yeah, Most Wanted Vitas also was able to get the information out of the mission position. They got some kills, they're being pulled back by Absolute Gravity. Now Blackfire would really want to get some kills as early as now, force almost all of the squads from Finland Industrial out of the equation, just get them back. Maybe Hot Rod, or even in the factory down in Sunflower.
Yeah, this was already an expectation. So a while ago, it was just Blackfire who came across with the kills with 4 in their name. So for 10 squads in this game, a lot of those early engages, but I'm really interested. I'm really curious how the first safe zone will come across, because that will state how these rotations will go through for a lot of these teams.
No, was wanted to toss has been seen again by Blackfire. Use the AMP shot, but it's not going to be draining their armors out of the way, and Jay is going to be drained out of his life. Blackfire, at least Bobby was able to really answer back. That's going to be most wanted. Vitaz's one person has been taken down.
Yeah, they're just here to hunt. They're just here to look for those heads and look for those kills, allow these early engages. And now, as for MWI1, relocated into the southeast of Sunset City, more so the southeastern most part of the map.
Yeah, that is where most people really forget that there's still resources on this side of the map, and because it's so far away from each other, it's really hard to maximize most of the resources on this side of the map. Now let's take a look at Riverview Park. That is where Squad 10 and also Squad 7 is going to be meeting each other. Eternity Asia and an M4. This is going to be a really good spot for them too. For M4 just going to run away. Squad 10 really wants to go for a fight.
Yeah, Squad 10 is just here, so NNM4 has to scour back. We'll see if Squad 10 will go in for the engage, because while that's happening, you also have Squad 5 also in the further back of this map. A lot of engage can come through, while Squad 10 is potentially looking for the chase as well, as they have information.
Yeah, drop out of the hover car. It's going to be bad. This is going to be an open zone out of the hill and also on the low ground. But when Zero Remorse tries to fight back, this could be a chance for them. But now Powerhouse gonna fight against Blackfire here on Todd's Hot Rod. Really good spot to be in, but the Bulge has been seen right here. Time and time again, the Bulge has been really a headache for everybody. Getting that information is so good for Powerhouse, because with that, they're not afraid of any engagements coming from Blackfire, because they know where they're coming from.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate for Jay. One step into the absolute gravity, he got sucked in, he got pulled in. And now he has to destroy it, got a little bit more damage. Hologram guy.
Good thing about that, no more absolute gravity for the side of Powerhouse. Blackfire could answer back in kind. Chips was forced to run away. Use the dash. But now, zone's closing out. Blackfire needs to recuperate and run away from the ice of the other squad.
I think this is a better strat for them, a better thing to do, considering that the danger zone is closing in. Going into these locations gives them that potential to accumulate these loots, accumulate their shield XP and their gear levels across the board. So not fighting Powerhouse is a bit more of the patience and a bit more on the safe side, but nevertheless, it still nets them positive.
And most of the time, whenever you're on the edge of the zone, at least on the zone, at the early phases of the game, it's still not going to hurt that bad, but it's still something that you need to think about, because you need to always get the medkits available, because if it's not available, you most likely are going to lose a lot of fights, especially when you're in the zone and the enemy you're fighting against is not in the zone.
Yeah, 100%. And now 2TPV swims across another island, but at this point, it doesn't really matter. It's not as high of a pressure going into the danger zone, looting a lot of these locations, because it is only 1 HP per second. But here, Powerhouse.
Really unfortunate that now Most Wanted Vitas got met by another squad, and that is Powerhouse. They're the 4th place of this whole group, and that's why they're forced to be reckoned with. And now Zero Remorse loses most of their members.
Yeah, Most Wanted Vitas is the most wanted by Powerhouse. They want to really bring them down this early on, but fortunately, still have respawners available, as the second zone hasn't closed thus far, so they're still safe, still in the game.
Yeah, Powerhouse still playing outside the zone is something really smart, because most of the resources, most of the time, people forget about the resources outside of the zone, and Powerhouse is just making use of it. And because it's on the top side of the map, they still have a lot of shield XPs that they can go through.
Yeah, and I love the safe zone, because as we mentioned a while ago, Iris Ranch was not occupied. Power Tree Station was not occupied. And right now, it is C8NCG who's just coming across and getting a lot of these loots.
Yeah.
Uncontested.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that's good about here for Eternity Asia, especially because they landed directly at the middle. Yes, they won't really have a lot of movements away from the zone, which is honestly okay, but at least they already planted themselves. And a while ago, I've been seeing them getting some kills, but I've seen them right now in the kill feed, and they got taken down.
That was really, really unfortunate, and that equates into 9 squad that is left standing here in map number 1 for Group B. Now looking at X Team, they're really looking amazing. 10 kills on their name, with 3 members having a level 4 shield and 1 member, Toshi J to be more specific, on a level 5 shield already.
Really great, and now this is going to be good for them, because of the amount of resources that X Team has now, they can find battles, they can find fights once they see Squad 3 or even Squad 1 scurrying or at least hiding, they can go in, especially with the War Spiders. They can just chase down everybody that they can. Squad 1 has been seen. 2 members are here. Even with XCTN, it's going to be hard for Exploration to fight back. They're still in their War Spiders. They do have their ultimates, but it's still not enough. Right now, the Absolute Gravity is going to be pulling them back. It's going to be good, but Blue might can take it down. Tochi J is down. The one with the highest armor on their squad, but now, that's really Zan. Gets to take them. Virus still alive. Far away from the members of X team. They still have to be shocked. That's going to be a lot of armor down on their side. There's still Luki at the red armors. That's going to be good. And this is now the time for them to fight back. Fire is going to go in. The damage not going to be there just yet. And they're still hiding on their houses.
What an amazing play coming in from Execration, but do take note, Squad 3 is just around the corner.
Yeah.
They could get third party. Just a little bit of a distance apart from these two teams.
Really far away, but still a great performance coming in from Exploration. Eliminated that squad out of the game. And that could be a chance for the other squads to dip in. But Squad 3 NRG doesn't want a piece of that pie.
Yeah, and this is better, because when we're considering the difference of equipment between NRGW and Execration, the difference is massive.
Amount of players too, because they have 4 players on the side of Execration for sure. Blue is going to be alive. Yeah, that's going to be the revive, and they don't want any piece of that.
Level 5, level 6 shields. This is crazy coming from Execration. So
7 kills.
they have to go back a bit, not fight, play later.
We're still in the early parts of the game. You have someone with red shields already at this point, and that's something to talk about for Execration. That's how strong this squad is. Other squads, look at this. Even Gap doesn't have any armors, so this is going to be hard for Most Wanted Vitas.
It's just the all-star team.
Yeah.
Execration has performed impressive in week number 1, and now coming into week number 2, they're still doing the same thing. Consistently off the get-go, a lot of kills, a lot of equipment, and any team that comes across this, it's just domination.
Yeah, here comes Sato together with Execration. Jerry, it's going to be hard for them. They want to go for the fight back. It's not going to be the time. They're still running away with the hover car, but if it's a bit too late, they're chasing them down. The defenders are going to hit, and that's
No more
Lucy,
armor.
super low in HP, no more armors on their side, so they have to run away. They're aware that this squad is really well fed, and they don't want any chances against them. Bart's going to go back. Sato is just going to get some shields. Wraith is running away with a War Spider on the side of the zone. It's still not going to be a good spot to be in for Wraith. Still not in the zone. One more shot on his head, and he's dead in the zone and dead away from the waters.
Virus! The
Great shot.
sniper from Execration,
Wait.
that's crazy!
Blue got taken down. But it's a good thing that there's an answer back coming in from Execration. Is that it? That squad?
I mean,
Did Execration take them down?
I believe so. 7 squads remaining into this game, and yet, no, 1 kill coming in from the opposing side. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter. There are 3 more members left for the side of Execration.
Blue has been revived twice now in this game. It's just unfortunate that he's always the one who gets revived on the team. But at least they're still surviving with 4 strong members on the side of Execration. What is this lobby going to do against the hands of Execration? Because so far they have been unstoppable.
Yeah, and the safe zone has been locked in. 40 seconds for all these teams to get their loot and come around, loot around, relocate inside the safe zone. Because this time around, it's not going to be 1 damage per tick, 3 damage per tick, but a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's going to be 5 at this point in the game. And what's really surprising about this Infinity, most of the squads doesn't really have red armors just yet. It's just this squad, Explorations, in this game 1, utter domination.
Yeah, 10 kills, and they also were the ones who met with another team early into the matchup, wherein the opposing side already has orange shields, so that just gave them another boost of extra shield XP.
Like they're lawnmowers. They're just ramming through everybody. Every grass that they can see, they're just gonna take off. And that's why so far Execration has been really great during this game. But NRGW, let's take a look at this. NRGW has a lot of their members still with orange armor, so this could be a possibility though. As long as they get the blue black fire, they could get some of their own.
We'll see if they're gonna go for the push, but 2 TPV.
They're aware. The 2 TPV are here.
Yeah, they're
Shot
there.
that already. That's gonna be the absolute gravity with the hologram grind. Guns blazing, goes in. Rhino on 2, and that's gonna be the kill. Execration are just aware, and you can't hide from them. You try to run away, but they're gonna find you wherever you are. X marks the spot, and one more spot to look at, and Ninja is gonna fall in. That squad is out.
Absolutely phenomenal coming in from this team. It was picture perfect. Execration came above with the jetpacks, and when Absolute Gravity came across, immediate cancel coming in from Execration with the EMP shot.
Most wanted to toss, once away from this fight. They got a kill on one. They still have 6 squads on this game. But until now, Infinity, the same question lingers. Who's gonna fight against Execration in the last zone?
Because we have 6 squads that is still alive in this game, not for long as NNM4 gets defeated by Powerhouse, but nevertheless, 19 players still alive with 4 members on the heads of Execration. This is really going to be a fest, but the question still remains.
Execration still not stopping. Under onslaught. Or now Blackfire is on the sides, trying to really just bait out the other members. NRGW got taken off. Still have 5 squads right now, and Execration after 1 kill run away.
They're not scared. Every single one of the members of Execration has level 6 shields, while the other teams only has level 5, level 4 even.
But remember, they used most of their ultimates in the last fight. The next time the ultimates are going to be up is in this last zone. So they run away, they try to recuperate, and try to fight again when they have the ultimates up back
and
up.
the interesting part about this upcoming safe zone is that it will be separated by 2 hills with 1 way in the middle.
That's going to be the good thing, but Squad 2, Squad 3, what's not good is that they're going to be meeting each other with the War Spider right here in their side. Squad 3 only has 2 members, and Blackfire, they're on the edge of the zone. They need to move back.
Yeah, and look at Squad 3. They don't wanna fight Blackfire. Really scary there, especially considering that NRGW, as you stated, only has 2 members.
Yeah, this is gonna be a hard fight if ever to try to fight back. But Blackfire already ready. If ever that happens, they're gonna be meeting each other right now. Unfortunately, if they got hit in the back, and yes, they have most wanted possesses here. Execration is just chasing them down with the War Spiders. That's gonna be the kill on 1, and that's gonna be kill for more. Rhino on the head, and that's it. Execration, red armors, and everybody.
Looky with the Rhino, the AoE damage.
Crazy. Really got the kill there.
Yeah, it was amazing. The plays coming in from Execration, and even then, they did not receive any damage from that point. They just eliminated the opposing side, and now 4 squads will be left standing in this game. NRGW, Blackfire, Powerhouse, and Execration.
Oh man, that's super strong Execration. Who's gonna stop them? Right now, I don't have any answers because so far, they have been picture perfect whenever it comes to their engages.
And it's really scary because right now, Execration even has a positional advantage. They're in a really good spot. They have the vision towards Blackfire. They have vision towards the hills. Powerhouse as well. The only caveat, however, is that they could get pincered once again.
They have vision on everybody, but everybody has vision on them. So that's going to be the question here. Who's going to first engage against them and try to wiggle them down? Looky, oh no, that's super low. It's a lot of damage from the defenders. Now they're aware that somebody's on the top hill on their side. So Execration needs to be careful about this if they try to fight back.
Oh,
and
Virus!
Headshots on Virus! Virus is going to be dead.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about defenders, if you get a headshot, that's 160 damage right out of the gate.
Crazy.
Right out of the gate. And Pappy just did that crazily up against Execration.
Are they going to be eliminated just because of that? There's a lot of snipers on the other sides, and also they're uphill, so they have an advantage if they try to fight back.
And Powerhouse even, if they look at their backs and Powerhouse pushes them, 3v4 is not a numbers game that will favor them.
You know what? I tell you, NRGW could potentially get a 2nd place finish here just because the fight's happening right now. Power is already on top. Use the ultimates right now. They have the EMP shock out. They're ready with the divulge. They have information on where they are. Execration is going to be running away, but with Virus already here, let's see what's going to happen. Oh, on the top, Looky again. Looky, Skywalker with that. The force is with them, and they got the choke on Powerhouse. This is going to be the end. Lord is going to try his best, but with the EMP shock, he's not going to be able to dash away. That's going to be a lot of members out. There's still 1. Ships is still alive. They still have Execration still in the top, but still, almost all of their members still have their armors.
It is crazy that we have seen that Looking with the Rhino, as you have stated, the Skywalker of this team, Blackfire.
Yeah, Absolute Gravity, they have low HP and a lot of their members. They're on top of the building, the warehouse, and where Execration is. They can make do of what they have, but Virus is not going to be there. They're going to be enough. The kills are going to come through. The EMPs are all going to be up. Everybody's muted. Everybody's not able to move. The dashes are not going to be there. And Black far tried their best, but Poppy is gonna run away in fear and in shame because he has the War Spider
They have
with
to
him.
run. They have to run. This is a 1v4. If they pursue, it is Execration who will win it all. And now XCTN 3v1. They have seen Sam.
As I said, they could potentially get the second place finish here. One member has been taken off, but NRGW still has a lot of members still alive. Pabi is in the edge of the zone. The blue wants to chase it out because look at this. He has the Rhino on hand. He wants to get the kill. He sees where blue is. It's gonna be good.
This is definitely a squad that you need to fear. The Reapers of this game, the Reapers of this group. 22 kills for Execration.
MacG and Pabi are seeing each other. This is not going to be good. They want to get the second place finish as long as they can. That's 1v1v1v3. So this is still 4 squads.
Pabi
Still alive.
dies.
One has been taken down. Pabi's out. Now, who is going to get the second place? Let's see. MacG tries his best to hide on the downhill, but here comes the zone, and here he comes. Virus is going to see him. Vision Erosion is going to be used. He has some time. He can buy some time, but Luki is here, and you're not going to get away from the Sith Lords, and Chips is the last one. Powerhouse could potentially end this in a second place finish, and Execration is just going to take it in the bag, and that's it for them. Chips, you tried your best, but it's not enough.
It is not enough. There's no cure to Virus. Execration wins it all for game number 1.
What a crazy play from Execration. Really great performance. Red armors as early as the second zone, and that's why that just snowballed out of control.
It was the absolute perfect run one can ask for.
Yeah, and again, Infinity, what can they do against this? As long as nobody checks them or contests them on where they are in the early game, they can't do anything against Execration.
Yeah, and do take note, for the viewers watching at home, it's not just the top 1 win that we need to emphasize,
Yeah.
but the amount of kills
look
these
at the kills.
people did and the damage they have
What?
dealt.
Wait. 1-5 is the lowest damage that they had in this team. That just signifies how great they were.
8k damage off the get-go. It's
8k damage on just one squad on just one game. That's basically most of the damage from Series 1 from the top four teams that we had there.
yeah, Jedis are nowhere to be found. It is this time for Execration
That's
to
true.
take them down. Crazy game coming in from
I
XCTN.
think you like that. Luki Skywalker, right? Yeah, they were able to really great performance during that game. What can I say? It's just too much for the other squads to handle.
Yeah, it definitely is, and it's just Execration playing to their name and playing to their expectations of being the dominant teams and being the headhunters for Group B.
What can they do? I mean, that's the question there. Because we have seen from that last game, we have seen Execration drop on Sunflower Shopping Mall, then they rotated back until they get onto the zone close to Sanctuary Tower, right? So that's a big rotation from Execration, but they met a lot of squads in the areas that they were going for.
Yeah, and every single members, every single opposing teams that they meet, vanished.
Destroyed.
Destroyed,
Destroyed.
obliterated.
Yeah, and I wish this lightsabers could be stopped by the other squads, because so far it hasn't happened. And now let's take a look at the highlights on what happened during that game and how Execration performed.
A new Reaper has arrived.
The road of success, the road where Execration has built their land up, crossed their praise on getting those kills. A lot of stuff. Amazing stuff to say the least for
Oh man,
Execution.
references from that game, really nice. But again, I hope we see that again, or I hope somebody finds a way to answer Execration. Because if not, this is just game 1 to 3 Execration.
Yeah, and it is really having that pressure across the board for every single one. Can NRX Blackfire stand on the pedestal along with Execration? But
Oh man, it's just really nice to see for Execration. I think this is Luki, right?
yeah,
Yeah, Luki was able to get the MVP, 2,400 damage.
5K?
Oh man, in just one game. And as you said, it's 8k damage for just game 1.
Yeah.
How about game 2 and 3?
That's just a start, right? And accumulation of every single play, every single members of Execration, they were able to accumulate around 7.7k
Yeah.
total damage to 8k total damage.
Oh,
and
man.
that's just the beginning.
Yeah, what are we gonna expect for the next game? Are they just gonna top the charts just because of this great performance from game 1? Because honestly, I expect that that's gonna happen.
Yeah, Luki Skywalker. I mean, who can beat him?
It's so funny. It's just so funny. We're referencing that today. But everybody, that's just game 1. I hope we have some different references for game 2 though.
Now let's talk about what happened coming in from that map 1, because this will set the tone coming into map number 2. From map number 1, it was seen that Execration actually wanted and favored Sunflower Shopping Mall
Yeah.
in that initial drop point, and then the safe zone came across on the northeast part of the map. So there are a lot of situations where in Execration could get a lot of loots, specifically towards the bridges and also
Yeah.
Carnival, that they could come across and build their shields and gears.
Yeah, they were really so far away, right? During that early start of the game, even Powerhouse was so far away from the zone from the start. And most of the squads that really survived in the end were the squads that were far away from the zone early on.
Yeah, it was actually such an interesting point that
Yeah.
we mentioned, because C8E, this is what we've talked about a while ago. There was no one that controlled Power Tree Station,
Yeah.
the Iris Ranch, and even Carnival, so they had all the access to these locations to loot.
Yeah, and what's really funny about that last game too is that everybody was finding a way to get a second place finish, because it's like 1v1v1v3. It's a good thing that Powerhouse was able to power through during that second game, or rather first game.
And now let's see if that could happen again. Is Execration going to be the top one here once more in map 2 as we jump into Sunset City here in Group B?
They're gonna stay in the same area. Execration still going to Sunflower Shopping Mall, because whatever happens, they can still rotate wherever they need to.
Yeah, and looking at this now, it's more of a scattered drop points across the board for all of these teams, but Execration once again, favorite drop, Sunflower Shopping Mall.
Yeah, they're still in Sunflower Shopping Mall, so it's still going to be a good spot for them. Let's take a look at Powerhouse. Powerhouse still in construction down at Sunflower Shopping Mall. It's a good thing that during the early game, they didn't get eliminated by Execration early on.
Yeah, because if they did, you just have to say goodbye,
Yeah.
relocate, and look to struggle across every single journey across the final zone. Because that's the thing, yes,
Yeah.
you have that opener with a respawner to go aggressive. But once you do, you lose all your items.
I want to see what amount of points they had during that first game, though. Because of the amount of damage, amount of kills that they had for Execration, what is the end goal here for Execration? Are they just going to put it up there so that no squad could top them?
Yeah, and what will these teams, what these other teams have to do to be able to beat them down and eliminate them?
Yeah.
Because that will be, or should be, their priority, because at this point, Execration is just going to mow every single team that they come across.
Are we going to see the Power Man, Luki Skywalker, as we said? Are we going to see him again with a Rhino on his hand to work and hit all those shots?
And of course, is strong with Luki Skywalker.
Hey.
Let's see. MWI1 though, now having a fight on top of Tin Man with a EMP, denying that engage, but Blackfire, Jay matches, going down one, but one more left standing on top of the building. Will be able to go down with 1 HP left standing, but pushes him down. Jay will be able to eliminate 2.
A prickly win with a porcupine. That was just great. And we have most wanted to done.
EMP not gonna reach as Jay eliminates 1 more.
Yeah, Rora got eliminated again. I mean, that's the early game. Still have some respawners up. Blackfire again, just putting themselves in Tin Man Industrial. This is our zone. Nobody's gonna stop us from taking this.
Yeah, Blackfire once again. I think this is one of the teams that we mentioned a while ago to be that has that potential, right? That has that potential to be able to match against Execration. And now can Blackfire fit that expectation?
Yeah, are they gonna be able to do that for this next game? They really need to put themselves out there. They are the second placers, at least on this group, so they would need to. They are the best bet of winning against Execration.
Yeah, because it's not just about the name. It's all about the history as well. How they did, how they performed back in ACC. This is a known team, a familiar team in Farlight 84.
Very well known. And also, during the last week, they also had a great performance. It's just unfortunate that they were able to get the podium finish during week 1. But again, they are just going to redeem themselves during this week 2.
Now we'll see if that can occur, if that could happen. But looking at the first safe zone that we have seen already, it is towards Tin Man Industrial, right? So a lot of expectations on the line that they could come across onto other islands, especially squad number 5, as they are a bit over on the southeasternmost part of the map.
What is that? 14 points on the last game, Infinity. How are you going to chase those 14 points?
And that's just map 1.
Oh man, how about map 2 and 3? They're just going to rack up some points, but now fight's happening.
Sherry has beaten down one member. Exy goes down across in the south part of Power Tree Station, and I think that's just a split of the team to just scout around, get information. Unfortunately, they lost a life, and if ever it comes down to it, CAT could definitely go for 4v3.
Yeah, they can still just plant themselves here at Power Tree Station, because when the zone is still close to your side, you don't really need to move around. But most of the squads, look at this. A lot of squads are already placed themselves in Power Tree Station, and this is not a good sign, because if they stay here, they're going to be out of resources later.
Yeah, and on top of that, there are 3 squads that is in the vicinity. And the first team that will be matching on top of each other is CAD up against 2TPV on a long-range distance. It's a hill over the buildings. Let's see if Raid can finish them through.
They still have some ultimate team. The shots are rather ready.
The scans are there. Information has been provided. War Spider jumps across. The absolute gravity, hoping to deny it. Now the EMP brought out as well. Vision Erosion denies that eyes coming from 2TPV, and that will enable CAD to put them down. Now they have the members' advantage. One goes down once more. It is a 3v2.
Yeah.
2 members inside the building having their sights on it, and Raid will not be able to punish. And that will be 2TPV who bounces back. 2v2. And now from the right flank, there is no chance. There is no life. It's CAD who wins it.
Sherry, but NRGW are coming in.
This is the problem. This is what we talked about. Third Party Central on top of Power Tree Station. And it is NRGW. He eats them alive.
Akissa is now out, and Sherry needs to run away. Squad 9 knows that the fight is breaking out on the top side of the map, but they don't want any piece of that fight. Sherry loses. He's going to be out.
Stuck on the corner, behind a rock, behind the hard place. They cannot hide. And NRGW wins it with 4 kills to the squad's name.
The end of it, and NRGW was able to get the orange armors just because of that fight. Third party went in, get some armors. Now they have the resources, and this is what we're saying. Staying on the same zone with like 4 squads, you're gonna lose a lot of resources, but you have a lot to gain.
Really, really scary, if I say so myself, because it's just really a feast if ever it comes down to a lot of these teams, a lot of these squads stacking on top of each other.
Just feast and famine, not feast or
Ooh,
famine. That's why.
right.
Yeah, in here in Powerhouse, we still have them waiting for the next. Oh, they have the loadout. They have the supply drop, so that's going to be good for them. They have some rhinos now on their side, so that could potentially be one big advantage once they fight back against other squads.
And we've seen the power of Rhino in Group A, and in map number 1 has a lot of potential to change the tides of each and every single engage with the AoE damage and the potential to break those shields in an instant.
Yeah, let's see if ever Blackfire could potentially get some resources back at Riverview Park. Everybody's just getting some shields. So far, it's been really quiet during this game. Only like 2 squads have been taken off of the map now. But considering that it's a really narrow zone with a lot of buildings, not a lot of kills are happening.
Not a lot of kills indeed. I think this is the time wherein a lot of these teams want to go patient.
Yeah, and Rocket,
Execration was really aggressive. You have to play
where are they?
You have to play a bit more patient.
Yeah, I want to see where they are right now. The zone is closing, the first zone is out. These partners are going to be out of the game, so it's time for the other squads to really go back in. Oh wait, Sato, okay, they're still really continuing. Right there on the bottom right side of our map, there's a lot of squads that are going to be frozen.
Yeah, and X team is gonna beat them pretty soon. If ever Execration wants to fight, they could. But we'll see if they want to.
Yeah. If ever that happens, let's see if Powerhouse would be able to see them. Red zone on this side of the map. Because there's too much squads here on this side. Tinman Industrial, they need to really plant themselves in. But Squad 11 are really stopping the other squad from eliminating them.
There we go, Divulge is there. A signal to go in. They have information. And Execration now goes in for the incendiary.
Yeah.
And now with absolute gravity as well, cancelled by the EMP.
Oh,
but
does he
still, it
chase
is
down?
Blue who shoots them down out from the window. Blue! How can you do this? Rendition, win it through.
Let's call him Red because he's bloodthirsty this game. He got 2 out of the get-go. And with that, he wants to get for more.
Oh, the support, 2v1, no escape. Nothing can beat them, Execration.
This might be able to beat them. Virus is down! Got taken off!
What a play. It was such a momentous moment from this team, but Virus got eliminated. Motel was the death of them.
NRG took them off. And that's what I'm saying. Whenever we play our games, Infinity, Motel, we don't want to go there because that's where we get eliminated every time.
It is the center of Sunset City.
Oh,
it comes
man.
across with a bridge as well. Every single point wants to come across this location and get a lot of these loots, get a lot of these shields, right?
Ah, that's sad. In some presets of the map, they have shield XPs there. That's why sometimes people really go there because on some presets, 3 shields are there. Easily gonna get taken.
Yeah, it was a really unfortunate Execration. And I mean,
They have
this-
40 points anyway.
This is one of the strategies that we talked about in the past, right? How a lot of these teams could just wait for opposing squads to just fight against each other first before they go in.
Chance for the other squads to win. That's a good thing here for the squads. We have been talking about during game 1 that who would eliminate Execration, and now we have an answer. NRGW eliminated them.
Could definitely be. Is this just a chance, or is this their power that they're showing? NNM4 is now on Motel. Will this be another death of another squad?
Oh, let's see. NNF4 under the Motel. Squad 2 and Squad 8 already saw it, and they know that they're in the area. They still have some shield XP that they can use if ever they need it. NNM4 looking to ACC Boulevard, and Squad 3 is where it's at, and they're going to be beating each other later on.
Yeah, Squad 3 really close into this location that NNM4 is on. However, Salah has to get those shields back and running. Has to get those
Blackfire.
shields reset.
Okay, Blackfire is going to be seeing NRGW, and that's going to be the fight.
And they're going in for the fight. The long range engage is there. Can't see it so far, but yeah.
They
this
didn't continue the
really-
fight. What? Okay, they just saw each other and they, yeah, let's just have a handshake. Let's just run away and maybe get the last zone.
No, they're just there to say hi, hello, say their greetings for now,
Yep.
and potentially meet at the end.
Hello, then bang. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Here comes Sherry. Oh!
Eliminated with a blink of an eye. We didn't even see it.
Got eliminated. Now Blackfire fighting against NRGW.
Divulge is there. Information provided. But War Spider on the hands of NRGW relocates, gets vision, and gets control. Or gets cover, rather.
Yeah.
To be more specific, they do not want to fight Tinman Industrial. We're in a lot of these teams, and Squad 2 has in control of that POI.
Yeah, NRG needs to really run away from this. But again, this is a really great spot already because they're in the edge of the zone, which is a good thing. And they also have a bridge that they need to go through. Fight happening.
Powerhouse now going in for the fight. EMP, perfect! Absolute gravity is there. EMP canceled against each other. And now it is Powerhouse who has to go for the reset.
Rhino
No more
shots.
shields. And Rhino shots, one down for PRHS. And now they push in, but Sela got eliminated right out of the get-go. For one-for-one trade coming in for the long-range distance. And an M4 fighting up against Powerhouse, going in for the push. Resets
no.
coming in. Kina and CG.
Clear got taken down. Here comes Blackfire.
Is there on the sidelines, and now Blackfire, as you stay with a springboard, pushes through. Cypher is there with a scan. Could
this is not
potentially get
good.
information up against the opposing side. Now pushing in 4v3 or 4v4 We'll see how
Oh!
Powerhouse will be able to do
What
this
is this
as Sunil goes on top of the building, goes for the reset for now as they are safe.
Kai's gonna survive just because of that. And now nobody got killed on this. I mean, most of their members got killed, but at least they survived for another day.
Yeah, NNM4, look at NNM4. Pabi is searching, Pabi is hiding.
Bobby's gonna see him. Deja Vu's here. Okay, I think it's gonna be dead.
Unfortunate
Wait, what?
for NNM4. You can't do this. You just can't, please.
He's still alive!
Please.
Oh my, no. He's gonna stay alive, Infinity. I think that's at least a good thing. He prayed to his gods and it worked.
Oh my gosh, he just can't do this. NNM4 still alive, still in the game.
What do you call that? Their vision relies on movement, and he's not moving. That's why he survived.
The man who can't be moved.
Oh yeah. No, that's different. That's
Oh,
okay.
that is
But
that-
that's
that
okay.
different.
Hover car on side of Blackfire. They just ran away and they just took out most of their meals. Oh man.
Just
They're-
look.
Please. It's not gonna happen. They're not gonna see him for sure.
Pabi, look behind you.
He's not gonna see it. I mean, he supposedly could see the footsteps, but because he's not moving,
There's
he
no
doesn't see
footsteps.
there's no footsteps. Yeah.
Right? Absolutely insane coming from NNM4. Securing potential top 3, top 2 by just standing around on the hill.
Zero remorse, no remorse on what they did because of that. Tinman Industrial is where it's at. The middle of the zone is going to be an ACC bully park down out there. Have some information, they're going to see where they are.
And now Powerhouse has information. But Pabi can do the same thing. Absolute guarantee. And
shot.
EFT rather goes through. No more jetpack. And they just have to run. You have nowhere to go to but to the ground. And now it is Blackfire who dominates once more. 3 squads remain.
What's great here is that they have no more ultimates in like 2 minutes. That's going to be a good time for the other squads to win this. Remember, we still have NRGW, and they are the squad to look at this game.
Look at NNM4. He's still alive.
Yeah.
He's swimming.
Squad 2 and Squad 3 wanting to get the first place finish this game. But again, as we said, zero remorse. No remorse and just hiding on that spot. Right there, down on Tinman Industrial. And he's still surviving. He might get a second place finish here.
Oh. We have the sides coming in from Blackfire.
Oh.
Could be the potential engage as they are looking.
Red armor though on NRGW. They're the ones who eliminated Exploration a while ago. That's a good thing for them. They could potentially finish first here.
1 straggler. 4 members for NRGW. 4 members coming in from Blackfire as well.
Oh. Okay, they're on the river. They have a bridge that could, oh man, this is gonna be hard. As long as Kino is still alive, he is just gonna second place finish this. I mean, even with just 1 kill on their squad, it's still something for their squad, denying the second place finish for the other squad. Now, Blackfire and NRGW are just fighting with the river just in front of them.
Yeah. Although right now the safe zone is not in favor for NNM4 for
That's
Kino
gonna be
to
bad.
be more specific.
Even Blackfire.
He has to move when 30 seconds is left, except if he wants to play on the edge of the zone.
Yeah. This is the middle of the zone that you want to be in. When there's no other squads that could look you out. There's only Blackfire looking at you and just 1 other straggler. So with the Rocket Tarantula, that just doubles the advantage.
And no more War Spider. One War Spider down for Blackfire. And this is the most unfortunate thing for Blackfire.
Yeah.
Right? Because the safe zone is on the opposite island where Squad 3 is in.
Yeah.
And NRGW doesn't have to move.
Yeah. And one good thing about this though is that Squad 2, what they can do is just traverse the bridge, but they have another bridge to look at once they do that. Now they're going to be seen here by Mac G. He can stop them from pushing.
And then the force is there.
One
Please.
more. Here's the shot. Here it comes. Delivery for their side.
And now NRGW has sights on them. Blackfire is just roaming on the zone edge of this. And now Squad
What are
3,
you gonna do?
what
There's
do
a
you have
bridge.
to do to be able to go for this. The gatekeepers, Blackfire, can you survive? No more shields for Pabi.
Pabi super low. This is going to be bad. Blackfire needs to recuperate. They need some shields back up. And Pabi might die in the process.
Goes for the reset for now. He's still safe, but the zone is closing in. They have to move. Jay is roaming around. No more hits, shooting him down.
What a great spot for NRG. They can win this.
NNM4 is gone. This is the last 2 squads. It is a 4v4.
They're in the zone.
But
they could die.
Blackfire is on a disadvantage on top of the bridge, fighting against each other. It's AK-77 fighting across the bridge on opposite sides. 1v1. Who wins it? Manong Wadu will not, as Pabi wins it down. And now the shield's still up for
Super low.
Blackfire to win. NRGW still has 2 members alive.
They can win this. They have the Rhino on their side though. 2 members are down and they can win with the vision erosion on their side.
Rhino shoots them above. Absolute Gravity pulls them back in.
Possible
But for
win.
now, Energy W fighting across with a long-range distance fight. You have Blackfire with level 5 shields, or 3 members rather, with level 5 shields that could go for the reset. And if NRGW doesn't go in now, they won't be at a massive disadvantage.
3v2. 1 more member is going to be taken down. Sam is the last one standing. Blackfire could win this.
They're pushing in, they have the information, and there's no escape. Sam goes out of the building, but how long can you run? As Jan goes for the push, goes into the building, Rhino's away, no more shields.
One more
and
shot!
Sam
Wait!
goes to the second floor.
Surviving.
1 more
Fine.
HP.
That
The
shot.
Blackfire wins it all.
Deja Vu ends it, and that is going to be a great win from the side of Blackfire in a disadvantageous position. They were able to win back against NRGW. Great decision making from this squad.
Yeah, it was amazing to watch. It was a lot of patience and a lot of methodical play. They scattered across for Blackfire,
Yep.
but that went in favor often. It was the opposing side who focused on the bridge while the others comes across on the riverbed.
Yeah, one of the things that was great about that is, as you said, they scattered around, they fought 1v1s for 1v1s, and they won it. When they won the 1v1, sorry, that is the win that they needed, and that was the reason why they won against NRGW.
Yeah, it was insane how Blackfire won that. And NNM4, I gotta tip my hats on to them.
They just died to the zone.
Yeah, you just have to stand to win.
Honest, that was honest work that I've seen there.
Yeah, and it was hard work as well.
Yeah, that's true. He had to stay there in place. It's hard to stay in place, everybody. So that's why it's a great spot to be in. Getting the 3rd place finish, getting some points out of that, that's already good enough. But Blackfire and NRGW, even without Execration in the mix, good performance.
Yeah, it was insane, and I love these kind of moments, those pressure points coming in from the final zone. The danger zone is closing in.
Yep.
They have to move. How can you adapt to those kind of situations?
How are they going to be able to win during the next one, though? As long as Execration is still alive on Game 3, that could potentially be the game changer or game tipper to the side of Execration. Execration has 40 points during the last game. Is this game able to follow through with them having more points against Execration?
Yeah, is this top 1 finish for NRX Blackfire will be able to match that 40 points that Execration was able to get? And that is still not in consideration of the points they were able to accumulate in map 2.
Let's see if that's going to happen, everybody. But we still are going to look to the highlights. Let's see what happened during that game.
Mission Impossible, the quest against all odds. NRX Blackfire, the story reset for them to be able to match up against Execration in this map, in this group. And so they did.
It's still a constant trend. Whenever you're in the center of the blast zone, you're potentially going to have a lot more chances of losing. Even when there wasn't a lot of teams to fight against Blackfire, against all odds was able to win.
Yeah, it was crazy, especially across and going into that final moment. NNM4 was just hiding on the sidelines. Blackfire was fighting up against NRGW.
Yeah.
It was such a chaotic but amazing and fun thing to see.
Yeah, it's a good thing that they knew that everybody's gonna be scattered around, and Jay, the man, was able to win the fight. The first 1v1 that we've seen that game, and he was able to win it.
Yeah, it was phenomenal coming in from Jay. NRX Blackfire, they're really just up there. And now the big question is how much NRX Blackfire was able to accumulate when it
Yeah.
comes to points, because
That's what I
40
wanna know.
points in map 1 cannot be easily be overcome.
Chased, yeah,
Chased.
overcome, yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be the problem here. How is this gonna change the face of Game 3? Because with Execration having 40 points during the last game, and I think they got like 7 kills during this game before they got eliminated, so at least that's 47 plus the placement points. But Blackfire was able to get first place, getting 10 plus kills. That's not enough, I think.
Yeah, might
If
be
you ask
not
me.
enough,
Yeah.
might be there. We don't know. But the thing
Yeah.
is, what I'm sure of is that the last game, the last map would be all stakes on the line. Because
Yep.
the thing is, yes, Blackfire got the top 1 from map number 2, and they got top 3 coming in from map number 1. But in map 2,
Yeah.
Execration was on the half bottom of the list.
Yeah, and that's just really minuscule amount of points for that. But again, this could potentially tip the toes and decide of Blackfire, if ever, for the next game, more chances of winning for them. Because the safest way for you to get into tomorrow's finals is to get at least a top 3.
100%, because top 3, I mean, last week, right, from what we have seen in
4-4-4-3.
in the semifinals,
Yeah.
yeah, it was 4 teams coming in from Group A, Group C, Group D, and then 3
teams in B, yeah.
in Group B. So more or less, getting those top 3 across every single group would net you a little bit more of a push coming into the
Yeah,
weekly
at least it's
finals.
safer to just get a top 3. Because if you get a top 4, you have a chance to get eliminated. So at least be safe. So for now, we have a lot of teams to look at. And let's take a look at the next game.
I'm absolutely excited and looking forward to this, the final map of Group B as we jump into Sunset City.
Yeah, and we already have Blackfire back in where they are. Basically their habitat, which is in Tinman Industrial. They won the fight a while ago against MWI1. So now, are they gonna win it again?
Yeah, and Execration once again, same exact drop from map 1 and map 2. Sunflower Shopping Mall is their drop point. It's
Yeah.
their favorite, it's their active practice map drop point, and so far it has netted them a lot of benefit from map number 1. Would this be the same thing for map 3?
Look at Eternity Asia and also Sherry Esports fighting on Nova Planetarium. That's the first time I've seen Eternity Asia going there against Sherry. They don't want Sherry to be confident, or at least be confident on that area.
Because the thing is, CAT from map 2 and map 1 has just full control over that location, over
Top
that
left
POI.
side of the map, right?
Right, and no one else just set up their plays onto that point of the map. So
Yeah.
denying them of that freedom and denying them of that leeway to just roam around and loot on those POIs is going to be really important if they want to remove that potential risk of C8E meeting them later on.
Yeah, and something I'm seeing from the past games, especially when it comes to EMP shops, right? Even the Vision Erosion, I've seen a lot of Vision Erosion getting cancelled just because of that EMP shock, and that's something that you need to think about whenever you use the Vision Erosion. Are you in the EMP shock area or are you not?
Yeah, and I remember one of the statements that you've made in the past, that who EMPs first
Yeah.
will lose in a Cypher matchup.
And that's why for this game they need to really be aware of the cooldowns, the use of their ultimates, because when it comes down to it, an EMP could potentially take down every ultimate in the game.
Yeah, and so far so good. No one wants to get bloodthirsty early into the game, maybe bloodlust later on towards the end of the map 3. But it's a lot of patience game. It's a lot of stalemate that we're looking at for all these teams. As we mentioned a while ago, it's all stakes on the line for every single one.
I'm pretty sure NRG is frustrated from that last game just because they had Execration down to the bottom. They are the ones who eliminated Execration that game, but they weren't able to get that podium finish in the end.
They have them in their fists, but unfortunately, it was NRX Blackfire
Yeah.
who got their fist back.
Yeah, man, that's why this is the time for them, even for Blackfire, to get themselves out there. Now, Execration, are they gonna top it out? Are they gonna play it safe? I wish we see them on that last zone.
Yeah, and what I'm looking forward into is if NRX Blackfire and Execration meet.
Yeah, that's gonna be. Oh, they haven't met yet. So that's what I mean. During the first game, they did.
They did.
But we know who won.
Yeah, it was Execration who was built that 5 level or 4 level 6 shields.
Yep.
It was just gear difference. Well, I could say mechanical skill.
Yeah,
that
maybe.
has shown power as well
Yeah.
into the equation.
Early fight though. Blackfire, powerhouse.
We'll see. Powerhouse now getting the hologram guy coming in
Oh,
from
gravity.
This is a signal for them to go in. Extra damage and extra movement speed. Double gives them the advantage, and our ex-Blackfire, who loses on this fight, or rather wins this
My
fight.
man, Fnatic for Blackfire getting a win with a shotgun, and that's Powerhouse just running away with the hover car because they know that they lost that fight. Chips!
Oh! Instant fight, instant. Go out of the vehicle to shoot the enemy team down, and Powerhouse still got their trade back.
Take them down. That's what they want to do.
The respawner is still available though, so that is a little bit of a benefit, rather, or the silver lining from that engage, but we'll see if they're gonna pursue for more kills and for more engage.
Yeah.
Deja vu!
Oh,
We'll win it!
Deja Vu also from that last game was able to eliminate most of the members of Most Wanted Vitas, and now he's doing the same thing.
So far, so good. Coming in from NRX Blackfire, and they're just going back, but shot from behind. They have to get cover.
Yeah, they still have to farm back up Infinity, so it's still really great for them to just run away, play it safe so that we don't need to get most of our items
They're
back. Deja Vu being
pushing.
chased!
War Spider gives extra movement speed, and Rora roars up against Blackfire.
That's gonna be the end of it, and now Most Wanted Vitas still have Powerhouse to look at. Gonna be fighting toe to toe. Still not the end of it. They still have the War Spiders.
War Spider jumps across EMP, no jetpack.
No
They have to go
springboards.
into the War Spider to relocate, but Chim's still alive. They're still alive, but not for long, as long shots coming in from their backs hits them down and knocks them out.
Zero Remorse is also in the area. That's a lot of fights happening. Infinity, Squad 7, Squad 8, and even Squad 2 fighting in this area in Todd's Hot Rod.
Rora has vision onto NNM4, but for now will not go for the engage because he has to support his teammates. A fight across all fronts. They have to prioritize one or another, and now one falls down to the side of MWT1.
You know what? This is still not done because Most Wanted did not still alive. Zero Remorse.
Going for the shots, but jetpacks through, not enough to go above to safety. And now it is Most Wanted because who will be able
Not
to
done.
shoot the opposing side, but not for long, as two members will fall down.
Here comes Execration. They want to dip their toes in this fight.
This is really the optimal situation for them because the opposing side has been damaged. No more resets. Execration hunts, and they will win.
Respawners is still up, Infinity, and that is Execration. How long did that fight happen? It was still not done. They still have their Respawners, and they're just going back and back in this general area in Todd's Hot Rod, and that just gave 6 kills on the board for Execration, but the other squad, Zero Remorse, still has a lot more kills.
And yeah, how far Execration has went. Sunflower shopping
until here.
mall until Todd's Hot Rod.
That's so far. That's so far for Execration, but now they're thirsty for the kills. And as I said, Zero Remorse has 8 kills on the board just because of those fights that happened a while ago, Blackfire.
Zhejiang goes down. Deja Vu receiving a lot of damage from the backside. A shotgun to the back is not what you want. White Dwarf to finish him off.
Is that them done? Is Blackfire going to be taken down? They still have some respawners up them.
A bit too early, a bit too early. This is not something that Blackfire wants.
Yeah, they still haven't been taken down. They still have some armors on their side, orange armors on the side of X team. Deja Vu might be still alive, but most of their members already used their respawns a while ago. So they still have one member on the map, Squad 2 still alive. At least one member is still alive, running away from this area.
And in M4's game, I mean, it is their strategy from the past. Xinjiang can use it once again.
Okay, here it comes. X team shows themselves this game. 3 kills on the board, not that big, but at least they got a takedown on Blackfire, which are the teams to beat during game 2.
Yeah, now we have set the safe zone in through. It is Rush and Tan. We have X team.
Yep.
In the safe zone already, but on the flip side, in Todd's Hot Rod, it
man.
is Execration still controlling this POI.
They just need to stay here because most of the members of the squads that fought in Todd's Hot Rod are gonna try to revive their teammates, and Execration are just taking kills per kills just because they're staying here and waiting for the revives to happen.
Yeah, and Execration is thinking, you know what, we lost in map number 2. We have to get back in map number 3, and so far 7 kills already in the early beginning of this game. It's crazy.
That's a team to look at. X team has orange armors on all their members. They can get red armor soon. So they are the squads that we need to look at if they are gonna stay until the last zone.
That's just the beginning, because now they are also bloodthirsty. They want to go for these fights. They know that NRGW has relocated somewhere across the bridge. And now you have Hologram Guide along with Absolute Gravity looking into the bottom of the bridge. Has sights onto Sam. Won't be able to go back into cover, but it's not for long as he is in the water. And EST shoots him across.
Oh, so dead in the waters for the side of NRGW. They want to be eliminated, and X team are looking for kills around the map. There's still one member still alive on their team.
That is the final hope for NRGW, but so far it is X Team and CG who keeps on dominating.
First place finishers and second place finishers shooting game 2. They are now down to their last players, and this is not a good spot to be in. Maybe it's good for X Team and also Execration.
But look at Squad 9, Squad 10. There's a lot of teams in the vicinity, and X Team wants a bit of that as well.
Yeah, it's a fight still, but Squad 8 is in the area too. Share Esports still looking for them to get a win during this game. They're still looking to prove themselves during this week too.
The red zone is just around the corner, so they know that there is someone there. Has sights on them. War Spider goes away. You have the Absolute Gravity, pulls them back in, but Absolute Gravity answers back with another pull up against 2TPV. We'll see who wins it, but one man falls down from ET1Y, and 2TPV pounds.
Are gonna win this fight, and they're still not ending because there's still another squad in the area. Eternity Asia is on the sides, and 2TPV wants to win this one. War Spiders and XC, he's gonna be exiting this fight.
It is a 1v4 that is his safest option to fight up against 2TPV, because if he doesn't, his squad is eliminated.
Is getting eliminated. Look at the kill feed. Oh no, most of their members are taken down, and they're out of the game because of Execration with the fight. And there's still one member. Akis is the last one.
Execration is still on the hunt right now.
Sherry's done. Sherry's dead. And now Execration just got the win there. They have 13 kills on the board. They want revenge from game 2.
This is definitely the redemption coming in from Execration from map number 2. We have to redeem ourselves into map 3, and so they do so far. 13 kills already, as you stated. And now XC will give them information, could add to the kill numbers of Execration.
Yeah, X Team is a team to look at. If someone needs to win against Execration, it's going to be X Team. It's going to be a hard fight because Execration are just so fed right now. And this is the time for X Team to put their best foot forward.
That is definitely what is or could potentially happen. X Team being that X mark with the X target for Execration, as Virus and the rest of the squad goes for the push, but will not go for the pursuit, and instead relocates to the island wherein Tinman Industrial is located.
Yeah, there's a lot of bridges on the side of Tinman Industrial, but there also is a river on, or rather across most of their members. So this is going to be good for Execration to just stay here in this general area and Todd Hot Rod, because even if people go in here, it's a safe spot. There's a lot of buildings, but NNM4, Zero Remorse, got the kill on MWI1.
It was phenomenal. NNM4 hunted them down.
What?
ET1Y XC
Got a finishing kill?
kill.
What? Okay, that's good. I mean, one player just got one other rat in the game.
Yeah, you know what? Rats hunt rats.
No, they don't.
They don't?
No. I'm joking, but yeah, sometimes in the wild, yes, they do.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at this game, Infinity, because
Absolutely.
right now, moving on, we have the standings from the last game. Blackfire super close.
Yeah, and the thing is, Blackfire,
And even NRG.
having one member left, I believe.
NRG 2 has only one member left.
Yeah,
What are they going to do?
It's basically Execution's game
Oh,
here on
man.
forward.
I mean, at least they got the top one. The important part is who's going to get top 4 in this game.
Definitely would be so, to go and secure themselves a spot into the top 15 for the weekly finals. But for now, everyone's playing patiently. This is what we've mentioned a while ago when it comes to the second to the last zone.
Yeah.
That everyone wants to step back a bit.
Here it comes. Tinman Industrial is where the last zone is just gonna converge on, and most of the members on all of the squads are already traversing this. And Virus, look at this. The last member, EO from Powerhouse. He's the last member standing, and he's outside. He's close to the zone. He's gonna stay alive.
If that hover car goes down, it will bring down another member with him.
Yeah, Virus. Oh no. is gonna do a whole pandemic for EO. Oh man, he's on the really at the edge of the zone and he stays alive.
There's just no cure to virus. There's just no cure. There's no treatment. And now it is Powerhouse having to relocate as the danger zone is beneath him.
Yeah.
The defender will not be able to shoot him down, and Powerhouse still in the game.
Man, Powerhouse wants to get another second place finish like what they did during game 1. And now within the middle of the zone is where Execration is. And that is where everybody's looking at. But it's a really good spot for Execration because they were here on that same spot during game 1 and they were able to win it in the end. As long as they get red armors, they're gonna be more and more confident.
Yeah, now the unfortunate part about NNM4 is that they're fighting up against every single team with 3 members left. Execration though, receiving a lot of damage coming in from the top of the buildings as they move across and relocate over the hills.
Yeah, where's X Team? I'm looking for X Team. Are they out of the game already? I'm not seeing them across the map, but this is gonna be the chance. 2TPV could potentially fight against them. Execration coming in.
Livevolt gets in.
Rhino shot!
Execration! Luki Skywalker! The force is with you and you do it and you use it to take those
Forceful!
wins. And 2TPV wanting to run and wanting to hide as Psycho is just wanting to retreat, but is that enough for you to go back to safety? As that will be the 6th squad that will be eliminated. 5 squads remain.
Luki was able to get another great Rhino shot in, and that eliminated most of their members on 2TPV. What are they gonna do now that they're close onto the bridge? A great POI for everybody. They are planted on the houses right here, but Zero Remorse is also in the area and also NRGW, but they're looking at most of the members of Execration and they could converge on this spot.
Mick, you're not in a situational or favorable spot
Mick.
rather, and now he will receive the zone damage. He
Mick's gonna get
has to
damaged.
move. He will get eliminated if he stays for long.
Virus is looking at him, so he can't just dash in because Virus is waiting. Mick
He
could get taken
falls.
down. Oh no!
He falls, he's gone. I mean, that is just
There's X Team. Okay.
that's just the safest option.
Yeah.
It's either you die in the zone or give a kill and damage to
The
Execration.
only good thing about this, though, great advantage on the position when it comes to X Team. They are across the river, and that is where the zone is. So now, Execration needs to go on the bridge. They're gonna meet X Team when they're super low. This might be their chance.
We'll see if this could happen for them. Is it in their favor?
Absolute gravity!
Execration! Absolute gravity coming in from X Team and CG, and Virus is in danger. One more shield up,
He's dead.
and Virus knocks down. And now it's Rash going in the sides of the Vision Erosion as X Team gets
Lucky.
down
Oh.
one by one, but Execration falls in the end.
As we said, X Team is the squad that needs to take down Execration, and that they did. They eliminated them out of the zone. It was a great advantage for them that they're across the river in where the zone is.
It was the perfect absolute gravity coming in from Rosh.
Pulled everybody.
Everybody, and then the Vision Erosion to top it all off. So much power in the hands of X Team.
Force pull. Oh man,
Oh,
that's
wow.
crazy. Zero Remorse, now it's gonna be a 2v2 if they fight against each other. But the problem here is they're not in the zone, they're in the river. We're seeing Zero Remorse already traversing that zone. Zilla might get taken down by the zone. It's a bit too late.
The dark side, the rise of it, X Team from far away distance will be able to remove a lot of these members, but X Team only has 2 members left. If they do this, they could win it. EMP
Not
already
efficient.
from Keenog, denying that engage for now. But Rush going for the 1v1. It's a blue shield coming in
What?
from Keenog.
Yeah,
Can
the
you
dash?
bait the opposing side easily? And now goes to the 2nd floor to buy a bit more time. Goes for the reset. EMP from the opposing side as well. And an M4 is in danger. But so far so good. High ground is in favor for NNM4.
Yeah, they're just looking for it and they still have some time. The EMP shock's not hitting it. Oh no, it hit him. Now they know where he is.
It gives information against the enemy team, but the EMP, he can't jet back. And now Rhino will not connect, but the other
He's dead.
team member meets him in the window and eliminates NNM4.
What's gonna be good here is a 1v2. They don't have ultimates on this side. X Team really break advantage, and that's gonna be the absolute gravity. He's gonna push from EO, and that's gonna be it.
A signal for Powerhouse, but this is a miracle. If they win it, it's a 2v1, but X Team wins it all for map 3.
Wins it in the end. X Team, the team that we're looking forward to winning against Execration, and that they did. even though that they are on a disadvantageous position because, as we said, there was a lot of kills from Execration. That could potentially snowball in their favor when it comes to the levels, but because they didn't have red armors, they didn't have much more, X team just got them with the position advantage.
Yeah, it was phenomenal coming in from this team, and that final engage beating down Execration.
Yeah.
Lost 2 of their members, but that's enough for them to be able to still be on par up against these stragglers.
Yeah, great pull from the Absolute Gravity that was able to win them the fight together with a Rhino shot. Man, that was such a great setup from the side of X team.
Yeah, and the thing is, they were playing on zone edge. They were just
That's true.
playing on the hills as well. So really, there was nowhere to go for Execration but stick on the hills. But the problem was, Absolute Gravity pulled them in. Vision Erosion just denies that vision coming in from the opposing side as well. So there was literally no escape for XCTM.
Honestly, they had to make a decision during that time. Are they gonna cross the river on an open space, or are they gonna use the bridge? They used the bridge. Any decision that they made there could have went in favor of X team. That's why it's such a good position to be in for X team.
Yeah, it was phenomenal from X Team and CG, but what a play from across these 3 teams. I mean, every single map had different winners.
Yeah, I hope that they would be able to get a lot more out of that win. Because, I mean, if you got a win against a squad that got 40 points, that is a great flex already in itself.
Yeah, it's a feat to achieve.
Yeah, and that's what I can say is the greatest feat during this Group B fights that we've seen for today. Again, everybody, that was just crazy. All I can say that game, it's a good thing to see Execration again during Game 3, but they didn't get the win.
And once again, we saw a little bit of a variety of a showing there for the final map.
Yeah.
Like, early into the game, it's a little bit more patient. No
Yeah.
one wants to go for the fight. No one wants to go aggressive. But coming into the mid to late game, it was a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to go aggressive. Everyone wants to get those kills.
And also, early in the game, NRG and Blackfire got eliminated early. With one of their members still alive in the last zones, they can't really do much during that time. So Blackfire and NRGW just got taken down early. So what else is to look for? We had to look for somebody who could fight or pair against Execration, and X Team did just that.
Yeah, and it was their perfect bat. I mean, X Team NCG got level 5 shields already early on in the middle of the game. And then when they met NCG, I mean, rather Execration, it was just that time, that spark for them to
The
go in.
Jedis and the Siths, and in the end, X Team was able to win. Oh man, what a great performance. But let's take a look at the highlights during this game. And now we're back, and this is such a great game, Infinity. I love what happened during that game. That was X Team showing them, or at least showing their names to the world, and that was such a great performance. All I can say, I've been saying great performance since a while ago, but that was just such a great performance.
Yeah, it was literally impressive coming in from X
Oh,
Team.
that's the word I'm looking for. Impressive performance.
Yeah, it was impressive. It was amazing. It was phenomenal, to say the least. Especially that moment wherein they met Execration, and it was just Tan who carried the team on his shoulders, along with 3 of the remaining members as well for X Team that got them the win.
The EMP timing is just perfect. EMP timing together with the absolute gravity, as we said. The total of damage is going to be 1,000. I would want to see what the points is at the end of this, but for now, the MVP is going to be 10. Congratulations getting that MVP, but X Team also really great W for winning that game 3.
Yeah, and as much as we wanted to break down what happened in the X Team versus Execration moment, Execration fight, we don't have that chance and we don't have that time. But I encourage every single one of the viewers watching at home, if you look back into that map, that is something that you want to see and how they played that out.
Yeah, and also let's take a look at the redeem code FPC Week 2 for you to get 1,000 gold for 500 viewers. So claim it now. Take a look at City Key and also input FPC Week 2 in order for you to claim that. I would want to claim it right now, but I can't.
Yeah, yeah.
You want to claim it too.
I want to claim it too.
That's
but
how excited he is. He just said yeah. But again, everybody, that was such a great game. X Team, all I can say, do that again. Also, the reason why they weren't able to use their ultimates the side of Execration was because they used it on the fight in Hot Rod. They used all their ultimates and they don't have any. They were waiting for cooldowns, but the cooldowns were a bit too late.
Yeah, and that is one of the situations that we've talked about a while ago, even before the day started on the pre-show, wherein you have to conserve your ultimates because if ever
important.
Yeah, if ever it comes down to another fight, you don't have any cooldowns, you don't have any ultimates, and that just immediately brings you down into a massive disadvantage.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that everybody needs to think about, though. The cooldowns are pretty important in this game because once you use your ultimate in one fight, the next fight that you're going to use it again is in the next zone. Because in the next zone, that basically is like 2 minutes already.
Yeah.
So that's why you need to be aware of when you use the ultimate, especially on the last zones. Because if you use it on one fight, you can't use it on the last, basically the last zone.
Yeah, because in the bigger perspective, when it comes to every single ultimates across the board, it is ranging from 1 minute,
90 to
2
120
minutes,
seconds.
3 minutes, right? So there's just a lot of big range of timers that these cooldowns should require of time.
That's why you need to be careful whenever you use your ultimates. That's why it's always been a lesson, especially for a lot of our squads from this game, because it is still, again, ultimate battles. There's a lot of cooldowns in the game. The dashes also are really important to look at.
Yeah, and that is exactly why these teams also wants to play patiently towards that latter part of the game.
Because for sure, if it's like 3 squads in the end, the only time that you're going to use that ultimate is if you fight another squad. Then the last squad is just going to wait for their ultimates, then fight against you.
It's just teams stacking on top of each other. Who goes last pretty much also takes the win. It's not always the case.
Yeah.
It's not always the case, but it gives you a lot more probability to win.
Yeah, I love the development of the game, especially for most of the tournaments that we're having. Before, everybody's just fighting, but now everybody's been a bit slower compared to before. The meta is changing a bit because people have been very patient because they're aware that if you get the placement points, it's still good. You also need to get a lot of kills, and in the last zone, the best way to go about it is to be patient.
Yeah, and it's just the difference of calculations of points now that forces these teams as well to not only go with the rat strategy, with the straggle strategy, across the beginning up until the very end.
Yeah, and it's super important for them to go for it. But now let's take a look at the team rankings. I'm excited for it.
Top 1, as expected, it will be Execration.
75 points?
75 points, and that is due to the fact that they reached 48 kills with 13.5k damage.
Highest damage so far, right? And X Team was able to get the top 2. They topped down Blackfire and also Rebuild just from that win.
Look at the point standings across the top 5 teams in this group.
Oh man!
48 for Powerhouse, 48 for NRG, L Rebuild, 49 for NRX, Blackfire, X Team got 50 points, and 75 for Execration.
This is going to be frustrating if ever NRGW won't be able to get in just because X Team won that last game. Oh my, that's crazy. And now Execration for sure, they're going to be back tomorrow on the finals. But this last 4, or rather the top 4 squad NRGW, we're still not sure yet.
Yeah, and I believe that to be one of the top most accumulated overall points so far from Group A and Group B.
Also the highest damage for Execration. That's 13k damage. The last one from our last game was 11k.
No, 13K.
13K.
flat, Yeah.
Okay, so 13.5 is the highest damage. At least
Yeah, it's-
we talked about how they got 8K during
Mhm.
game 1, but they didn't get it like 15, maybe 16.
And I think it would be much more if map 2 was not such
Yeah.
a detriment
If
for
map 2 could have been better for them, could have been a better position. I mean, it's the best position already, in this group at least.
Yeah.
But getting that is a big statement too.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter at this point. They got the win, they got the top one, and surely getting 75 points would not negate you in coming into weekly finals.
I'm happy already with that, if that was me. But again, everybody, what a great game for today. But the gap between the points, right? 75 points and minus
50.
25, 50. Yeah,
Yeah.
50 for X team. But getting them on the second place was also a surprising thing for me because of that one win, they got themselves in the second place.
Yeah, clutch them up into the second place. Amazing stuff coming in from Group D. And you know what? This is just the start of Week 2 semifinals, and this is already so much of intensity
Yeah.
right out of the get-go, and we still have 2 groups to
Yeah,
come through.
Group C and Group D. But I think we do have another one to look forward to. Another team is going to be interviewed after this from the Tagalog broadcast. So yeah, you guys just wait for it. I'm excited what team is going to be interviewed.
Yeah, is
Who do
it
you think is going to be interviewed? Execration.
Execution most probably?
Yeah,
right?
most probably. So I hope that Execration gets interviewed and we would need to really hear their thoughts because those games, Game 1 and Game 3, were just so good. But so far, during Game 3, I thought that was close for them. But because X team was able to foil their plans, it was the end of it. And Game 2 could have been better.
Yeah, and definitely now, looking back and calling back from what we have discussed a while ago when it comes to the patterns of these heroes,
Yeah.
it is just utility meta.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of utilities, Absolute Gravity, EMP Shocks have been good. But what's good is the streams. Take a look at the streams, everybody, on YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, and also on our Twitch. Take a look at that, share it to your friends, or if you want to join the FPC, open qualifiers next week again. So if you want to see yourself in this links, or even to see yourself in the live stream, might as well just join the open qualifiers.
100%. If you want more updates, what is already the ranked leaderboards from week to week? Who
Yeah.
was able to qualify into the weekly finals or the knockout stages sooner after in the following weeks?
Maybe your
Do
next-
stay tuned.
Yeah, maybe your team is the next Execration or the next Elite Extreme 1. So let's take a look at that, everybody. I'm excited for everybody who's going to join for the coming weeks because so far, teams that are new, like I'm surprised if we have not seen an ACC. I'm always surprised whenever we have new teams on board because it's always exciting to have like that wild card in our games.
100%. And storylines that can be made out of these new teams, these aspiring teams that can beat down these dominant gods in Farlight 84 is such an amazing thing to watch.
Yeah, God's bleed, as they say.
Yeah.
Let's take a look, everybody. We're just going to be taking a short break after this. So we're going to take a short break. See you guys in just a bit. welcome back, everybody. We have an interview for you, so let's be ready because I am excited. Who's going to be interviewed? I want to know too.
I want to know as well. I mean, that performance coming in from Group B, a lot of these teams performed really, really amazing.
Yeah.
So,
It's going to be a surprise, at least.
Yeah.
The Tagalog broadcast is at the ready for us, if ever who's going to get interviewed for today. But again, great performances from our teams for today.
yeah, 100%. And how Execration was able to get the top one across the whole group.
Yeah.
NRX Blackfire also performing in NAP 2.
Yeah.
And you also have X Team in
Yeah.
NAP number 3.
Yeah, next team even just performing clutch to get that second place finish on this whole group. So I hope it would be enough for them to get, I mean, it's enough for sure, at least the top 3, but the top 4 NRGW is the one lying in the brink of destruction
Yeah.
for this group.
And the thing is, from what we have seen in the point standings in Group B, there was really, really close point allocations.
Yeah.
75-50, that was only the massive difference. But after that, you have 50, then 49, 48, 48.
Oh, Grace.
It's
Yeah.
really, really close.
That's a lot of close points for most of our squad. So I hope we see them again tomorrow in our next games.
Yeah, 100%. I want to see them, how they would perform across the best teams in Group A. You have MCG, Oasis, a lot of these teams that has performed tip-top shape in Group A.
Yeah.
Like, what would happen?
Still have Group C and Group D. I'm excited to see what's going to happen for the other squads fighting for their chance, or at least fighting for their place, because we still have Ghost Reborn and the other squads that we have right here, and even Nows for Group C and Group D. But again, everybody, we're going to go to the interview right now. We're going to throw you back to the Filipino broadcast to watch the interview.
Dito sa ating naging series ngayon. Pero kompleto pala sila magtatropa ngayon here sa Execration. So kaway-kaway muna sa inyo. Hello sa inyo, Execration!
Para sweaty pa.
Oo,
Sweaty
sweaty
pa.
pa.
Oh, mga nag-pictorial pa yan kahapon. Nakita ko sa my day.
Yun. So, big shoutouts nga pala at congratulations again dahil ang ganda ng naging standing niya here in our Group B team ranking. Pero syempre, chichikahin na muna namin kayo kung ano ba ang naging tanging objective niyo here in the best of 3 series dahil lagi kayo nando-dominate lagi kayo nagpo-push, lagi kung sino ang makakatapat niyo, babanggain at babanggain niyo.
Sa amin po kasi, ini-realize pa namin yung mga objectives namin. Katulad ng mga airdrop, tapos map control din po, kung saan magka-closing, tapos yung mga kalaban na pwede sigurin. Kasi may mga teams po na nagkakampi lang. So, kaya po i-wipe agad. Tapos repo na lang, hanap po.
Talagang nandun yung shot call nila, no? Repo na lang kapag,
repo na lang.
reposition na lang kapag medyo sinasama. Eto sino ba yung team captain nyo na talagang gumagawa ng shot call? Isa lang ba yung gumagawa ng shot call or dalawa kayo?
Ako lang po. Si Blue po.
Ikaw si Blue. Wala bang reklamo yung mga tropa mo? Yan, sila Virus, sila Cypher, sila Sato, sila Loki. Sumusunod lang agad.
Sumusunod po.
Parang hindi
May pumipiglas ba?
Parang hindi Sumusunod ba sila agad? Madaling kausap like kunyari sa mga reposition tayo.
Madali.
Yun po yung
At least, yun naman
Okay.
ang maganda. Exactly. Yan, chemistry nga ang lagi kong nakikita sa inyo. So, really commendable ang naipakita nyo naman. Pero syempre, ang gusto ko naman tanungin sa inyo is kung may masasabi ba kayo sa inyong mga fans at mga viewers right now na ngayon patuloy na tumatangkilik nga sa Execration.
Shoutout sa inyo na. Thank you sa pagsabat. Kaya, ano gusto sabi?
Ayun na, go!
Pasok kayo lahat sa frame. Ang
Oh,
short
Okay.
Ayan.
Biro.
Ayan.
Kay Mami Lips ng BBB, tsaka sa family ko po na sumasapit
Yun.
sa career ko po sa pag-player. Yan lang po.
Ganun din po kami.
Yay!
Likewise po.
Ayan, sige, ganun din po.
Copy
Yan
paste.
kasi lahat.
Shoutout po sa lahat. Yeah, tama nga naman, di ba? At least general na ba?
Oo.
Do you have any more questions pa dito?
Ako
para sa
wala na
Execration?
akong tanong para sa Execration kasi kasama natin sila nung way back. Iba pa yung
Oo,
flag na
ACC
dinadala
pa.
nila. And of course, we wish you all the best. Kasi iba talaga yung naging performance nyo.
Akala
Week
ko,
1,
Wish you
Tsaka-
all a very Merry
week 1 tsaka week 2, sobrang laki ng bawi na ginawa nyo eh.
Hmm.
May cheater po kasi nun eh.
Execration, Blue, and the rest of the members, kila
Congratulations
Loki,
sila.
kila Virus, and of course, sana maging consistent kayo sa inyong performance. Thank you, guys!
Thank you po.
Ayun. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope everybody heard that wonderful interview. I mean, honestly, I could concur what happened during there. I mean, they gave a shout out to most of their fans,
Yeah.
right? I mean, that's what I heard.
Yeah, it is one of the best teams in
Yeah.
Group B, if not the best team with the 75 points. They are the dominant, if not the most dominant as well across every single group, expectedly, if they
Yeah.
can perform once again tomorrow. So congratulations once again to Execration with that performance in Group B,
Yeah.
and hopefully you can do the same thing tomorrow in the weekly final.
Flexing that 75-point finish for this group. So I hope some other squads in Group C and Group D would be able to top that and would be able to top the 13.5k damage that they set their record for, at least for this week.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we still have Group C, we still have Group D, so the record could still be broken, but with the amount of aggression that Execution did,
Yeah.
it will be hard.
Yeah, and that's gonna be it, everybody. What a great interview from their squad, Execration. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Infinity. We're just gonna be taking a short break, and we're gonna go to Group C after we go back.
Welcome back to FPC 1. My name is Berry Kim, and joining me here today is a new face. Well, not really that new to everyone. I'm pretty sure you guys are familiar with him. Here's Josuabe with me today. How are you doing?
Doing real good. It was a really, of course, a sunny afternoon today, unlike last week, which it was really cold last week too. But I think colder than that, or maybe hotter than that, we're gonna be looking at Group C.
Definitely Group C, and you guys have witnessed Group A and Group B, phenomenal performances from all the teams, but I do have to say that Group C is looking really hot right now. We're having actually a lot of familiar faces, a lot of organizations that have come up as well to Farlight 84, and honestly this is super exciting because we have AP Bren in Naus as well in Group C. We also got someone who is a staple, Tyrant Esports, that has performed very well in all of the Farlight 84 Cups.
Yeah, that's why it's so interesting here, right? Because we have new organizations entering now during the professional league that we have here in FPC. And of course, with that being said, now it's a question of, since you're new to the, you're the new kids on the block. Now it's a question of who will actually show dominance now.
Looking at the teams here in Group C, you got Tyrant and Vagabonds. or VBE that has been very consistent, right? So they have solidified their name. But as for now, as well as AP Bren, right? Talking to these two teams, we've already gathered the information that Bren Esports is a team that they've played together for quite some time, taken in by AP Bren, and for now as well, this is a team that's built to win, right? Like it was an open audition, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, for Now's Esports, they had an open tryout, and they had to go up against 14 other squads to make themselves worthy. But now the question is, you're representing Now's Esports. Now, can you actually dominate your group?
Yeah, the Now's Esports, AP Bren, these are teams, or these are organizations that have been are already really known as well in the esports scene, and honestly, that is them lifting the banner of these big organizations, right? So I mean, here's the thing, it is super exciting to think about it as well, knowing like what kind of play style these players will bring out and what potential they could bring out, and eventually show to everyone else.
And now it's a question of where you're gonna start, right? Because do you want to be as dominating as you want here as early as now? Of course, this is gonna be the first map, and this is where we're gonna find out who will begin to dominate, since this is a best of 3, of course.
Still looking at the teams that have launched here. Looking at AP Bren, they're choosing to land over here on the outskirts of Carnival. If I'm not mistaken, that's the motel. And looking at Nows and Vagabonds, they're very close to each other.
Yeah, that is going to be interesting as early as now. I mean, we talk about, of course, how important it is to get your loot up and at 'em as early as possible. I mean, now is, of course, going up towards our west side here in Power Tree Station. There's so much loot over there. And when you want to rotate downward, Vagabonds may be in a little bit of a disadvantageous position.
Yeah, and looking at Tyrant Esports as well, right? Very solid team that has performed last week, and they are getting, wow, the pick of the litter there over on the lower east side of the map.
Yeah, you gotta appreciate that, sometimes you don't want to loot, but the loot just comes to you.
Oh, looting is always a good idea, Josuave. It's always a good idea. And looking at Vagabonds here, I would have to say that they have to be a bit careful here going up to Power Tree Station. And now Esports has already that area covered, right? Getting in some vehicles as well. And looking at Nash here, it seems like he is going to be the first one to be scouting the area.
Yeah, he is going to be the scout for Vagabonds moving up towards Power Tree. The problem now is when you come up towards Power Tree Station, you are not in the best situation possible, right? Because when, for example, you're up against now, so you do have the height advantage and therefore the tactical advantage. You have the high ground, you have all the information. And if you actually do get spotted by the person who is down low, all you need to do is back up. You can't really shoot at the head, and they just have so much more cover. But now, of course, Buhat, War Spider in hand, looking to find some new targets. But of course, they've already emptied out the entirety of Power Tree Station, got the litter. Now they're on Iris Ranch. And
Again, getting so much shields here.
Yeah, exactly. Can you imagine how lucky you'd have to be? You get everything in Power Tree because no one was there. Vagabonds was about to close in, and now they're already at Iris Ranch.
And this is such a favorable situation as well for the side of for Nows, right? They're getting in as much as they can here in Iris Ranch. It is actually wise that they didn't go up against squad number 4 there earlier. That would have been devastating. Respawn is still pretty much up as of this moment. So looking at the NUMV here on this side, and looking at this is actually quite smart. Some of the players actually prefer the hover bikes, the hover cars, to have that additional stealth, right?
Yeah, the thing about the hover cars and the hover bikes is the fact that you can easily cross past the river without having to expose yourself to danger. Because first of all, you're invisible, and number 2, you don't have to get out of the car.
Right. And here's the thing too about NUMV. They're solidifying their hold here on Sunflower Shopping Mall, and so far this is actually pretty quiet, Josuave. For usually most of the time we'd see like a lot of respawners up, especially if a lot of players drop on those very hot POIs. But as of the moment, you see a lot of the players, really taking their time to build up, get their loot, and get the armors as well as the guns that they would want to have as of the moment.
Now it's a question of, is this some sort of, is it just lucky timing that no one ever finds another team? Or is something going on here? Do they know? Are they just painfully aware that there's somebody across the street and they just don't want to take the fight, right? Maybe they're waiting for the right time to actually explode on.
But everyone seems to be just, this is really started out very slow, right? I mean, this is actually how I'd love to start the game. And getting as much loot as you can. And like what I mentioned, right, loot is always a good idea.
Yeah.
Not unless you get caught up
Oh
in
boy.
the middle of the fight. But look at this, AP Bren.
Divulge.
There's the Divulge up, and SMT Mikav all alone right there in the middle. Shinichi as well in the area. But wow, it seems like he's still holding on to dear life. There's Tarantula there,
They know.
backing him up for Shinichi, getting that high ground, but it is going to be difficult to go up against this situation, right? There is a lot of members of AP Bren in the area.
Oh,
Who
boy.
gets taken down, and there's the response up. Sheena as well, looting down the members here of Bren, but here comes the absolute gravity as well, and they're going to try to close in here. AP Bren in not a very good position as Sheena goes all the way up.
Oh.
And there you go. The spawns still up, and AP Bren finally draws in the first blood here.
You know what's interesting to me is the fact that SMTI actually had a great game plan there, right? You had the Rocket Tarantula up from afar, trying to deal damage, trying to force them to waste all their resources, to waste the shield recharges and the med kits before they close in for the fight. But it just, just didn't work out, because sometimes when you're up there, doesn't matter what kind of strategy you have, if you get shot, you die.
Just like that. You see the bombardments coming in as well. There are going to be 3 squads that will converge here. NUMV, I think it should be a good decision to actually back away, but we see Koji being a bit too aggressive here, going all the way up here. He does have a lot of armors here. It's so early game, but look at this! He's actually dishing out damage up against SMTI there.
They don't even have any shields on. Can you imagine the skill that it takes to do that kind of damage from that distance? I mean, NUMV, despite the fact that they don't exactly have the high ground here, they're dealing so much damage to the point where they can't be ignored. They're forcing people to move out of their way, and that's the best way, right? You're firing some warning shots to make sure that nobody tries to face you off, because they know that if they move closer to you, then they're putting themselves in danger.
There is the first loot drop as well, but NUMV has secured this area on the outskirts of Tower 3 Station. I'd still say this is a very good location. There's a lot of warehouses, a couple of shield XPs for them to just bounce back from the encounter earlier on.
Look at this flank though. You see squad number 8, AP Bren, actually coming up from the south side. NUMV could be stuck in a sandwich here if they're not aware of what's going to be going on.
Yeah,
But of course, what is this?
Well, a lot of hover cars here for the side of HKPV. They're gonna try to cross the terrain here. They're still near. Okay, they're not gonna cross it just yet, but they're gonna stay here at Todd's Hot Rod, which I'd have to say is look at Inspectable getting an idea of where Nude is. He's forced to get out of that vehicle. AP Bren gonna get scouted there. There's the smoke. Inspectable might actually just go in, but he's just gonna try to go in for Newt. And there's that headshot. They're gonna try to go in for the loot here, and AP Bren once again finds themselves in an unfavorable situation.
The thing about AP Bren though is the fact that even if they are not exactly in the most advantageous position, they still end up walking away healthy. Right now, Chi, gonna back off, knows that he's putting himself in danger. They need to find a better spot to try and take this fight, because the tactics just don't work from that kind of angle. So here comes Chi, trying to come in with a flank, trying to find an angle in which NUMV is just not ready.
Vagabonds as well is gonna close in on Chi here. Up on bottom, they might actually find him, but the circle's gonna close in at any time. He's just right there at the bottom of the bridge. It's not water off the bridge just yet. As we look at Inspectable, he's still inspecting every single corner here, as AP Bren is just forced to split up here.
They try to stay alive, because the problem right now is that NUMV have their scent. They're trying to track them down like a couple of bloodhounds, but if you do split up, you need to be extremely careful. Right now, if you notice the positioning, one person falls, the other one's not going to be able to help. So they need to be as quiet as a mouse right now.
Supply ship en route.
Yes, as well. Gonna go in the area. We might actually see 3 squads here. Squad 3, Squad 5, and 6 go up against each other. And again, Bren does not have the respawns already as of this moment. And here we have it. The conceal being made here by Vagabonds.
I have a feeling that we're going to see a little bit of an explosion of action in a bit, because they're so close together. One wrong move, somebody is going to pull the trigger. And now it's a question of who will pull that trigger first. It's a question of patience now. But of course, Tyrant having full control, Tin Man Industrial have the pick of the litter. They have all the vehicles they could want, all the loot they could want. In fact, if anyone walked right into their territory right now, they'd be in big trouble right now.
And here's the Dean as well, and Dollars, the players here. But hold that thought though. Now actually spots them, even with the hover car, taking in pot shots there. But they do have the level 5 armor, so if they manage to take Now's Esports out, that is going to be probably a level 6 armor for Now's Esports.
Yeah, that's why it's so important, right? You need to make sure that you do have an idea of what you're up against, what kind of equipment they have, because if you are outgunned and you try to go in, you're basically giving away your life right here. I mean, of course, now, if you shoot, I mean, if you are careful, if you've been paying attention as people in the audience, that when you shoot at somebody and you can actually see the color of the text, that can tell you what armor they have on.
Oh man, Squad 3 and 11, I'm not so sure. They are under the bridge here. Here's the vision erosion being used by FF. Just to back away. Are they actually gonna go up against BBS here? Look at FF trying to take down the armor here of Nash, but BBS Jack from the side gets taken down there as BBS again gonna be able to revive Kurama after that scrimmage there, and still unable to cross the bridge at the moment.
It's gonna be really dangerous to cross the bridge because you are exposing yourself to some really awkward angles. Of course, Zell now being caught underneath, being caught lacking, does not know how to fight back. Of course, he's been dropped down, but now VBS taking full control of this area around the bridge. This is beautiful, actually, because if anyone is forced to go in, they're going to be the gatekeepers to the entry, you know. You cannot pass.
VBS as well, Vagabonds known to roam around. But again, hover car goes all the way in here. They might actually spot in. Okay, yeah, Goro's there. So yeah, they do have the hover car advantage. And looking at this squad number 7 up here, taking as much as they can before the zone closes in.
Having been scanned at that point, it's a little bit awkward since you are invisible trying to stay alive. But of course, now with the bombardment coming in, NUMV and SMTI should be very well aware that they are close towards each other. They need to be careful because they don't know exactly which direction they're going to be going in. But of course, NUMV going to be turning it on. And there goes our first EMP as well.
Man, NUMV here going ham at SMT, and there goes the vision erosion there as NUMV trying to go at it and actually takes down SMTI there. Beautifully timed ultimate. There's still one more, Shinichi. I was gonna say Shinichi Kudo, but yeah, he's still up and kicking. Back in his
in his original form.
Original body. He's not Conan. But he's there. He's still there in that building. And I'm not so sure if NUMV might actually have the rat this way, but again, the circle will be closing in, so Shinichi has to come out of there.
Hey, the thing about it, though, is I think this is only the second zone now. So if Shinichi has enough patience, he'll wait for NUMV to get away and actually try to bring his teammates back to life. And that would be, of course, a great investment of time, especially since the fact of the matter is Shinichi only has green shields. You're only on level 2 shields, and he can't take any fights against anyone else right now, especially since number 1, he's outgunned, number 2, he's outnumbered.
Yeah, HKPV here as well. They might go up against, wow, 2 of the powerhouses team that we highlighted. And Tyrant Esports again. Yet they get scanned here for HKPV. They are in a very optimal position, but I'm not so sure who's going to take the shots first. Is it going to be Naus? Or is it going to be Feet there over on the other side as well? So there might be a sandwich play here.
It's going to be a little bit awkward here. Of course, everyone coming towards Todd's Hot Rod. You have to be aware that somebody's coming in from the south. You have to be careful because no matter where HKPV is, there will be at least one squad waiting with arms wide open. So now it's a question of where is the timing? When does it happen? When do you rotate out of here? Because if you do it wrong, you're going to be caught between a rock and a hard place. But now NCG4 taking full account of what is going on around them. They're so close, actually just one house away. They're neighbors here with squad number 3.
Yeah, here's the thing about neighbors sometimes. You don't really see them, right? But they live there. But you know they're there.
Yeah, you know they're there. And, you know, sometimes you don't have the best neighbors. Sometimes it's not the most peaceful, right? And, you know, right now, NCG4 is hoping that BBS are going to be some good neighbors.
Yeah, by taking down the other squad first, but it seems like HKPV might actually just go for it.
Oh.
But I have to say though, that now Esports has a very good position right there in the middle of the circle. So again, this is Tin Man we're talking about. I believe you talked about hot drop points, but speaking of hot, look at this! There's the Gravity and EMP, definitely a combo you wouldn't want to be in, as Pong gonna go in, has the armor still up here, as they're gonna try to go in for more here, trying to look for squad number 5, but they have escaped this. They have been scanned here. Their location has been revealed as NCG4. They're gonna have to make a move for this.
Yeah, you want to walk away unscathed, though they do know that they're there. But at least NCG4 were able to reposition. Now it's going to be a little bit more of a mystery if they're still there, if they're not. And you know, when you're able to deny information to your opponent, then it helps set you up for victory. The problem right now is there's so many squads still alive. We're still at 7 squads. That's half the lobby. But we're slowly running out of space here.
And it seems like the teams here in Group C, right? They started out nice and slow, and even up until the mid to late game, we are still pretty much, playing it very methodical here. As it seems like Tin Man might actually face in some bombardment. So either Tyrant or Naus has to come out from there. There is some information, but looking at the members here of Feed, they're actually spread apart.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward situation.
Oh.
Wait.
Wait.
Don't turn around. Do not turn around. Can you imagine this? You're right across from the wall, from your opponent, Wally.
Does Wally
and
know?
On the other side, I don't think either of them know, but wait, no, I think he does. He does.
He's just
He has
waiting.
attack. He's waiting for the third person.
He does
sees
have
it.
his ultimate.
Wally, gonna come in. Nyard.
Wait.
Wait.
Okay.
What?
What? Wally!
Where did that come from?
Okay! Nyart there!
Huh?
Get in the final laugh at that, as Wally will not be able to throw the back though. There's still more. AP Bren, oh my goodness. Just when you thought there was only 2 in that standoff.
What in the world just happened? Zero idea. He thought he was safe, but no, he was found. But of course, Koji coming in with a little bit of an assist, gonna bring him back to life. But of course, he's also aware that Chi is here. So now for Chi, the problem is, how does he get out of the river without giving up his position, without risking his life? Because if you swim and you get shot, you will sink straight to the bottom of the sea.
Oh no, the squad number 9 is up around the corner as well. This is threading on dangerous waters, as we say, for Chi, right? I mean, you love the position, but you have to face Tyrant Esports right over there at Tin Man's as well. And you see HKPV moving in to Tin Man. Again, high ground here for Dean.
Oh, very well aware, of course. You need to, of course, talk about the fact that here in Tin Man, the buildings are so huge and so fairly spaced apart, wherein, like, for example, right now, this perfect situation to talk about is the fact that as long as you have a house, you should be safe. But of course, they're going to be starting it off. Absolute Gravity and the Vision Erosion already being brought out.
Oh my goodness, NUMV, here comes Inspectable, all the way out.
Oh
Gets
no!
spotted there on top as AP Bren. They're going to take down one. CG4, Chi is still up, not in the river as of the moment. He still has the shield up, able to loot actually right before coming out.
What?
But look at Piralo right there with the headshot. He gets spotted there by Tep over on top of the roof, and this is what we were talking about. Having the better vantage point here as Tyrant Esports. They're gonna try to gun down the newcomers here as Chi will try to close in. Gets spotted here by Tep. Still unable to come out. He just came out of the water, still unable to come out of this building because Tyrant Esports is right here on top, waiting to take a shot.
And now the atmosphere is palpable. Each team has their own building, each team has their own point comp. So, oh, what a great angle. Takes him down, now he's out of shields. The problem now for TFMT is whether or not they're going to be able to move this forward, whether or not they're going to be able to find the perfect position to go in, and who will have stock of the final zone. Who will be forced out of their house, right?
And then this is the thing, right? You don't know your neighbors as well. As of the moment, right? AP Bren, Naus, and Tyrant Esports, a fantastic performance. They're up here on the roof, and Chi once again trying to make the run for it. as he's gonna take in shots from Dollars here. Having their place there, but they spot HKPV. John
Money, money.
really low there. There's the gravity as well to pull them in to the center. Drops in some bombs as well. Is this enough to take down HKPV? They still have to take down G there of AP Bren as HKPV really forced to move out because they know that their location has been revealed and they might actually try to escape from the back.
I think there's going to be an attempt now. EMP being brought out. Dollars know that something is coming his way, and he does have a great point. He knows that they're going to be coming that way, but the problem is all buildings are occupied. This is 3 buildings and 3 squads, but it's going to be going right in Tyrant, right in the face of HKPV. Base not going to be able to connect here because all the utilities being thrown in his face. The zone is right behind him as well. He's going to be dropped down onto the ground. Dollars, no money signs right now. EMP in his face and the vision erosion as well. He's forced out of position down to the last 9 players now.
Oh, down to the last few players. Dollars is still up here for Tyrant, and it's over as we see Tyrant Esports once again on top.
What a performance. Of course, we talked about how Tyrant, one of the more time-tested teams for this group, should, well, we were expecting it, but of course we were hoping for a little bit more of a performance from the other teams.
And looking at how things ended here, I'd have to say though that AP Bren, actually most of the time they found themselves in a position wherein, you know, it was difficult to, you know, get out of it. They did have the good vision, good vantage point, but unfortunately, you know, they have to come out of where they are.
Yeah, sometimes you make a call and sometimes the call just doesn't really pan out the way you expect it to be. I think the thing about AP Bren is they do find some great spots, but the problem is holding on to the positions.
And HKPV as well. This was a team that you asked me about, right? Like for HKPV, they're also a new name, a new kid in the block and looking for their foothold. But you know what? They got spotted there by Naos as well as, you know, Tyrant Esports up top on the roof. So it was really a difficult position to be in. Do you want to go up against Tyrant Esports, who is, you know, again, tried and tested, or against Naos Esports, that is, you know, a team that is just newly formed, but again, trying to build their chemistry
I
here.
mean, new kids on the block, of course. If you were in the hands of HKPV, or in the shoes rather of HKPV, you're essentially standing between Muhammad Ali and Fraser on the other side, right? So you're stuck in the middle. There's a crossfire, and you're surrounded by giants. So for them, props for making it that far.
Yeah, and speaking of that, right, caught in between the middle, you want to be caught in the middle of this, right? They're definitely at the right place, right time. Be sure to grab that code. And oh, that's what I hear every night.
Yes.
Yeah, easy to remember, right? I mean, it's so hard to win, especially if you are trying to grind the ranks. But be sure to get that. That's 500 diamonds for you guys to enjoy today. And be sure to grab it before it's gone.
Yeah, you gotta be quick because that's only for 800 viewers. And of course, the code is DEFEAT in case you guys can't read. DEFEAT. It doesn't really matter. I think if it's, I don't think it's, what do you call this? Case sensitive. So just be fast.
It's in all caps, actually. It's in all caps. Like, yeah, I know, okay. Yeah. But you know what? Yeah, be sure to grab it. I mean, I would love to grab it because I get that every time. But of course, let's take a look at this. Highlights, of course, for Group C. Check it out. there you go. The highlights for Group C, and that was just map number 1. And like what we mentioned, Tyrant Esports, tried and tested, through, and their name also that has been already solidified here for Farlight 84. Very consistent performance from both dollars. I think for this time, it is actually dollars shining in this game, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think he would definitely have the ticket for MVP here. The amount of highlight plays and arguably the information collected by dollars would have been so important to that victory here, of course. Tyrant being true to their name, actually being tyrannical over the rest of the lobby.
They're still up there on top, and honestly, I think for Tyrant, right? It's the thing that we've been talking about, right? A very solid chemistry, but of course we do have to talk about our MVP
There you
here,
go.
and we were talking about it earlier. We
Know
kept
it.
mentioning his name,
We know it.
dollars.
Called it. Know it.
And that's
Yes.
That's definitely something you need, right?
We're,
Dollars as in a moment.
Oh yeah. I think we all do.
And
Who doesn't?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing too about Tyrant. Six kills, right, for this entire game, and I think I can sum up map number 1 to be, trying to get to know someone, trying to get to know your neighbor, and it is sometimes it is really not an overnight thing, right? Getting to know someone, and for Tyrant Esports here, dollars again. With the beautiful performance, taking in pot shots, and eventually, taking in the victory here for Tyrant Esports.
Yeah, of course. You don't usually kiss on the first date, and I think that was what we saw now, right? They want to get to know each other, have a little bit of a conversation before they want to decide how they're gonna approach the situation. Because if you come in too aggressive, sometimes you get punished for it. Sometimes they never come back for a second date, a second dinner.
Have you ever? Nah,
No, I'm not single. I'm not single.
Well, here's the thing too. I think from my perspective, I think it's a bit hard, right? Like, I mean, for me, I started out as a shy type. Went to an all-girls school, so it's a bit hard when someone's a bit aggressive. So I like it. So this game was pretty much like my play style. I think for some teams or some players, they like it like that, right? Like you get. I think for the teams here, they were able to get a lot of the resources that they wanted, right? So we started out really slow. I think we didn't really have a lot of skirmishes up until we were heading over into the mid game.
Yeah, when we got to the very end, we had 7 squads all in the zone. And that was really interesting. But of course, we're going to be going straight to map number 2, ladies and gentlemen. The action don't stop because this is going to be the second map in Group C.
Looking at the teams here, let's see if they're... I think it's still going to be the same. And it's still going to be interesting as well because the pods came all the way from the north, going down south. So still the same for most of the teams now. Still trying to go up there over at Power Tree Station. But looking at Team Tyrant as well, they're going to be landing over onto the outskirts of Riverview Park. Still the same drop that they've had in map number 1.
You know what? I think this is indicative of the playstyle of these players. They want to make sure that they can control everything on the map. If you're familiar where you want to drop, then you go to the same place because you know where to look for the vehicles, you know where to look for the guns, for the shields, for all your resources. And if you didn't encounter anyone during your initial drop in map number 1, then it won't happen in map number 2, as we can see right now. And in fact, they're a lot more distributed here.
Yeah, and looking at Tyrant, they might actually go head-to-head here with Squad 6 Feet, who's just right there. And again, Tyrant, this is this is their location, right? This is the area that they're comfortable with. They might actually rotate down south, going over to Sunflower Shopping Mall. But as of the moment, right, they don't really have the best shields. There are no shield XPs in the vicinity, so they might have to rotate around those areas that do have that.
Yeah, they definitely do. I mean, especially now. Tyrant, I think they're willing to take some risks since they did get the first place in map number 1, and they're willing to risk it all for the best loot. You need to make sure, of course, if you're Tyrant, in this situation you have a target on your back, and that means that you need to get your loot up. You need to make sure that nobody is targeting you specifically to get you out of that lead spot.
Yeah, if this is in real life and you have a lot of dollars, then definitely you will...
Is that a captain?
Oh,
I didn't think I'd see a captain today.
Yeah, we were just talking about this, right? Like, okay, most of the time you'd see, like,
Lucinda,
Cypher,
Maggie,
Dongs, right? To have, like, but wow, this is Fate. Batman, Misa. good for close combat,
That's
actually.
interesting. Yeah, the thing about captain is, yeah, specifically you need to have close combat. I think if you're going to be using a captain, you want to have a Lucinda on your side and the Cypher, because then you wouldn't be able to escape from the ultimate.
Is it only two World Duo?
Wait. Yeah,
Right?
you're right.
Am I right?
Is that why they're called feet? Because you have a left and a right?
Yeah, earlier was like, yeah. Actually, now that you mention it, it does make sense. So there's only two of them. So I have to look at you, right, and make sure that okay, there's only two of them. So it actually does make sense that they're going towards the outskirts, not in those hot POIs, knowing that there's only two of them, right? You want to get as much loot as you can, and this is exactly the best thing that they're doing right now. And it makes sense, right, that they have a captain, so they're expecting close combat. They also got an Ember, a lot of ways to disengage.
Yeah.
From the clashes, right?
That's what's the beauty of a captain, which is probably why we don't see it a lot here, especially since, of course, we usually play in squad 4. As you can see, AP Bren just on the outer side of Riverview, very well aware that there's nobody here, nobody close, because nobody showed up here in map number 1. So I think AP Bren have their rotations already mapped out here to get the most out of the loot and to get as much shield XP as possible. I mean, look at Newt, he's already on level 4 shield.
Yep, and for AP Bren, as of this moment, right, they are always in a very optimal position, but unfortunately they always get caught up in the middle. So let's see if the zone closes in. Let's see who will actually, or where the zone will actually close in here. And looking at this, HKPV finished second place earlier for map number 2. Quite surprising for us, right? So because we were talking about Tyrant, we were talking about the Nows as well as AP Bren, right? New faces here, or squads that have been built to win, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you're backed by money like that, you need to really prove that you're worthy for that, and that's why you're gonna see a lot more hunger coming in from teams that are actually backed by an org, and that doesn't necessarily mean that they're gonna be hard to beat as well, and that's why we have the likes of HKPV, we have the likes of all the other teams in this group that want to make a name for themselves to show that they are on par to the other teams that are already organized.
Looking at AP Bren here, Josuave, they're once again caught in the outer circle.
How does this keep happening?
I know, right? They might get greeted here by HKPV, who's just near the... Is this the Bat Cave that you were saying?
Yeah, the Bat Cave.
Is near the Bat Cave. So this is, again, AP Bren always getting caught in the middle of everything. So if they are able to make their way in silently and get, again, a very optimal position, that would be good.
Yeah, this is where rotations come in, right? I think AP Bren were able to spot at least 2 squads on the other side. Of course, that's Tyrant here in the mobile turret. And of course, wait, what's going on? Look at Mangangatay on top of the vantage point. He knows there he does have the Invader and the Bar 95, if I'm not mistaken, trying to deal some damage on the other side. Like, get out of my way, get off my lawn. You know the American joke where when you walk onto an old man's lawn and he brings out a shotgun warning you to get out. This is what's happening
the one
here.
I know is Carl from Up, so get out of my lawn. So this doesn't have the shotguns, but yeah, this is what we're talking about.
Oh boy.
It's the shotgun. Here's the EMP. Now is Esports getting caught in the middle. They spot AP Bren there on the side. They get tugged in here by the gravity. And still up and kicking here for Nows, as we see Vagabonds here spotting out NUMV here in the mansion. And definitely if you spot a mansion, you would want to get it as Vagabonds. There's only 2 left here for NUMV. Nash is going to try to spot...
He knows.
Yep, they know. They might actually have a close combat here. It's going to be a battle between 1v1.
Oh,
Let's
Nash!
see if Nash will actually make it. Guns him down, and that is going to be Vagabonds solidifying their hold here on the mansion, but again, the circle will close in. They have to get out of this.
It was so clean as well. I think we talked about the Vagabonds earlier and how organized they are as a team. But again, they're able to close in and eliminate them one by one, because when you're up in a 1v4, 1v2, 1v3, there's usually no way you can get out, especially since this is the professional league. That means that everyone in this lobby has proven their way through the qualifiers to make it to this stage.
Definitely, and you would want to move into the finals here as well, so every single point for every map does count here as the zone. This is, I believe, not yet the zone that hurts, right?
Not yet.
Right?
Maybe a little bit of a pinch on the skin. Mosquito biting.
Mosquito bites, yeah. Bug bites, bed bugs.
Bed bugs. Oh, those feel terrible. And you know what else? War spiders. Those hurt a lot.
War Spiders and hover cars that come in silently as we see NCG here, NCG4, but we see Shinichi once again
aiming
with the
at-
War Spider.
Oh, HKPV getting shot down by the War Spider. There's so much damage being done from a distance. I think that's a Rhino shot as well. I think SMTI knows what they're doing. You know where HKPV is. They're trying to deal some damage from this and get them to run out of resources. The med kits to be used, get them to use all their shield recovery devices to make it harder for them to stay alive when it comes down to a close fight. Of course, they're trying to fight back. Shinichi not in the best spot here, not the most stealthy, but he's still dealing damage. I'm waiting for SMTI to force this fight because look at this HKPV just on the edge of the zone. Once that starts closing it, they're going to be forced out in the open, out of the house, into the streets.
They might actually potentially evade this one. They do have the hover cars for that stealth. It might actually be wise to evade the opposing squad here, squad number 4, who's been taking shots at them with the Tarantula. But then again, they're going to be moving over towards the other side here. We still have 10 squads here
Ray,
as
what are you doing?
HKPV. They spot Naos here, but
They
they
don't
do
know.
have level 5 armors.
They don't know. Now walks right past, so that means that HKPV are going to be very well aware. This entire squad, this entire spot, everything you see is yours. You own it, and you don't need to waste your life trying to take any fights because now you can just pick up all the loot that is left. It's not going to be a lot, but there is still going to be something here, of course. Now the recon coming in, Pogor being shot out from behind, feet, the left and the right surrounding him. He's not able to fight back, and he's already down.
Okay, they try to disengage here for Feet. There's the vision erosion, and like what I said, right? So many ways to disengage here, and just in case they got caught up in the middle of a fight, they still do have that captain for close combat.
It's so fast. I think it's perfect. He's called Batman Minsa. He takes you down, gets out of the way. You can't even see him. Where is he gone now? On the other side of the vision erosion.
And here's the thing too, Batman always has a sidekick, Robin. Unfortunately, that's not the name of Batman and Robin, right? They're the dynamic duo here. And it seems to be working out well for them. They just it's actually wise, right? They disengage. They try to let the other squads take each other out. But again, it's not very wise. There's only 2 of you in the team, so it's a better decision to actually let the other squads, who's a complete 4, take each other out. Then maybe go in for the cleanups.
Yeah. Hopefully for them it does work out, but of course they're still very much alive. We're still up at 10 squads. No one down for the count just yet. But look at this angle by NCG4. They have Iris Ranch all to themselves, all the resources, all of this land about them, and they have great angles as well on big barn. But of course, now on the other side, inside corner, Veil Newt coming right in from behind, trying to stay alive as everyone is hunting him down. That's an entire squad right in front of you. That's going to be a problem. Newt, don't go in alone. Everyone is coming in from all sides. Shield's going to be coming up. Where are his teammates? How is Newt still alive? EMP going to be brought out, but it's not going to affect him because he's too far away. HKPV.
They know.
How? They know where he is,
know.
but he's still alive. How is this taking so long? But now there it goes. EMP in his face. Now Ray has to come in. It's perfect. He gets out just as the entry from Ray comes in, but he's forced out into the zone, and he's already down. Newt is gone.
Oh man, for HKPV again, they were coming from the back, and they are complete, and it was only 1 member standing there, so it's a really difficult situation, but it did buy him some time, but unfortunately not enough time to get out.
Yeah, there was time. I actually want to commend him because he got out with perfect timing. Just as the HKPV came in, he dashed out of the window and got himself safe. But now, who's not safe? Feet. Now got right on their tail as he was trying to stay alive. But of course, they're out in the open. They're forced out into the zone trying to stay alive. But of course, on the other side, now have forced them into a different fight. NCG4 gonna take them down. 3 people have already been fallen. It's a problem now because they're on the outside of the zone, and this is the zone that hurts. They need to run for the hills. They need to run for safety. Make sure that they're still alive because they are bleeding by the second. Zawarudo coming in from behind, Feet just on the outside of the zone. Barely makes it, but at least they're still there.
Yeah, you know why you're always looking for them, apart from his Batman? He's Waldo. Where's Waldo?
Where is Waldo?
You're always looking for them, and they managed to get away. It's like Bonnie and Clyde.
What in the world is happening? I don't know how they're stealing away these kills, stealing away the fight, but somehow it works. And I guess that's why Feet is here. They're really proving that they are a force to be reckoned with. But now, gunfights happening between Tyrant and Naos. Naos going to choose to disengage, move away. OWAA, though, they're going to be hunted down by HKPV. They're out for blood.
ground. They're still going at it, taking pot shots from the back here as HKPV. They might actually get greeted here by Naus, who's in a higher ground, has some more spiders, and has almost level 6 armors.
That's gonna be a pain in the butt to try and fight against. But of course, you know, the lucky thing here is, yes, they have war spiders, but the thing about war spiders is you can't really take long-range fights from them. But at least they have the mobility. Now, if somebody chooses to come up from behind them, they can fight back. And if somebody tries to fight from afar, like what's going on right now, they just run in the other direction. Buhat and the rest of the Now squad being hunted down by NUMV down in the downhill spot. Wander behind the tree, trying to stay alive. He's surrounded. Shield's gone, being shot at from the war spider. He's gonna be down.
Yep, and that's gonna be it. NUMV gonna get caught in the middle as now Esports is still up and kicking. Gonna take as much loot as they can. And here's the thing about the war spiders too, right? They have to get down and take the shots.
They have to. I mean, look at Kong. He risked his life being the front man for his team, and he's what 20 HP left, no shields to be spoken of. And the problem with that is they created so much noise that HKPV knows where they are. Look at this, Ray coming in from the bottom, shooting at them. The war spiders not gonna be able to protect them, of course, because they're out in the open, and they are gonna be closing in. HKPV with the high ground now is trying to hightail it out of there. But of course, the problem right now for them is whether or not they're gonna be able to chase them down, because the war spiders, they are a big target, but they're also a really fast one.
And here's the thing about HKPV. They're always so good with the aggressive, right? Forcing Naus to actually move away from that encounter and actually reposition themselves here over at the riverside. There is some cover here from the warehouse, but again, how do they deal with this situation knowing that HKPV can go on full aggressive?
That's the problem, right? I mean, this is why they actually have all these vehicles up. They have the Air Beast, they have a couple of War Spiders, so if anybody decides to go in their direction and they know that they can't win that fight, they hightail it out, try to fight from a long range, or force them into a position wherein they need to encounter a different team. Of course, now we're halfway done, or more than halfway done with our lobby. 5 squads left remaining. NCG4 holding it up against Tyrant. They tried to move forward, tried to grab the land, but of course the rest of the squad is still there. They were not ready for it. Gatekeeping, and there comes the electric shocks coming in from our hover cars. NCG4 protect their homeland.
In the middle of everything, there is a river once again here.
Oh.
You see Tyrant actually forced to leave their spiders out, and here comes the ultimate being thrown out. And it seems like they're going to be safe from that one, but oh my goodness, they find SMTI from that warehouse. They're taking shots here, and we know that Tyrant Esports has been doing this even in game number 1 over on top of Tin Man, and as of this moment, they're shooting in every single squad that will be coming from the riverside.
You don't ever want to walk out in the open, and that's exactly what SMTI did. They got forced by the zone to move out of there, but now the problem with Tyrant is they know they've been caught by a divulge, and that means that everyone knows where they are on that team. Problem now is they're stuck inside the house. They cannot move forward, they cannot move back, because SMTI knows where they are, and if they move back, there's 3 squads waiting with arms wide open, but there it goes.
It's out in the open!
Trying to run through the hills. They're getting shot at from a long range, but they just can't connect. Perfect timing from SMTI to get them just as they're distracted.
And here's the thing too, HKPV, who's very known to go in full aggressive, knowing that Tyrant Esports is very, very near their vicinity. They're not going to be taking shots just yet, as Tyrant Esports is just going to be, you know, holding on to the fort. It's fine. Everyone knows we're here anyway. So better make do with what we have. And again, they're doing as much as they can to take down the armors of everyone before they come in.
Yeah, everything here, of course, shelter is still shelter. I like this now. Smack dab in the middle of the zone. As this closes, they're going to have the best position. But though, NCG4, they do have the vehicles up. They do have the high ground. And now the question is whether or not they're going to be able to take these fights, because it doesn't matter where you're going to look. There's going to be at least one more squad. It's so claustrophobic right now.
It's a very tight spot. You got plateaus, you got hills here. And I'd have to say that HKPV, as well as NCG4 here, over on top, has the optimal position. But then again, you see NCG going at it for HKPV. The zone is closing in here as the hover cars. They're going to try taking shots. They're going to leave in that hover car as HKPV. They're forced to use the EMPs there to get out of that one. There's still the zone that they have to deal with, as Virador is really low with no armor. HKPV, look at the Reki there with that Rhino, but again, from the back, SMTI That's someone that they have to deal with. Now as well, right there in the middle. They still haven't met yet. But look at Easy
Oh,
Caleb
boy.
taking shots there, trying to take down that level 5 armor. I mean, this could be good, right? If they take this in, they still have to deal with Tyrant who's over there on the other side.
Yeah, that's why it's going to be so claustrophobic because the zone is so small. Coming in, if you go and initiate the fight, there are 3 more squads waiting to fight, and that's why you lost 2 in that skirmish. Now it's going to be the top 3. Now SMTI and squad number 2, Tyrant on the other side as well. It's a little bit familiar from game number 1, but now Naos has the high ground. Now it's a question of whether or not Tyrant find the perfect timing on this because they have the high ground, they have shelter, they have everything, but the Divulge is going to be coming out. Ashura has been spotted, they know where he is, they know how to avoid him. So now SMTI trying to close in, and now from the top, from the mountain, trying to find an angle, trying to find the right way to fight, and Tyrant is just trying to hold down the fort right now. It's a question of the timing because SMTI stuck on the riverbank, now up in the mountains.
How do they converge in this situation when all the locations have been known already? It's very dangerous for SMTI. They're right here with that Worm's Eye view. I'd still have to say that Naos has the advantage of having the upper ground, but Tyrant Esports, look at their armor. Complete 5. If they go, I mean, I think for SMTI, it would be wise for Naos and Tyrant to go up against each other, right? They have the best of the best armor. I mean, if one manages to take down the other, that will be great, right? They don't have to deal with that much armor. They've been taking pot shots time and time again.
Yeah, the problem now, though, you're going to be forced out because the zone's going to start closing Tyrant in the perfect position. It's going to depend on who comes in first, and I think that's going to be SMTI. They're just on the edge. Now, on the other side, the opposite side as well. Now, I think the problem now is that Tyrant have to deal with 2 different squads. Absolute Gravity being brought out now, trying to stay alive on the other side, and the MPs as well, trying to keep them alive. Scan's going to come in the Divulge view. Absolute Gravity dropped out once more. Dean trying to stay alive. Playing stealth. The Rhino in his hand. Blows him to smithereens. Now it's gone. They get deleted. They get blown to bits. And now it's the last 2 squads. Now the division erosion as well. Tyrant closing in on their targets. 2 more squads.
Mr. Aaron Dean. That's Dean with the Rhino there. Again, there's only one member here of SMTI. It's Shinichi, and it's over as Tyrant Esports. They're going to be the victors once again for map 2.
That's consistency. Map number 1, map number 2, first place as well, always coming out on top. And we need to call out here, of course, the ballsy play coming in from the Lucinda, where he had the Rhino and blew the positions for Naos. They were all together, one singular shot, and they just got destroyed.
That's one fell swoop from that Rhino, and the timing also was right because the circle was closing in on Naos. They had nowhere to go, either back in the circle or on the other end where they have this infrastructure blocking them, so there's absolutely nowhere to go, and beautifully timed there by Dean once again.
And of course now, Tyrant coming out on first, up in second, SMTI replacing our second placer from earlier, now still on third. Now, I think this is gonna bring us to a place wherein the scoring gets a little bit more complex now, still being on third and not having exactly replaced the second placer from map number 1, but consistency is key here. You still get more points. This is a best of 3, and well, not a singular map will always tell you the final result.
And the thing about Tyrant Esports as well, I noticed that they're never letting go of their spot, even though they get spotted, they get scanned there. Yeah, it's fine as long as they maintain their high ground, and that's exactly what made them win that last encounter, right? Like Dean came up from top and then used that Rhino to shoot, and 3 members. Wow, three members.
I'm still not over it.
Like one fell swoop, they took down Naos, and it was only SMTI left there. I believe it was Sunichi there, right? So
yeah, what the perfect thing about that, of course, Shinichi was positioned in such a way that he could have died. He could have lost to Naos. They could have been third place, but because of that one play, that one shot from the Rhino that destroyed them, that was what ended the run of Naos in map number 2. But of course, that was only map number 2.
My goodness, Tyrant Esports, and like what we mentioned, right, very consistent, time and time again, tried and tested as well, a squad that has already built their chemistry, their rapport with each other, so it's actually very good, and you can see it here. And let's take a look at the highlights once again for map number 2. that was the highlights for game or map number 2 rather of FPC1. And again, this is just the semifinals, just Suave. Can you imagine? Probably, I think the bulk of the highlights was in that last few moments we're in that Rhino. You saw that Dean took that time, right? Trying to get that to pump up this energy, and once he got out, it was like, wow, okay,
Yeah,
just one hit on the
timing.
Rhino, right?
It
Like,
was so clean. And you know, we talked about how Lucinda has been so prevalent in the meta recently with the buffs, the absolute gravity and the incendiary grenade, and I think that also played a great factor in that last play, because I think it was the absolute gravity that forced Naus
Right.
into that wall, which then resulted in the death of 3 members of the squad all at once.
yeah, and it was only Lucinda, or Shinichi rather, left for the SMTI. And eventually, of course, speaking of Lucinda, you've seen Dean with that play, right? Wherein he did pop in that ultimate and got that Rhino shot onto 3. I still can't.
It's
3 members, like all the armor's down and instantly taken down now, sir.
You want to talk about also the fact that Tyrant has changed roles? Because earlier it was Dollars on the Lucinda, now it's Dean still on the Lucinda, and they still turn up on top. And that means, at least to me, that Tyrant has a little bit of a deeper playbook. They have different looks, they have different roster changes and roles that they want to bring in, and it still works out. And I think having a deeper playbook in this kind of in a battle royale means that you're flexible to everyone else in the lobby. Like when you see maybe NCG here or you see Naus in the lobby with you, that means you're going to be adjusting how you're going to be playing in.
And then here's the thing too about Tyrant, right? They've been playing together. The synergy is there, and you can see it. And it's also really great to know that your teammates can be very flexible as well with the picks. I mean, I know that I want to just stick with one and try to master that one, but it's just goes to show how deep Tyrant Esports understanding of this entire thing is.
I mean, when you're a professional, you gotta be flexible. You need to be able to dedicate time to learn each and every hero in this game, and that's where the flexibility and the confidence of Tyrant comes in. And speaking of confidence, I don't know about you, but I think Tyrant's gonna be confident to take game number 3, which we're gonna be going in right now, ladies and gentlemen. The capsules are out; they're going straight into the ground now. Still gonna be going to power 3, but there's gonna be a little bit of a difference here. If you notice, there is nobody in Sanctuary Tower, same as earlier. There is also nobody on the east side of the map. Almost everyone here is down towards the southeast.
And most of the time we see like Tyrant, right? Always getting in that spot near Industrial. So most of the time you see the rotations go into Tots, then Tinman. And looking at the Vagabonds and Naus, right? It's surprising that they never actually met, right? Right there in the middle, in between Nova, Planetarium, as well as Power 3 up there on top. So most of the time we'd see skirmishes happening there on the middle of it all.
Look at Bren.
Yeah, they're split up.
They're split up, one in each area. Now Tyrant, of course, taking stock of the side of Riverview. It's gonna be a little bit awkward. I think they got spotted by a recon, but I'm not exactly sure where it came from. Squad number 11 all the way to their northwest, and 2 members of AP Bren coming in from their northeast as well. I don't understand what was accomplished by that skirmish, but at least they have information now.
Yeah, Dean here, our MVP for the last game. That's still on the Lucinda, and we have respawners up already as early as now for AP Twin. I mean, they were scattered, right?
It's a risk that they're willing to take. It's a question of how you're gonna distribute the loot, right? I mean, we talk about in Group A and in Group B, where you see NCG actually intentionally split up, but the way that AP Bren is doing it, I think they're giving too much space to cover for only 4 players.
Yeah, they're split up, trying to get, I guess, as much resources as they can, knowing that, some of the power squads are within the area, right, that they are looting in. And as of the moment, we see that as well, as of the moment, they might actually go head-to-head here with Tyrant. This is not something you would want. Zell taking in shots here, trying to take down the armor as early as now. He's trying to get into that area, trying to get in those EXP shields, but you see Tyrant has a solid hold of that area.
Yeah, the thing about OA here is that they're actually bringing out this Momoy and the Phantom, which we haven't seen in a while, and they want to take this more passive approach, right? You try and create the situation that will end up in your victory, right? They were taking shots at, I think it was Tyrant from the other side, and are trying to flank them on the other side as well with the usage of the optic camo. But we haven't seen it happen a lot. And I think that also speaks to how this lobby in particular plays. But now, look at Chi. All alone here inside Motel. The backup's going to be coming, but I don't think they're going to be here in time because SMTI already has him surrounded. She's already down. AP Bren, vehicles out. Gonna try and come in as backup with a War Spider. The absolute gravity being brought out towards the EMP. Now shot coming in from MCAV, trying to find it from a distance. But the problem is he knows that there's somebody coming in from behind, from on top as well. AP Bren trying to find the perfect timing, trying to find the perfect formation to take them down one by one. But they're just falling like flies. They're dying one at a time. Fate stuck in a room, but somehow it takes him down. They're trying to fight back, trying to take the fights here, but there's no way for him to stay alive. Fate is gone. Caleb as well. SMTI.
Oh my goodness, 1-by-1.
Somehow they're able to stay alive and take down the entirety of AP Bren. But of course, well, it's still too early. They still have their wait, do they still have their respawners up?
No, okay, they're only a few of them do have, and again, they did risk splitting up, right? And as of the moment, two members of AP Bren. Oh my goodness, just SMTI having a very, very good coverage of this area. Fade as well over there on the bottom side, getting in on the War Spider, gets spotted in here by Shinichi.
Good night.
And there we have it, SMTI. Just I think AP Bren just wanted to converge there in the motel area, but
the timing.
Unfortunately, the timing was quite off there. I think what they wanted to do was like, okay, let someone, they spotted out Chi, but eventually they wanted to take in the surprise attack up against SMTI. Unfortunately, one by one, it was just the timing was, the timing was
it just wasn't right,
and no more respawns.
It was so unfortunate for AP Bren because they were just about to get together for the first time in the entire map. They were so close, and they were forced into a fight that they were not prepared to take. But SMTI just came in like a pack of vultures and tore flesh from the carcasses from AP Bren.
You know what SMTI is when you do adulting, and AP Bren just wants to be there, right? And you're trying to do adulting, there's a lot to do, but again, you get caught up in between situations like that as you grow. I was gonna say older and older, but as you
no age reveals here.
Oh my goodness, look at the Tyrant Esports there. They're gonna go up against OWA that actually took down a lot of their armor.
Look at this though. I think if you're able to notice, they're trying to find but on the other side you actually have HKPV closing in. But now Tyrant here with the hover car gonna escape.
Yeah.
Barely missing where OWA is as well.
Here's the thing too, they know that squad number 5 is just there on the corner, HKPV, right? That finished number 2 on map number 1. And as of the moment, right, it would be just wise to let HKPV go up against OWA here. That has 3 members, but HKPV once again goes in for the very aggressive, looting this area that they just came in from. And as of the moment, they might find Vagabonds there on the corner as Pogoro gonna take in a lot of damage there from NUMP. Kurama trying to go in here at the Sunflower Shopping Mall. Gonna call in dibs for the sale. As they do, they take in the loot here over on Sunflower Shopping Mall, but there's still 2 members of NUMV up as they're gonna try to escape the Sunflower Mall. But again, there is the Heart Island, or they might actually try to go around that plateau.
A little bit awkward, of course. They tried to take that fight, and now NUMV, they've been taken down to 2 players. That means that even if they try to come back into the respawners, they're still putting themselves in danger. And I think Vagabonds, they want to do their due diligence here. The usage of the War Spider, trying to take the fight from outside the door like a security guard as well. There goes the absolute gravity being brought out. The activation already being brought in by DBS Nash. On the outside, the EMP being brought out. The fight going on the inside. We can't see a thing because all that you can see is the utility. All you can see is the fire on the floor. Vagabonds takes them out.
Oh my goodness, Kurama there. You've seen how aggressive he went, right? Going all the way in here to Sunflower Shopping Mall, and they just called in tips here on the sale as Vagabonds once again makes in the move, takes down NUMV. and they're gonna make a run for it. They might actually find squad number 5 there, who's just around the corner, HKTV. And looking at it, there's a lot of health here. Not a lot of shield restorers here for VBS, so they might have to be a little bit extra careful when moving around this map.
Yeah, I mean the thing about Vegamons right now is that the roster that they've picked up is a nightmare to fight against. You have the Absolute Gravity, you have the Incendiary Grenade from your Lucinda, you have the EMP as well, and that's why it's a nightmare. They got caught in the corner, as you could see, in the last 30 seconds for that squad, and they just got thrown out of the lobby.
You know what that is? It's like having sleep paralysis.
Oh,
like you can't move
and then you
it's
have the
dark.
sleep paralysis demon coming in from the ceiling of your room. Then
Oh my goodness.
oh,
Yeah, that
God.
is actually such a terrible situation to be in, right? Like you keep waking up to the same dream and you realize that you're still not up. Definitely a deadly combo to go up against. And as of the moment, right, Vagabonds will go up against HKPV. They're gonna try to siege in the base. There is
A new Reaper
going
has
up here for
arrived.
VBS. They get spotted here. There's the Bulge.
Now the hologram giant gonna be dropped out. Kurama bringing all his chakra, trying to take them down. There goes the Absolute Gravity and the EMP. The combo is
my
too much. You
goodness,
can't fight back because
PBS.
Sirens. HKPV has them right where he wants. Oreki trying to close in, trying to find where they are because they did everything they can to try and escape. Because there's already 2 people down for VBS, trying to keep their shields up. Oreki trying to hunt them down. He has the scent, trying to find them like a bloodhound. You will not let go of the trail, and he finds him just like that. The movement, though, is too much. Oreki gets dropped down onto the floor.
Oh my goodness, such a tight combat there. Close 1v1, but for HKPV, they're still up and kicking here. And looking at Vaz PV, he has level 5 armor here as compared to the rest of the squad, so he can be a little bit more aggressive here when it comes to the ambushes here up against the squad. And here you have the fridge. Mom
Yes,
fridge, right?
you gotta take a look at Mom's spaghetti. You know, see what's inside, see what kind of loot that you have, and now they're armed with the Rhino, the same weapon that was used to take them out last time. Now we're gonna see if we're gonna see some poetry in action. You know, maybe a little bit of
Try that. Like it worked, right? Like that was. I mean, that's something that you would want to do. And as the moment, speaking of, Shinichi does have the Rhino here as well. Being forced to move out and restore the shields, but we see here Oreki again taking shots here as SMTI. And as you see, HKPV has a solid hold of this top floor of the Sunflower Shopping Mall.
yeah, they have full control of the penthouse. And you know, the thing about this is right here, this fight, HKTV and SMTI are the teams that made it into second place. They are fighting for 3rd and 4th. So they need to make sure that the other team is gone so that they can make it into the top 3 of the group right now. So this is going to be a little bit of some history between these 2 teams. But of course, HKPV does walk away victorious.
They're still not letting go of this spot, right, for HKPV. They're seeing everyone that will be coming in from Heart Island or even from the sides here going into Sunflower Shopping Mall. And SMTI, once again, this is a situation that they were in for map number 2. Over on the sides, still thinking of a way to go in. But again, SMTI only has Shinichi, the last one standing as well for map number 2. And again, it's not very wise to go in. He does have a lot of armors and healths here, but again, how do you approach this situation? Because Shinichi might actually be facing in Tyrant Esports there over on the other side, who's also going to close into Sunflower Shopping Mall.
Yeah, the problem is now at this point, he can't risk trying to go back for his teammate, so he's going to have to rat it out like the true Detective Conan that he is. He has to make sure that nobody spots him, that he can solve the mystery of who is left to take down because everyone is trying to hunt him down. HKPV, I think they are aware that he's still alive, and I think that's what Oreki's here for. He's here to try and clean up the mess that has been left in the shopping mall as the closing hours are coming in. Now, 7 squads still alive.
Yeah, it's nice and slow here as we see HKPV also
Kong?
gonna get spotted. We see Kong there on top of the mansion, and this is something that they've got in a solid
What's he
hold
waiting
of.
for?
Again, I think he's trying to get a nice
Wait,
headshot
he
here.
knows.
Oreki in a very dangerous position.
Oh!
Okay, they do manage to take in shots there, but again, Naos is still looking for a way to try and close in on Sunflower Shopping Mall because again, the zone will close in. HKPV again not letting go of that top floor. How do they go out or how do they go in here for Naos Esports? Again, HKPV, I do like their spot, but they might have to face here Tyrant Esports, who's over there
Oh,
on
boy.
the top side as well. Gonna
Actually,
try to
we know.
close in.
I think they know. They can see the Bat Cave and the Ward Spider on the other side of the hill. That means Oreki should have a view of what's going on the other side. But the problem is right now he's not exactly equipped for the occasion. He has a White Dwarf and the AK-77, which are both guns that are not used for long range
yeah.
fights.
But again, you know, I do commend the fact that he's been taking shots from time and time again here. And looking at HKPV, they have a very, very good vantage point of where everyone's gonna come in. Again, this is a spot that you would love to have right on top of the Sunflower Shopping Mall, where all the goods are.
EMPs.
And as we see, all the ultimates being thrown
What?
out here. NUMV, Zing there.
Fight's going.
1v1
NCG4
situation.
trying to take the fight now. It's Zing trying to close it in, but he's just rained down. Blood is down on the floor. It's gonna be Pong up against this entire squad of OWAA on the outside. Ong gonna take the fight just on the outside of the zone, but it hurts so much.
I know.
It hurts too much. It's not gonna be enough. He's gonna fall. NCG4 down to the last two members in OWA, waiting for the dredges, waiting for the last sections of meat that they can take down, trying to get as much nutrition as they can, because now here comes the absolute gravity. EMP being brought out as well. NCG4 will be forced to move back. Divulge being used as well. Mangatay on the backside as Ev is moving forward. Zay takes him down because they can't see a thing inside the smoke. NCG4 on the outside of the zone. They can't fight back.
Oh my goodness, just when we thought that OWA was camping out there over on that side of the map, right? Waiting for the proper timing to get in NCG, and now it's only Birador over there on the building side. He knows that.
He's bleeding.
Yeah, he knows that OWA is just right there outside waiting for him, and they know this fact very well. They could actually go out, he could actually go out here, but might get greeted in by two members of OWA. But again, the zone hurts so much as of this moment.
They know.
They know here, Zell.
He sees him just outside the
With
window.
the stellar wind.
That's gonna be so painful. OWA has 3 people waiting for Mirador to show his face, because all these windows out, all the doors wide open. They know where he is, so he's gonna try and weather the storm. Try to use all the med kits, try to stay alive for as long as possible. They're already shooting him down. The zone's getting worse. He has a vehicle. He's gonna try to stay alive with the mobile turret, but he's trying to find something on the outside of the river. He's still alive somehow on the outside of the lake. Mirador so low. He's gonna die, and he's gone. Mangangatay on the other side though. Now the problem, I haven't taken that fight, is the problem that Mangangatay now is forced to try and run away. I don't know if he has enough time. Can he do it? Yes, he does. He's still alive.
That was such a wise call by OWA, right? Forcing Birador to use all of his remaining health packs, and just as he jumps out, even though he has a vehicle upper hand, there was just nowhere to go. The time was running out, the zone was closing in, and looking at it here, Naos over onto the sides as well, thinking of a way on how to converge there to Sunflower Shopping Mall. But then again, let's not forget HKPV is up there on top, has a very good idea of where everyone will be coming from. But looking at our tiny zone there, it might actually be out in the open, not actually in Sunflower Shopping Mall.
Yeah, straight up. The problem now for HKPV is they're all gambling on where the final zone's gonna be, and it's gonna be closing in. It has been revealed. They do know that they have a small section of the east of Sunflower Shopping Mall, and Tyrant, OWA, and now it's gonna be closing in soon. That means it's now a question of who will fight first. Does Tyrant stay alive? Does HKPV hold on? Does everyone just start invading at the same time? We don't know yet, but of course, now Tyrant coming in with all their vehicles, trying to find the perfect place to go in, trying to find their way inside of the zone. Now HKPV knows what's going to be coming. I think Josh has an idea just on the other side. They are going to be rotating, trying to find the great angle. OWA and the other team on the other side, Tyrant as well. I don't know why they're not fighting, but it's a Cold War.
There is still the ultimates upright. Who will be the first one to launch? There's still OWA. This might be a 3-squad clash here on Sunflower Shopping Mall as the zone closes in. Again, HKPV not going to be using any of their ultimates. They can actually use a Divulge here, but then again, you might get spotted here. There's 2 squads. They're going up against Tyrant. They're going up against OWA.
And the problem right now is that now it's going to be left on the outside. That means when
They have to move
decide
in.
to move in, if they don't move in soon, they're going to be kept by 3 squads.
Right.
And it's just what's going to happen right now. Josh PV on top with the Rhino. Sorry, that's a defender in his hand. He knows that something's going to be coming from the north. And the problem is whether or not he's going to be able to find that angle. Now is trying to sneak past through all the cover, through all the trees, finds their way past the forest as everyone else oblivious that they are surrounded. But no, there's already a fight going on. Owa's getting shot at from both sides. One person already down. Now trying to find something from the other side. They have to be very careful how they approach this. They have to find a way to get in without sacrificing their lives. They find Tyrant. That's going to be a great view. 4 members still of Naos. Everyone perfectly healthy. And also on the other side, that's 3. And I think Naos, the call right now is to wait for them to kill each other before they go in. But now, Recon's going to be coming out to divulge. Not going to find anything. Naos have confirmed that they have the territory.
They do have the area. Again, they're not letting go of this spot. It's going to be difficult to go up against Tyrant as well as HKPV, who's right there on top, still not letting go. We still have FF, who's right there.
How?
In the middle. I'm not so sure if Tyrant or HKPV, but then again, he might actually hold it through. But it looks like Tyrant is going to go in.
Gonna be going right in base. He knows what's coming. He saw 4 people right in his face. HKPV trying to close it, trying to hold down the fort as everyone is closing in. Tyrant moving forward. Zell brought back into play. That means that Owa now has 2 members. That means that we have 3 squads right in the middle. Dollars trying to hold on to the chest, trying to hold on to the treasure, trying to stay alive on the inside. Does not know. Because right now, Owa right on top being sprayed down from the outside. The shotguns also taking down Tyrant one by one. FF is somehow still alive. We still have 4 squads.
They get scanned here.
They know they're scanned. They know where it is. The Rhino's in the hands of Dean. Everyone else from the outside now is taking them down one by one, fracturing them one by one, making it worse. For them with every single second. They know where they are. Stuck in a corner trying to close in. But no, HKPV has so much to go for here with a high ground. Incendiary grenade now being brought out in the zone, starting to close in. HKPV on the top, Tyrant at the bottom. But no,
there's
the vision erosion and the optic camo being brought out as well. That means that there's going to be a fight on their own on the inside. Absolute Gravity EMP as well being brought out. Now is waiting for the fight to end on the other side before they strike. And there goes Owa. They're striked out. 1, 2, 3. You are out. Here it comes. HKPV closing in from the south. He gets pulled in. Now is trying to hold it off. HKPV's gone. We're down to the last 2.
Oh, it's only Naos and Tyrant Esports. Let's see if Naos this time can actually fight back against Tyrant Esports as the zone is closing in. Smaller and smaller. Kong is left.
And
really
now's the time.
And this is it. Now's the time for this map. And they finally take in the victory against Tyrant Esports in the closest circle that we've ever seen.
Can you imagine this rivalry that has shown up in this group? Naos versus Tyrant and everyone else trying to hold on to what is left on the buffet table.
Oh my goodness. You wouldn't want to be the last one there, right? You want to be the last one there, but definitely here in Farlight 84, you would want to be the last one standing. Probably the longest standoff that we've seen there. And looking at Naos, how they approached the situation was also was key to getting in their victory, right? There were 3 squads there standing in Sunflower Shopping Mall, and actually, I would have expected HKPV to have a very good idea of where everyone was. They were on the high ground, but unfortunately, again, it was how they approached the situation. And this time, now's the time for Naos Esports taking in the victory for this map.
Yeah, I think it was a long time coming. We saw Naos Esports come out for the first time in last week, not exactly having the best performance, but today they showed that they do have the seeds of greatness. They had the perfect situation, right? Just on the outside of the wall, you had HKPV on the inside, and HKPV was smack dab in the middle of these 2 squads, wherein the fight was going to be between Tyrant and HKPV before they even touched Naos.
And here's the thing too, you see how it was calm before the storm, wherein we were like, why isn't anyone using the ultimates just yet? They just perfectly timed it in that last moment wherein I think it was a combination of the absolute gravity, the EMP shock, and to top it all off, you got the vision erosion, right? You can't move, it's dark, it's difficult to be in that situation, and I think for now it was the time to go in.
Yeah, now is the time indeed. And just now, I think that should actually put Naos at the very top of our scoreboard, if I'm not mistaken, because they got not on top of the fact that they do come out as top number 1. We do have a new code coming in. Of course, that's going to be Lighting, LIGHTING. For the first 1,000 viewers, get your R Jetpack Blitz, ladies and gentlemen.
Lightning with lightning speed. I hope you guys got that. You have the fast type in those codes, open your Farlight 84 accounts right now, and be sure to get this jetpack that is up for grab for our viewers. And once again, we'd like to thank you guys for joining us here on FPC1. Honestly, this is just the beginning. This is still Group C, by the way, if you just tuned in.
Yeah, we have another best of 3 coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go away. But of course, we're going to go back and take a look at the highlights from this map right here, because that's a lot to digest.
Well, it's sweeter this time around for Now's Esports, and definitely now's the time. And honestly, that was quite a turnaround from the last map that they had, wherein Dean was able to get that rhino right. And this time, it's Now's turn.
Yeah, poetic justice, as you would call it. I mean, we saw everything happening in the middle of the fight. HKPV trying to take away the second place spot from Naos. But of course, from Naos, you want to talk about the MVP, and that's going to be the Cypher in the name of Kong.
The EMP shock there, as well as the absolute gravity. I think that was probably the most chaotic last match that we've seen, right? A lot of ultimates being thrown in. I think it was the deadliest combo that you wouldn't want to be in. Getting caught in the absolute gravity, then you have the EMP where you can't move, then you top it all up. You got a vision erosion to just make everyone blind. You can't move. Again, it's like sleep paralysis. You know, a nightmare wherein you want to get out of it, but unfortunately this time for Naos, they were able to pull it through, and I think they were in such a very optimal position again, a very great position in that final stand, and the timing as well of the ultimates were timed pretty well here for Naos.
Yeah, it was a game of patience and the game of timing, wherein whoever had the actual tactical advantage in that situation ended up winning, because if you noticed, we didn't see much gunfights. It was all the utility being thrown out, forcing HKPV into a corner, and of course, that's gonna end our Group C. We're gonna take a look, of course, at our rankings. I think we're definitely looking at Tyrant and Naos at the top right now.
And looking at this, right, Naos, who has been, like what we mentioned, right, it was an open tryouts. They're trying to build the synergy, a team that is built to win. But we got a Tyrant, of course, being consistent there over on the top with 61 points overall, followed by, of course, Naos Esports with that victory for the last map, getting in 55 points, and of course, followed by HKPV this time, being on third place.
And I think it was, for third and fourth, this was definitely a really close fight, because both HKPV and Summit Invictus were able to grab second place. I think the main difference here is the number of kills and the amount of damage they were able to deal, which brings us back to HKPV coming out on third.
And that you have the consistency here. The Kings up on the hill. We got Tyrant Esports being on top here for Group C. But of course, again, Josuave, this is just Group C, right? We have, of course, to top it all up, we still have Group D later on for the day.
Yep, Group D, which means we have another 3 maps coming at us. And I don't know about you, but I think I need to get some water.
I need to catch my breath as well. And of course, don't forget as well to, if you just tuned in here to FPC1, don't forget to follow, Farlight 84's pages as well. Be updated with what's going on in the Farlight 84 community. I mean, there's a lot of tips and tricks,
There are
right?
a lot of tips and tricks, and of course you want to stay updated with FPC, of course. So again, don't forget to check out our socials, Farlight 84 Esports, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch if you want to keep updated with your favorite pro teams, or if you want to join the pro circuit yourself. Of course, there's no better way to know your enemy than to watch how they fight.
There's a lot of information here at FPC, right? A lot of chaos here every weekends, by the way. So again, don't forget to follow Farlight 84 on all of our social media channels, so you get to be called first dibs actually on all the action here. So don't forget to do that as well. So yeah, we still got map B. I need to catch my breath.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It started out nice and slow, but of course, as the action or as time passes by, right, the action just gets more and more intense.
Yeah, so intense that it brought us to our knees now. The problem is we need to go and take a quick break so we can bring you guys more action right after one quick break.
You're still watching FPC here with Burger Kim and Josuave, and you guys just witnessed the highlights there for Group C. And honestly, Josuave, there's a lot to pack for this group,
So
right?
much.
A lot of new names, a lot of names that have their solid hold already for the group, which was Tyrant Esports, right? And now is looking really good this
Yeah.
time around.
They're rising to the occasion. I mean, we talked about off-screen, in case you guys were wondering. We do talk off-screen. But now, as I think, having a little bit more chemistry than last week, wherein they were kind of middling in performance
Right.
the previous week. But today, we saw some seeds of greatness from them, wherein they were finally able to take down Tyrant in the last map. The last map.
And they had their revenge from that Rhino play by Dean, right? That was absolutely crazy, right? 3-man down for Nows in map 2, and eventually they were able to get finally the sweet victory in map number 3. And what a way to actually close out Group C, right? This is something that they'll remember, right? They closed out the group, they won it, and up against Tyrant Esports at that.
Yeah, the Kings of the Hill now experience poetic justice at the hands and now of Naos Esports. Excuse me.
My goodness, I can't imagine how things will go, right? Because now as esports, they're looking much better, and I think like what we mentioned, right? Chemistry, this takes time, right?
It
This
takes time.
It takes time to get the feel of your teammate, especially if like what we mentioned, now is a team that has been built right to in the open audition. So again, it was something that they needed to warm up to.
Yeah, and of course, with the length of FPC, with our weekly qualifiers, you will always be back, and soon you will see who's the best and what kind of chemistry you can actually build along the way. Because the FPC, this is the second week, but we still have a lot more weeks to come.
And can you think about it, right? Like the headline for this is like Naos takes down the Tyrants. Yeah, but it does make sense, right? They are always on top, and they've been very consistent, right? The Kings of Hill, like what you mentioned. And again, it is just so great to end out Group C with Naos closing it out this way. And honestly, I can't wait for more action as we move in slowly to the next weeks and eventually even Group D later on, right? There's a lot of names that are already very solid here in FPC, and honestly, I can't wait for more action.
Yeah, but of course, I think that's how we summarize Group C, wherein we see the revolution. Now is the time for the revolution to take down the tyrannical rule of Tyrant Esports.
Yeah, can you imagine that? Like back-to-back map wins, right, by Tyrant. And just as we close in, high from their momentum, right? And usually that's the case. Like, high from the momentum, the Tyrant was definitely very confident as well, right? Knowing that they have a lot of experience, and even coming into map number 3, they just won back-to-back, right? And now it's just, says, nope, this is our time this time.
It's our time. Now is the time. And of course, this is still the weekly semis, which means that we'll still see more tomorrow when we do come up to the finals, where we'll see some of the top teams from today come back tomorrow, and they will be made to remember who the Kings of the Hill really are. Maybe not.
Yeah, new kids in the block, right? For Naos Esports. But of course, we gotta hear it from our interview here. Let's throw it in to our Tagalog casters here for more of the interview. Hear from the players.
Ayun.
Ay, siya nga yun.
Oo, siya yun. Na-interview na eh.
Oo.
Bigyan mo na ng hello sa'yo, Kuya Buhat.
Ayun.
Naririnig mo ba
Naririnig
kami?
niyo ba kami?
Rinig ba ako?
Ayan,
O, Buhat. Oo, rinig.
Goods. Gucci. Oh,
Medyo
bigyan
may
mo na.
konting delay lang tayo eh. Pero eto na yan. Buhat. I love Bea. Ikaw yun eh, di ba?
Opo yun.
Oo. Ano nangyari dun sa I love Bea?
Naku. Chismoso eh.
Nagpalit lang po ako. Mas gusto ko yung original IGN ko eh.
Yung Buhat.
Oo. Pero dyan sa buhat mong IGN, I mean, carry, may iba pa bang meaning yan? O talagang gusto mo lang ikaw yung bubuhat sa team?
Yun lang po talaga, carry lang.
Eri. Buhat, may naalala akong kakampi mo dati, si Bulalo. Nasaan na yun?
Wala na po.
Ayun.
Po yung school priority na po.
Priority. Speaking of which, dahil nga akala ko, nag-rename lang itong si Bulalo. Naos Esports, na-pick up ka nga itong si Buhat. Ano bang kwento ng Naos Esports, yung team nyo? Kung paano nabuo yung mobile team nyo?
Ano po, nag-tryout lang po kami sa Naos. Kami po ni Kong, tas naghanap po kami ng 2 player po namin. Sim po, kami po yung natanggap.
Isang squad na yung napili.
Oo.
Si Kong tsaka si Buhat pala yung nagsimula.
Binuo nila.
Ikaw na, Kuya Osay.
Ayan, so yun nga, under sa org ng Naos. Kumusta naman yung experience? Kasi nung All Capsulers Cup, parang wala pa namang organization. Ngayong meron na back up na ng Naos. Kumusta naman? Mas ano ba? Mas exciting
Ano po,
ba?
mas
na-enjoy niyo ba
nakaka-pressure po
talaga?
ngayon kasi dinadala po namin is big org.
Okay. May tanong lang ako, Buhat. Last week kasi, hindi naging maganda yung debut nyo eh. Diba? During the live stages. Nung Sabado, hindi maganda ang performance ng Naos Esports. Pero ngayon, napatunayan nyo na kaya nyong may pagsabayan. Ano nagbago?
Siguro po yung sa rotation po namin, binago po namin yun. Kaya mas gumanda po yung chemistry po namin.
Ayun.
Ako na?
Okay,
Last question.
okay na eh.
Siguro ang pinakahuling tanong ko na lang din, Buhat, ay paano namin kayo makakausap? Kasi naghahanap din kami ng manager. May manager ba kayo? Kasi syempre, mga fan pages na pwede naming ma-message.
Baka next week po, kasama na po namin. Sa bootcamp na po.
Ayun.
Ayun.
Next week na lang tayo pag-usap kay Buhat.
Sige, thank you, Buhat.
Ayun.
Thank you po.
Salamat, Buhat. Shoutouts. Meron ka ba shoutouts?
Pabilis sa shoutout.
Ano lang, shoutout kay Matt sa Ghost, sa tropa namin. Yun lang po.
Ayun.
Good luck
Sige.
mamaya.
Salamat. Good luck. Good luck sa laro. Kita-kits ulit.
You heard it from Buhat himself from Naos Esports, and yeah, what made people say we heard it from Autoluz and Osiris in the Tagalog cast, like what changed this time for Naos Esports, right? You heard it from Buhat, since they're now backed by Naos Esports. What changed for them? It was the rotations, right? Yeah,
the rotations, and of course they had some new excuse me, expectations coming in now that they're backed by one of the bigger names in esports here in the Philippines, and that means that they need to do everything they can to make sure that they can get as close as possible to victory, and they brought that out in map number 3 of our group.
Yeah, nice way to close in Group C, and honestly, it's also a nice way to wrap things up here for Group C, hearing it from Naos Esports themselves, Buhat, and honestly, I can't wait for more, right? Moving on as we close in to this day with Group D later on, but of course, with all of the action here in Group C, we have to catch our breaths here. This is Burger Kim and Juswabe, of course. Don't you guys go away. We'll be right back after this break here in FPC. Just a bit. I'm just kidding.
Time passes, but the clairvoyant power from the Oracle will protect us forever. The fanatical power that everyone desires shall only belong to the strong.
Adventure has already begun. Yes, you can call me Mr. Reaper.
Survivors, welcome to Isle City. This time, clairvoyance from the ancient Oracle will sweep the entire battlefield. Please note that battles in the new season will be more brutal. Bring clairvoyant equipment, and the Oracle will bless you. Use Sunil's newest skin, Clairvoyant Frenzy, and feel an inexhaustible flow of energy.
I'm on my way with state-of-the-art rescue tech.
Sienna is out in front, dominating. Use the skin, Clairvoyant Potion.
Good boy. My tarot cards are waiting.
Stellar Wind can automatically lock onto target that's within range and attack. The Gale of the Stars is fatal and ubiquitous. White Dwarf SMG, a pinnacle product with both stability and lethality. May your opponents rest in peace. These guns and skins are all included in the Battle Pass. Unlock your pass to level 90 and get all the rewards. The most precious things on the battlefield are resources bestowed by a higher power. With the guidance of clairvoyant abilities, new hero skills will be unlocked this season. The battlefield is about to get even more interesting.
I look forward to meeting again.
Lucinda's trade is only open to the first buyer who arrives. Capsulers, fight for your desire.
Let's go. Never back down, and I never run. Come in last place, that was never fun. Time to elevate.
Looks like we gotta make it harder. Let me see who's the lucky one.
I'ma let it go.
Let them taste the power of new vehicles.
Time to lose control.
Time to fly. I never
Time to
miss.
start the show. Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, we gon' run it up. No days off.
Precision bombing.
One shot, so you better not miss.
Night, sweetheart.
One shot, so you better not miss.
Fire hazard! Emergency team, go!
Love doesn't just explode once.
Feel the brevity of fate.
One shot, so you better not miss.
The chaos is still not over as we head into Group D here today for FPC. Welcoming you guys back. My name is Burger Kim, and together with me is Juswabe.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And that was an entirely different experience that we saw here in Group C. To say the least, explosive. Speaking of rhinos coming in your face.
That was a lot, right? Like a lot of rhinos coming into play. Let's see it here for Group D here. I think this is pretty exciting here for Group D, knowing that one of the top teams as well that is known in Farlight. We have a lot of known names here as I'm checking in Group D. But later on, we'll get to that later on. But you know, what am I looking forward to? We've seen a lot of the rhinos. We've seen a lot of the tarantula action. But speaking of the teams, here are the qualified teams here for Group D. And GSRI is in this group as well as another Vagabonds team. VB Nomads is also here as well.
Yeah, the thing about the the Vagabonds teams is that they do have a similar playstyle, and they're of course still both vying for victory here. The thing about VB2 and Ghost Reborn, but of course on the other side we have some also familiar faces from ACC. NU4 Spade is there. We also have SRNCG Main 2, which is again another team from Nakage. Similar to VB Nomads, they want to show that they can also be at par with the main teams of their organizations.
Yeah, definitely have to live up to the name as well of the organization that has been supporting them. And just like what we mentioned, right, sometimes it does, they do need the time, right? Just like what Naos did, and definitely this week was now's the time. But of course, we're talking about Group D here, and looking at Group D, we have of course another Kings of the Hill, which is Ghost Reborn. And this, if I'm not mistaken, this is of course the team of BBC and MacPro, if you're familiar with them.
Yeah, the names are familiar, but the team is not. That means, of course, that that doesn't necessarily mean that if it's a new team, we're not going to see the best performance out of them, because again, they're familiar names for a reason, and that the reason is because they've been able to dominate in some of our earlier events as well.
And of course, we're talking about Ghost Reborn, the champs of the ACC, right? And definitely a lot of expectations here, a lot of teams as well that need to live up to the names of their organizations, the banners that they're carrying. But let's head over here into Sunset City. This is Group D, map number 1. As we see, this time the capsule is over on the west side, going up to the east side.
And exactly, now it's a question of who will get there first. And this is going to be a little bit more interesting because it's a new group. We're going to see the behavior of each of these teams. But of course, if you look towards the south, you actually see 2 squads vying for control of Sunflower Shopping Mall.
And if I'm not mistaken, that is ETX1 as well as Nox going to be going up against each other. Again, this is a situation that is pretty much grab and go, right? Like take as much as you can and go. Again, it's a mall. If you're pretty much early, you can get in as much as you want. But we see Jay-Z already taking in shots there at EV2 up there on top. You see
boy.
squad number 4 here.
Mavs trying to find the shot, forces ETX1 to reposition, but everyone else is coming in. The backup is here, and that means that Mav is going to be left all alone. He has to be very careful in how he approaches this. Shotgun in hand. The generator not going to connect, but of course he's still able to stay alive because backup is here. ETX1 loses 1 member, but there's still 3 online.
Yeah, Mav there from up top completely catches in squad 7 off guard, and now they still have 3 here. And I think squad number 7 here, they might actually gonna make the move here. ETX1 gonna loot as much as they can from the mall. It's Black Friday sale after all, so they're gonna be taking as much as they can, all the shields before they actually you know, disperse from the area, because knowing that yeah, squad number 4 is just there, so it wouldn't be wise to waste in those respawns as early as now, knowing that they might actually make their rotations from Sunflower going into maybe Tin Man and Todd's Hot Rod.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Black Friday sale is that means you are, if you're first there, you usually get the pick of the litter. You get to pick everything you want. And now, down in Tin Man Industrial, we've got a little bit of a cold war going on, a little bit of a turf war. Your north and the south squad trying to wait for the fight to happen. NUXL waiting for an activation coming in from ETX1. They are aware that they're over there on the other building. Now, Sunflower Shopping Mall has turned itself into 2 different malls, right? You have one bridge in the middle, and instead of trying to take the fight, NUXL waiting for the fight to happen, they disengage. But now Divulge being brought out. That should be information for PVT1. Going to be closing in shots now. They're going to be connecting. Wise is gone. He's being brought down onto the ground. ETX1 taking full control of the War Spider down in the south.
My goodness, I think that completely caught them off guard. Again, instant response here. We're seeing that squad number 5 PTV1 gonna be looting 9 SCR here early on, and if I'm not mistaken, there's still some respawns. But again, this isn't a situation that you would want to be in, right? Like as early as possible, you would want to get in those armors, you would want to get those loots, and again, respawns back into the area. They might get greeted here by PVT once again.
Yeah, they're determined to take it down. They see them coming down from the sky. That means PVT1 very well aware of what's going to be going on the other side. It's going to be dependent on them if they want to take the fight now or wait for the fight later. But it looks like Densetsu rather is trying to activate the fight now. They're going to be closing in, coming in from the side. Wise from the high ground. General Kenobi is not ready. He knows where he's going to be aiming at. He's not able to connect just yet. The PVT1 are closing ground. The flank going to be coming in, and one on the front as well. The west side of the map is being closed in, but the problem for 9SCR is on the opposite as well. They're sandwiched in.
Oh my goodness, Vagabonds is on the other side here, and BB2, we know that this is again a squad, Vagabonds, that they're known for, and we see that PVT1 is actually going to force out this fight. It's going to sandwich 9SCR. There's no respawn here.
He knows.
Wise going to try to use then the Vision Erosion as he tries to make in the shots, but gets taken down there by St. Gavin from up top, and there's still 1 member left standing there. Make that 2 actually. They're gonna get gunned down. They're gonna go ham at Ishbak, and there it is! The shot from St. Gavin once again from PVT1.
PVT1, revenge is sweet. They've been made to remember where it belongs, but now VP2 gonna close in as PVT1 is still licking their wounds. The poison gas in the EMP being brought out. Hasbulla out on the outside of the window, closing in on each and every one of the members of PVT1. There goes the Incendiary trying to keep Hasbulla down into the ground, but now he's going to be able to spray him down. He beams him out of existence as the rest of PVT1 trying to come in with the backup. Hasbulla stuck in a corner, very little health as well. Medkit not going to be fast enough. St. Gavin with the power from heaven takes him out, and PVT1 stay alive.
That's some godly moves there from St. Gavin, but this time he's gonna do a 1v1 here up against Vagabonds. There's no Calyx there, up on the corner, taking in shots.
Oh!
Regen the shield, but again, Hartman from down bottom side just shooting everyone from PVT.
Going to be eliminating each and every one of the members of PVT, but they know that Densetsu is still alive. Hartman trying to track him down like a hound dog. Iska, of course, being down. Now the question is, what do the rest of Vagabonds do? They're going to be closing in Densetsu, being dropped down. PVT1 still alive in the name of the other members. St. Gavin down from heaven, rising like an angel from the dead. Here it goes. Calyx now trying to take control of Todd's Hot Rod as the struggle continues.
Oh man, just bodies dropping time and time again, and we see that Vagabonds might actually converge here with squad number 7, ETX1, who's just around the corner. They're complete. They came down from south side, from the Sunflower Shopping Mall. They got a couple of armors, and they're going to do their very best to take in as much as they can here. But as of the moment, right, zone is closing in. We see in the ultimates being popped here. Here comes Angelo going up against GSR here, and Angelo just waiting for the proper time to go in, but again the zone is closing in. They have to face Ghost Reborn here. They are in a very good position. They're up top here on Iris Raj, and look at the damage coming in from Angelo, causing Ghost Reborn to actually just back away.
Boy.
They still have the armors up. They're waiting for the time to take it. The shot to Kaludi from the top. Gizmo being forced to back away and regen some shield and HP in that tree that he's in.
Oh, but they're closing in. Look at NU for Spade. Full Pro in the front, trying to spray down on Jay-Z. Oswald trying to do his best to stay alive. Gets out of danger just at the last second, but now goes Reborn coming in from the side. Ludi taken down, and there comes the EMP. Gets Full Pro down. He's gonna be have to be very careful here because he's out of ammo. He has to reload. He has to bring his shield back, and now the time is ticking. And you force Spigot on one side of the barn as Ghost is holding the house. He has the cards, and that's exactly what you want to bring forward. Now Full Pro playing stealth, finds BBC on the back. He tries to take the shot, but he's not enough because he's just too slow. But he's able to find Mac Pro, takes him down, try to shoot them down one by one. Jay-Z and BBC have him surrounded. Full Pro not able to fight back in a 1v2.
Oh my goodness, and that was BBC for you again with those clutch plays. Ghost Reborn is still up and kicking, but they have to regen as much as they can here. They do have a lot of med kits here, a couple of shield resources here as well.
Look at that.
Looking at the NU, they're gonna go up against squad number 2 here in a very tight spot. Oh my goodness.
Too fast.
Super fast call, and they get away on this War Spider here.
Gotta be careful what you wish for. Sometimes you want to try, when you're taken out and the respawner brings you back, you want to get some armor back up, some weapons as well. Unfortunately for them, they actually just walked right into where V1CI was.
Super quick actually from
so
their
unfortunate,
side.
man.
Oh my goodness. Squad 6 and 7 again in a sticky situation wherein they have to face each other. The zone will close in on the Bat Cave over there. So eventually, for squad number 7, they have to move in. They have to face here SRN, the other SRN team here that's just waiting for them. And now they're taking as much shots as they can from afar to ensure that either to get their shield XPs to be used up, or maybe even use up some of their med kits there before they go in. Again, the armors are up here for 6.
Is that
Look
a
at
recon?
Tom.
Oh, they know.
They get scanned here.
Great scan coming in from one SRN. That means that ETX1 has been spotted. They know exactly which part of the map to watch. Look at this angle from Sean Sanity. He's trying to get rid of the vehicle that they do have. If that's taken away, their mobility is taken away. War Spider being brought into the corner. Primo, he knows exactly what's going to be going on. They're trying to hold it off. But now it's a question of trading the resources, trading the space, waiting for the right time to strike, because right now one SRN are on a pedestal and they're not going to be letting go of the high ground.
Definitely, right? You would want to greet here squad number 7 or ETX1 here with open arms here. Again, ETX not in a very good position as the zone or the circle will close
Primo?
in. So it's inevitable that they will have to face them as Primo to try to make
Oh
it out
boy.
of the War Spider as he gets gunned here by Sean Sanity, as well as the rest of the members here of SRN. There's another vehicle there driving in on the edges of the circle as it is going to be them trying to evade that one. But on the other side though, we see VB Vagabonds here. A lot of ultimates being used here as Hasbula will actually be healing from that one in the nick of time. He has the Rhino going 1v1 here with the members of squad number 4, and look at the damage coming out from that.
It's a three-way fight between these three squads. We have Mav still standing victorious above the rest of Vagabonds. 2 more teams in front of him as well, playing the third party in this fight. V1CI is down. Calyx able to stay alive on the inside, waiting inside the shops like a smooth criminal, ladies and gentlemen, because NUXL, they're hunting him down. They want to find every single member left because Calyx, if you know, he's the last person left alive for his team and everyone else is still there, but he gets scanned. Calyx has to get out. He finds the vehicle. He's gonna... I'm not a good driver either. It's fine.
It's okay. Okay.
Oh no!
Fortunately enough, he can just dash out of that one. Calyx is a Maggie after all, just in the nick of time as squad number 4, NUXL actually spots him out. So they're actually gonna have to face another problem here. They have squad 0-2 here on the other side. So Calyx is trapped in a situation wherein, you know, you can't do these 1v1s. All these other squads are still up, and looking at this, again, the information has been used already here for NUXL. They're trying to approach the situation and see how to go up against squad number 2 here. Val gets spotted there as Calyx gonna make a run for it. He is on the top side here of Sunflower Shopping Mall. So again, still good, but they have to move here. He does have the Rhino.
He knows. He knows. He hears it. He's gonna bump it right up. Shiro's not gonna be ready. Blast him to smithereens, but he's still somehow alive. The movement, it's the anime battle. Calyx, so fast, so good, and he takes him down just like that. Now, the fight is gonna keep going on. P1CI trying to take back their comrades from the depths of hell, and he takes him out of the play.
My goodness. Man, what a play coming in from them. And just when we thought the Vagabonds, Calyx was going to be able to make it through from that one. But fortunately, good clutch play from Calyx, but that wasn't enough. And looking at this side of the Sunflower Shopping Mall, we still have Squad 02, Team Vici here. Going to solidify their hold onto the area and try to take as much as they can before, again, the circle closes in.
Yeah, take back all the inventory that was left by your opponents, because you have to remember where it belongs. It belongs to me, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Mom's Fridge down in the bridge. Mr. Mac Pro taking full advantage. Look at that free level 5 shield, but on the other side, SRN gonna take this fight from long range, trying to get rid of them one by one, trying to waste the shields right now, but it's a ceasefire.
It's not water under the bridge just yet, like what Adele said, because squad number 6 here, SRN, Ghost Reborn there on the other side. The I would say one of their toughest opponents to face as well for the SRN team. And now I would have to say that Ghost Reborn, again, in a very good high ground here. Very, very good grasp of the area as they're trying to spot out information, knowing that SRN is on the other side.
Yeah. The problem right now is whether or not they can get across, because Ghost Recon has the perfect position. They have height. They can see if anyone's coming in from across the river from Tin Man. They can watch on the bridge as well, and that means that they have so much firepower, so many bargaining chips to stay alive. But of course, this is still 4 squads. After all that action, we're down to 4, and the circle is still so big, and that means we should be having a little bit more time of peace here.
Yep, everyone is just not letting go of their boards. We see Mad Mars taking in shots there up against BBC, but again, it's not doing as much. They're threading on very, very, very dangerous ground here as we see they're on the edge of the circle and looking how it will close in. It will actually be on an open area there, Josuave.
It's gonna be a little bit awkward. That means no cover for
Right.
most of the people here. So it's a question if whether or not you want to hold on to that ground or take it by force. I think right now Ghost Recon wanted to do as much damage as possible to the enemy teams. One SRN with the use of the vehicles able to get out of danger's way, get some cover in the back of Sunflower Shopping Mall, and well, Ghost Recon, there's no sign of them trying to fight this back. And the problem right now is they've been caught on the other side of the river too.
Yes, they have to swim over onto the other side of the river as we see Ghost Reborn taking as much vehicles as they can.
I don't know how they do this.
Yep, but Jay-Z is also on the other side there as well as Ludi, so they have some information on how to actually approach the area as we see one SRN actually over there on a very, very optimal spot as Ghost Reborn still waiting in for the proper timing to go in. As we see, there's not much ultimates being popped just yet. It's very quiet as of the moment, but again, this is very, very dangerous. There's a river right in the middle.
And you know, you don't ever swim because once you swim and you get shot, then you will sink down to the bottom. But
There's
now,
nothing much you can do as well,
Yeah,
right?
there's no fighting back because you can't get revived when you're down. You're
You
not
can't
down.
do
You-
anything
you
while you're
just
swimming.
die. There's nothing. There's no coming back from that. That's why they have to be very careful. But luckily for them, they do have this air beast when they have to bring out Buzz Light here, perfectly poised. But now look at this placement coming in from the Rocket Tarantula to distract the enemy. As now SRL2 trying to move forward, trying to get a good position. Of course, this is still 4 squads, and this is gonna be the time where it all converges into one spot. Macro forced to move out. Air Beast in hand, and the rest of the team already able to move forward. The beauty of the Air Beast is when you bring out that laser, it's so hard to fight against it. It looks like he wants to initiate the fight on
Okay.
SRL. They don't know where he is.
Sneaking up on them from the back there, sneaking with that Air Beast. And Mac Pro here just has so much information here for their side.
Absolute
and their
Gravity.
Absolute Gravity.
Divulge.
As the Divulge is going to be used here as well. We see squad number 10 going up against squad number 0 who just came in from the other side. There's the vision erosion as well. You can't see anything at the moment. Kraken forced to run away, but from the back we see Crammers gunning them down, but there's Ghost Reborn making bodies drop from time to time, making a cemetery, looting as much as they can,
Here
but
it
they're gonna have to
comes.
face one SRN from the other side as well.
Now comes the EMP, Ghost Recon. They have shown their position and they've shown their weakness. Rhino in hand, Macro trying to blow them to the smithereens, but the positioning
for the
is
timing.
still too good. The Divulge, they have the information as well. One SRN, they're not willing to give away the position. They wait from behind the trees, behind the forest. There goes the Absolute Gravity, trying to force them into a corner, but it's not going to be enough. What's his name? He's down. Macro coming in from the sky as well. One SRN is closing in, and so are the rest of Ghost Recon, trying to pick up the pieces. But the Ghost Recon, they haunt the lobby and they come out victorious.
Oh my goodness, Ghost Reborn on how they approach that situation. Macro to the rescue, right, baby? Oh my goodness, such a tight spot to be in. A lot of open area, but Ghost Reborn managed to pull it in. Can you imagine? One SRN had the information on where they were, and eventually they closed it in, and Ghost Reborn was able to get in this map, number 1.
It was so beautifully done specifically for them because the problem was one SRN had them like sitting ducks. They were at the bottom of that tiny cliff and they were closing in on Ghost Reborn, but they were still able to take it away. They were still able to come in with a clutch play coming in from Mac Pro with the usage of his Rhino to just destroy the rest of SRN. I think that's going to be a recurring theme for today. The Rhino
Rhinos.
always comes out on top.
Yeah, this is why you see that you know, the members of Ghost Reborn were going for Mount Fridge, right? And there's most of the time there's always really good loot there. I mean, if that was my fridge, it's probably empty.
I only go for groceries once a month, so it's free. It's full once a month.
Once a month, yeah. But this is a time wherein you would want to have the best of the best, right? The Rhinos, time and time again, we've seen the damage that it puts, right? All the armor's down, and just like that, it would be so much easier for your other squad mates to just go in for the final kill.
And that's why it was so beautifully done, because despite the fact that Ghost Reborn were injured and bleeding, they were still able to at least deal some damage to one SRN. And in the end, of course, Mac Pro with the clutch play was able to do the rest. Play the cleanup crew.
Yeah, and Jay-Z also in that last final clash, he was able to take down, I think he was the one who did the last final few shots there up against one SRN and eventually taking this W for map number 1. And Jay-Z is one of the players that is new to Ghost Reborn, but definitely has a lot of that mechanical skills, and definitely not surprising, they have meshed pretty well here for Jay-Z, who is a new member of Ghost Reborn.
Yeah, I think you have to respect that, of course. This is the proving ground of all the teams, and of course that's gonna be the first map of map number 1. That's had a lot of great moments. Let's look back for a bit.
That was the highlights for just map number 1, and I think it just, time and time again we see all of these different things being put into play very well. Last time it was about the war spiders or about the tarantulas, and I think for today it's gonna be the rhinos in play here. Twice already that we've seen that.
The explosive plays coming in today from Group C and Group D, but of course, map number 1's MVP would of course be Mac Pro. We've called him out a lot in the 2 different events now. We saw him in ACC. He's back now as a professional, trying to prove that he is literally a pro, and that's why he's called Mac Pro.
In his name already and living up to it. And I think there's a lot of good plays here by Mac Pro, right? Like just if not dishing out damage with the Rhino, there was a lot of like close quarter combats that he was able to win and eventually leading Ghost Reborn to this point, right? The Kings of Hill, and once again they have secured in the victory for map number 1 here in Group D.
But of course, that's still map number 1. They have established the meta, they have established their position, but now they've put the target on their backs. Everyone else is gonna be looking to take them down, and now they have to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this this Group D, right, we have another SRN team here, which is one SRN, right? A different flavor from the main SRN
the
Kage
Kage,
team, yeah. So they're gonna be going up against still Ghost Reborn here in this particular group. I'd love to see more of Vagabonds actually for Hasbula and the rest of his team. But then again, when they had that encounter, right? It was only Calix. He was able to at least clutch and take down 2 members of the opposing squad. But unfortunately, right, one is the loneliest number. He did have shields, but unfortunately, again, Sunflower Shopping Mall is that area we're in. There's a lot of loot. And speaking of the loot, you guys better grab this one. It is a SR weapon skin, so hopefully you guys got that screen cap, be able to grab that one and open up your Farlight 84 accounts and be able to redeem that because, well, we're not able to do that.
We're not gonna do it. We're gonna give it to you guys. You gotta give back to the community, of course. So, open up your CD key in Farlight 84, put in that code, and of course you will get your prize if you were fast enough. If you were fast enough.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely not, right? Like, I would want to claim those codes all the time, but unfortunately, well, looking at, speaking of Group D, right? Like, a lot of the Rhinos, will we see, like, in this particular map for map number 2, a lot more Rhino plays will be coming in, not just for Group C, even here for Group D, right? Like, it seems to be the thing. And most of the time when you see, like, open loot, speaking of loot, right? Like, open loot, will it be, again, highly contested by the players?
Yeah, I think, you know, the strange thing about Group D, the usual behavior around a hot drop coming in, right? Mom's fridge coming in from home, is that most people fight for it, but we've never seen an actual fight happen. But of course, we're going straight into map number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Ain't no time to waste, and neither are the players gonna be coming in right now. Team Busy coming in on the north. They're gonna be establishing just on the outside. But everyone else, I think this is going to be a really skewed map. Look at this. Everyone towards the east. Okay.
Yeah, no one's going far down bottom side over onto the Sunflower Shopping Mall. But if I'm not mistaken, it seems like squad number 7 and 4 are going to be heading towards there. And looking at how our players have dropped here, we see once again Ghost Reborn up against SRN. They're in very close proximity, but squad number 11 as well, they might be clashing with one SRN there. There might be sandwich, and looking at how SRN is, they're actually quite scattered in that bottom side of the Sanctuary Tower.
They're gonna be a little bit awkward over there, but of course at the very least, they have space, they have inventory. That means they're gonna be having the chance to get more loot out of it. But of course, that also comes with the risk that you're going to be walking into a squad of 4. Speaking of squads, ETX1 already going to be starting it off on NUXL. Ghost is going to be down as everyone else is going to be moving out in a panic. The last 2 members of NUXL away, trying to stay alive, stay on the ground because ETX1 is key to hunt them down. Cookie ng Mungo moving forward. As they know, someone's going to be coming in on the bridge. The movement is not going to be enough. He's not able to track him down, but because it's a 2v1, they find Shino, brings him down, and he's going to be activated into another respawner.
And forcing the members of squad number 4 to actually back away from that one. They're going to be trying to escape here, Sunflower Shopping Mall, while taking in the loot as squad number 7. They're actually quite scattered here for NUXL. So some going up top north, going to the Heart Island, and some going down south, whereas squad number 7 still not letting go of that Sunflower Shopping Mall.
Very keen to take that now. And U4S and U4 Spade Pierre being found alone, and 9 SCR finds him. No way to fight back in a 1v4. That's gonna be painful to watch, but it's just the reality.
9SCR as well has a control of this entire carnival area, and as you can see, the last remaining member there of squad 8, they're gonna be forced to go out, but as I see, it seems like someone will be trying to enter.
Oh
it's
boy.
Pierre gonna be respawning. Actually, he's gonna be flying out of carnival, knowing that 9SCR has a much better control of that.
I don't know why you would do that, but the thing about NU4 Space right now is that they are really fractured. They don't have any game plan to fight back because they know that 9SCR is in Carnival, seeing as one of their teammates died. Now the question is, do they keep going to this fight? Do they relocate? Do they regroup elsewhere?
And here's the thing too about Carnival, right? Like, you have so much armor, so much resources, and Roswell gets spotted there up top. Does not have any shields as 9SCR. They're going to be closing in on him with nowhere to go. It's a sandwich play, and that is going to be it. Roswell gets taken down there with just a few HP left, and you see why is there to seal the deal.
Yeah, way too clean for 9SCR, and honestly, it was a little bit of a misplay from NU for Speed. I think they were trying to play luck a little bit too much, of course, but you know, sometimes you don't pick up what you want. Now, RNG on the other side being shown what VP2 has to offer. Gonna be going in, and there goes the Divulge, EMP being brought out, run and gun, running no more. They're brought down to the ground, and they can't fight back. VP2, Vagabonds come in, pick up the loot, and now they have totally invaded. what is left.
Hasbula. My goodness. Timing in that EMP as well as, going ham at the members of that squad and eventually being able to loot them, and as well as getting in the solid hold of this area as well, that there's a lot of shield XPs, a lot of vehicles, and we know that Vagabonds is that, it's from their names already.
Yep.
You know that they love to traverse around Sunset City, right?
They will move and travel and take what they want in the process, just like that Hasbula and the rest of the squad, Calix, along with Iska. They know exactly what they want. They will take it by force. And now VC, look at this, Nova Planetarium. Everyone's going out for a tour, but now Pierre, the last remaining member of NU for Spades, stuck in a corner. Very careful about showing his face. He cannot move at this point, because if he does, he's going to be exposing himself to two, not just one, but two squads as well.
Yeah, he's. It seems like they're in it for the chase here for 9SCR, and Pierre is just gonna have to wait it out there as VC squad. Number 2 is over already on the Nova Planetarium Annex, trying to get in as much shield as they can, but they might actually, find Squad 08/9 member. It's Pierre. We see one SRN having an early encounter here with Ghost Reborn, as we see JZ gunning them down from the back. They're in it for the chase. They do have the vehicles here.
Boy.
It's Fast and Furious here. It's the War Spider from the back. Gunning down SRN. JZ still in it for the chase as the armors are down. Jesse Dash from Macro onto the back. As they're still in it for the chase, they're going to be chasing one SRN actually over to the other side. They're still not letting go. They need to take them down, but look at this. Max Pro still at it, and they are actually quite successful in taking down the armors. They let go of the Spider, but fortunately enough for one SRN, they're still up and kicking.
But the problem right now is that means that they've lost 2 members. That means they need to find somewhere to relocate and regroup, because of course we do still have the respawners up. It's still gonna be fine for them, but the problem is they've lost progress on their shield XP. They've lost progress on looting, which means now Ghost Reborn, rather, once they decide to go in for another fight, it's gonna be a new problem. Now Ghost, NCG, NUXL on the very top of Sunflower Shopping Mall, having a party on the penthouse, takes down one, and they are gonna be able to secure more land.
And now they have to close in here for NUXL. They take in the War Spider, but again, they will have to face in squad number 10, who's over already traversing their way, making their way across the map. But as of the moment, right, you see Ghost Reborn here. They might go face to face with Vagabonds that also has their choice of vehicles here, a War Spider. But it seems like they are going to be choosing to move over instead of going up against Ghost Reborn early on.
It might be the best call. I mean, Ghost Reborn, of course, being the top of the lobby in the first map means that they are, of course, to be reckoned with. So VB2, they might not want to take that fight, because they at the end of the day, you don't need to get the kills. You still get more points out of surviving. And being second, third in the lobby means that you can easily catch up to Ghost Reborn if you're careful.
Yeah, Pierre is still wrapping this one out, and fortunately, he's able to escape where he is. Wherein everyone left the area already, so I guess we will have to wait for these other squads to try and take each other down. And as we see, Vagabond moving here into the hotel side as he spots squad number 5. They're gonna go down. There's Safe, Gavin, and there's the EMP from the back from Hasbula. Again, perfectly timed for Vagabond, and they siege in this motel area.
And that wasn't much of a siege if it took that long, but it happened way too fast, and the PVT1 was just not able to fight back. The problem, of course, was in their positioning where they could not fight back. They couldn't gang up because VB2 just had them outnumbered, outgunned, and out-prepared, because with the EMP, everything deactivated now, and they're facing the problem right now. Calix, very well aware that there's going to be 2 squads coming right for them. 9SCR being sprayed down, doing so much damage, and they're outside of the zone as well. It's going to be one hell of a problem.
Yep, they have to move in knowing that Vagabonds has control of this high ground. They got a War Spider, and you see Calix taking in. Again, pot shots up against them. They might actually try to traverse the other side wherein there's a hill. But then again, you see the bombardments coming in, knowing that there is... man, the damage as well as the circle closing in here. You see Vagabonds trying to approach this situation carefully.
Yeah, they're very careful, but they also want to make sure that they're not letting a risk survive. they're not giving themselves away. And now there goes Calyx, there goes the Rhino, and you have to look at the EMP. Calyx being down to his knees as the rest of the BBT trying to catch up, but Hasbulla can do nothing in the face of these two members of 9SCR. Iska is going to be left alone with the rest of BB2. They're down to the last two members, and it looks like 9SCR is determined to hunt them down. Hartman trying to deal some long-range shots onto the members of 9SCR, but with an AK-77, it's going to be way too hard. Iska also coming in from the flank, trying to take the fight. Hartman moving it on to the Rocket Tarantula because now Iska's gone. The problem now is that it's going to be a 1v4. 9SCR have full control.
9SCR, considering that they've actually been eliminated early on in map number 1, they're doing pretty well as of the moment, right? They're still pretty much solid here, and as we see Vagabonds, it's only Hartman left here. He still has some shields and health bars, but gets spotted out here by Squad 09, who's just around the corner, so I guess it would be best for Hartman to keep on moving, but he gets gunned there by
Oh
TN.
no, they're hunting him down. Right from the back, he can't fight back. Hartman running for the hills, calling in Dominic Torero because sometimes family, the power of family brings him forward. He's fast and he's furious and he's still alive.
Okay, he still has some health here, some shield XPs as well, so he's going to be going back into the zone. That is going to hurt a lot, but again, you're going to be facing up against 9SCR, who has the numbers advantage here as of this moment.
Yeah, sometimes when you call upon the spirit of your family, even if you're alone, you're able to stay alive just like him. But of course, the problem is this is only the second zone, which means there's not too much damage being done by by the safe zone, which means you can easily relocate elsewhere, find a better position. That's a little bit more advantageous. But now NUXL being found out by the Divulge, 1SRN trying to close in and trying to take back the land that is rightfully theirs. Shino and the rest of the squad, they know what is coming, they know the bombardment is in, the EMP, the absolute gravity being brought out, putting them into their doom. Shino trying to spray down, but Sean Sanity gets traded out, he's beamed out of the fight, but the rest of 1SRN, NUXL, still to stay alive, goes NCG, not fast enough either, it's Val on the other side, being sprayed down by the rest of the members of NUXL, and the 1SRN is still alive, they walk away victorious from this fight.
1SRN, and as of the moment, they are going to be able to revive their members here right after that encounter. And fortunately enough, they were a bit scattered at that moment, right? So being able to have the better position for the other members, they were able to gun down the rest of the squad. And looking at this carnival, wow, this is a place that is definitely going to be chaotic. We see squad number 10, Alcaraz, all alone there in that tower. They're a bit separated here as of the moment, and as we see, right, there's a lot of towers, a lot of buildings here in Carnival, so you just want to peek out, right, because there's a number of squads here. Let's see who has the better high ground, as ETX is going to be a little bit more careful here, grabbing a worm's eye view of where everyone is.
Yeah, gotta be careful to call it in. I think ETX1 was able to spot some shots being brought in from a different building. They are aware that there is danger coming in on the outskirts of Carnivale, but 1SRN also, they are going to be taking up this space, moving into Iris Ranch. They know somebody has just passed, but there goes some shots coming in from a rocket down from the sky. They know that something is afoot, something is abrew. 1SRN on the outside, they're surrounded, they don't know where it's coming from, but the war spiders are going to be used as scouting equipment. They need to know what's going to be going on, because it looks like we're going to be seeing another clash of powers, another clash of giants right now. 1SRN aware of an enemy on the other side, but Ghost Reborn also closing in.
Yep, the circle as well. This is a dangerous territory for these squads. They might get sandwiched here in the hills as 1SRN. They're going to try to get in high ground. Look at Jay-Z from the top, gunning down Nairobi. Gonna be forced to actually heal up there, as the War Spider here of Mad Mars unable to do anything. And looking at Jay-Z there in a very, very good spot. He's still not going to let that go. And looking at this, Ghost Reborn still has all of their health bars up. A lot of good armors here. They have the upper hand here as well, wherein they have a lot of information about where the other squads are.
Yeah, the mechanics of these players are very different from the rest of the lobby. They can take these long-range fights and still find some kind of product here. But now the problem, Mad Mars, 1SRN being made aware that there is a threat coming his way. Divol's being brought out. They know that he's going towards Iris Ranch. He's going to be forced out into the outskirts of town, out towards the farm. Have some fun over there as they're going to be taking out this information. But at least for one SRN, this is breathing room for them. Everyone else, though, that's going to be a totally different story.
Yeah, that's such a tight spot to be in, right? Like Ghost Reborn on the other side, then you got like 2 other squads who's waiting for you, and then you got the circle closing in on you. And as we see Ghost Reborn, you see Ludi scouting in information here for Ghost Reborn. Up on the back, they got War Spiders here for both Ludi and BBC. And looking at how our circle will close in, again, it is an area that has a lot of high ground, has a lot of plateaus, but then again, you might have to come out in the open. We see Ghost Reborn again. They know that one SRN is right here in Iris Ranch, so they're trying to look for information here, but they are still unable to find them.
Trying to do the scouting work here. They have to make sure that the research is accurate. Ludi at the top of the hill knows that there might be some threat coming in from the south. Here comes Iron Fist, moving his way forward as the rest of his team is following close by. He knows there's a threat on the other side of the river, but they have to be very careful in the way that they approach this. That's 4 different squads that they could be walking right into, and this is why Iron Fist is in the front. This is why he's coming in from behind, because when you have a War Spider and you end up trying to take a long-range fight, you're gonna be the one to lose.
Oh, there is the information. Again, Ghost Reborn just scouting in as much as they can as of the moment. They have all their armor up. And once again, they get in the high ground here. Macro pushing out the damage. There's EMP, and from the back we see Prime XD. He's in for the chase. Macro is out for blood, and then he gets himself in, trying to convert it for information. As we see Macro doing a 1v1 here up against the members of ETX. It's an Ember you're going up against, but he gets gunned down as well from the back side. But on the flip side as well, you see the other members of Vagabonds as well as squad number 7, who's still up alive and kicking here. Calyx is still up as well.
It's going to be a little bit of a problem now. ETX1 having been fractured down. There's only 3 members left for them. Everyone else totally complete. So they have to take back the land that has been taken. Now, the scans, the recons, and the absolute gravity being brought in as well. There's going to be a fight now down towards the ribbon. 1 SRN and PC already being taken down. The rockets coming down from the sky blows them to smithereens because there is no bunker. Kramers now on the other side. They know where he is. He has a position, but he's at least safe for now. They do have the scan, and they do have our springboard as well, and they're able to get out without any kind of threat towards their lives, because ETX, just as they get out, they find the spot to move forward. Now it's BBC closing in. Ghost Reborn once more showing their power. Rocket Tarantula in their hands. They're gonna go nuclear right now. They're gonna blow them up, blow them down. Bro, it's gonna be disgusting right now because they are closing in now.
Right in the middle of an open area. BBC is the only one left here for Ghost Reborn.
Oh boy.
And SCR.
Reaper has been killed.
Still up alive and kicking. We see some EMPs already being used, and we see Tizen healing himself up before he goes in. Their squad 10 and 0 is right around the corner.
Oh no, the absolute gravity being brought in by BBC. It's gonna be a trap. Incendiary grenades burning him at the feet. Calyx somehow finds the spot. Oh my god, he gets out of the window, blows him to smithereens, and he can't fight back, and that's now 9 SCR. Back behind this bus. They know that VC is on the other side. They're waiting for the right time to start because it's only 3 squads left. You cannot waste time because for 9 SCR, there's only 2 members. Everyone else is down. That means that this is we have 3 squads, 5 people still alive. No squad is left here fully healthy, and that means that whoever blinks first will die. Calyx with the usage of the Rocket Tarantula in his hands, but here it goes. The engagement now going towards 9 SCR. Usage of the Divolts to reveal their positions. And of course, Vici moving forward, sprays them down. Iron Fist gets rid of 2. It's going to be down to the last 2 squads. VB2 versus Team Vici.
Oh my goodness, last 2. It is going to be Iron Fist and Kramer. Calyx is right there, up in the back. Does have a Rocket Tarantula.
Wait, he doesn't know. Look at
on
this.
the other side, though, they might actually try to corner him.
From behind the flank, Calyx,
he's healing up.
none the wiser. He knows what's going to be coming, but they know where he is. He switches to the Rocket Tarantula, jumps out just in time. Kramer's done, and it's gone. It's over. Vici comes out victorious.
My goodness, Vici this time, they placed in second for map number 2. And this time, they did it. They got in the victory here as 9SCR actually finished in podium this time because if I'm not mistaken for map number 1, they were up on the bottom getting eliminated early. So this is really a stellar performance from them.
And this is beautiful. This is a new look to the fights here in Group D. That means that there is no clear King of the Hill because Ghost Reborn were forced down to 5th place. That means that there's so many other teams that were able to create or collect more points here in map number 2.
I think it's also great like that 9SCR was able to finish in 3rd here, knowing that they were able to seize in I believe that was Sunflower Shopping Mall, and they were able to loot their way over onto the sides, getting in a lot of equipment, a lot of guns, a lot of armor as well. So I think this is, I guess, a much better rotation for them.
Yeah, I think there was also a lot of adjustments here in map number 2. We saw everyone actually change their positioning here, wherein that means that for this particular group, people are not exactly set in their ways, which is both a good thing and a bad thing because number 1, you're not exactly able to eliminate the randomness of a battle royale. But number 2, that also means you're flexible. It means that you know how to find the advantage despite the fact that you don't exactly have exactly what you want.
Sometimes I think for that last stand, right, Calix did have that Rocket Tarantula, but unfortunately for Vici, they just went all the way in and just, I mean, it is very important at this point to get in information, right, and that's exactly what Ghost Reborn was doing, but unfortunately, right, they weren't able to close in podium finish here. But again, we have a new victor here for Vici. And speaking of our victors here, let's take a look at the highlights here for map number 2. That was just map number 2 of the Group D stage. And this time we got Vici taking in the victory for this map number 2. And honestly, I can safely say that that was, again, a 2v1 situation. Oh, actually, I would say 2v2 because Calix had the Rocket Tarantula.
They did have the Rocket Tarantula. That hurt a lot. They were out in the open, and that actually almost equalized the numbers between the last 2 squads in that fight. But of course, Vici still coming out victorious in the end. But I like this. This means that this lobby is not exactly set in its ways. But of course, you know what is set? The MVP of map number 2, and that is going to be the Young in the name of Iron Fist. This is new because this is the first time we're seeing a Young as the MVP.
Yeah, actually, I think you pointed it out earlier. Like, it was Iron Fist, the one that's going in first, right? Like, going in first to the clashes, just getting in information here for the members here of Vici. And looking at the damage here, I think for this particular match, right? Like, last 2 members standing, and it was just very vital. And I'm pretty sure you love this. You main Young, right?
Yes, I am a Young main, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, those wings are very familiar, and of course I love that. But the problem now is, for Group D, this means that there is no King of the Hill. This means that there are no 2 rivals like Group C. Group C, we had Tyrant and Naos always on top. Now, this can be anyone's game.
Yeah, it was a back-to-back win for Tyrant there for Group C, right? And now it just shakes things up, right? Like Ghost Reborn getting eliminated early on, and now we have like the new Kings of the Hill trying to get in that top seed. And as of the moment, right, Vici this time from placing in third, they finally placed in first place here for map number 2. And let's see how it will go here for map number 3 here of the Group B stage. And again, like what you mentioned, there is a lot of action here, a lot of surprises, and we don't know what's going to be happening in map number 3.
I mean, that's the beauty of it, right? I mean, who doesn't love a good underdog story? And who doesn't love I like rivalries as much as the next person, but of course it's always more exciting when everyone has a chance to win.
And at the same time too, like I have to point out that 9SCR plays very well here, knowing for a fact like it's very different, right? Like placing down bottom and being able to finish podium. And now let's see where it will go here for map number 3 here as we close in this Group D stages with this last and final map.
Who the first force was to jump out of the plane in their capsules. They're going straight for Iris Ranch. It's going to be a problem because it's going to be a struggle for power here. Vici and Run and Gun on top of Iris Ranch. Everyone else moving towards the east of our map. But one thing is for sure, nobody has dropped in the same place twice.
And here's the thing too, right? Like earlier on for map number 2, there was more of congestion over there onto the top side, over to the east side of the map. And as of the moment, right, we see that some of the members here of 9SCR might just go up against 1SRN there over on the outskirts of Sanctuary Tower. But I believe that 9SCR might actually take the time, to get in their items going into Sanctuary Tower. But looking at Iris Ranch here, you did mention there is like 2 or 3 that dropped right here at this POI.
Yeah, look at this Run and Gun with the 3 members outnumbered but not outmatched. They're prepared to take this fight if they want to. They have taken shelter in Big One and they're waiting for Vici to show their faces. But the problem is they've actually created so much noise. This means that Vici are definitely going to be aware. The defending champions of this lobby know where they are. Scan now going to be coming in. They know where it is. The Rocket Tarantula coming in as well for the rockets down from the sky, pouring down fire from the heavens. Kramers and the rest of Vici trying to find them. Link scans them out. Find the information, the recon on the outside, just outside the window. Vici are trying to find the right angle, and now it's a Cold War. Who will blink first? Who will fight first? But look at this. There goes the recon. The EMP being brought out of the optic camo in an attempt to get out. RNG trying to fight back, but it's not gonna be enough. Vici close in, trap them inside, and execute them.
That was absolutely nice and slow. Nicely done there by Vici, catching them off guard. But looking at Sunflower Shopping Mall, still the drop here of Squad 7 and Squad number 4. They're going up against each other, and Mav is really low. Gonna get gunned down there by Thom, as he will be forced to try to get in some HPs. But then again, there's a lot trying to go in for the chase. There goes NCG, trying to make a gun for the rest of the members here of ETX, and he does find Primo, and there you have it, taking in that shot and looting them in.
Little more loot, little more victory, little more space as well. ETX1, they know that Ghost is downstairs, full shield, fully equipped to take the fight. Now, Mark, I like this. He tries to take the shot, but it's not going to be enough. Down to so little HP as well. I don't know how they're going to fight this, but they will definitely try. Spray down now coming in from Ghost. Cookie not able to fight back, forced to give away that land, but he's going to go right in his face. White Dwarf not going to be enough to take him down, but Ghost is so good. He finds Cookie. On the other side, you have Tom. Now it's going to depend on the time. The recon now going to be coming out. The Cypher, the movement coming in from Ghost. He's way too slippery, but Home still finds him.
Oh man, I mean, too slippery to be going up against Tom, right, who is in it for the chase. And now ETX1 has control over the Sunflower Shopping Mall. Gonna try to go in for the revives, and there's, again, we see the ultimates being thrown out here as Tom finally does the deal here over onto the side himself, jumping in on top. He finds Mav and trying to go in for the 1v1, but he is down once again. Tom doing in the work here for ETX1.
They beam him down, and ETX1 take the full lay of the land. Like Simba, they have everything in their reach. Everything the sun touches is theirs. And now it's going to be a new fight. Absolute Gravity being brought out from both sides. 9 SER versus 1 SRN. A deja vu right in our faces. The Rocket Tarantula being brought out. Kids are trying to take it up from close range, but it's not going to be enough. Sean Sanity, though, trying to keep them alive, trying to keep that fight because the divulge has been used. 9 SER still very much alive, but 1 SRN still now on the high ground. It's East back, cannot fight back.
They're gonna get greeted here by 9SCR, Jesse Dash. Gonna be dashing away with those jetpacks. Trying to gun actually makes it and takes them down, and they're gonna be taking in the loot just coming out of the Sanctuary Tower. They get scanned here as the circle will now close in. They have to make a move for it here as 9SN.
Oh,
back away,
no.
but now he's down. From the back, we
EMP.
see Ghost Reborn.
Macro
in for the chase once again onto 1 SRN. They're gonna make a run. They find Jesse Dash here onto the side and takes him down. They have the Tarantulas here, and we have Vagabonds as well onto the other side, taking in hot shots up against Ghost Reborn. They're gonna try to make in the shots, but the circle once again they have to move here. They have to try and take down Ghost Reborn, who just came in from Sanctuary Tower. Look at Calyx all the way from the back, trying to take down the armor of Ghost Reborn before they go in it for the clash.
They tried to take it up, but it's not going to be enough. Fortunately for both teams, they're both still alive. CSRI, though, be opening it up on Iska. There goes the EMP and Ghost. They're trying to close in. They're trying to take the fight. There's backup coming in right ready. Macro in a 1v2. You know where he is. He's trying to stay on top of the roof and he's trying to spray down. But Macro's not able to fight. Not going to be against them. Now Askula and the rest of the team getting beaten down by the outside zone as Vagabonds. They're able to walk away a little bit better than their opponent because BBC is so low. He doesn't have any shield. He doesn't have any health. But he's going to try and take this fight anyway. They spray him down. He moves too fast, but it's not going to be enough.
Not enough.
Hartman and Calyx take him out of the field.
Again, 2v1 situation as Vagabonds has control over this Sanctuary Tower. But then again, there is the response up here for their side as Ghost Reborn again coming down here. They're going to get greeted here by Hartman. There is Hartman here dropping in as much damage as he can. And now Jay-Z going to try to go in onto Hartman. Unfortunately, unable to do so, but the rest of the members of Ghost Reborn still around the corner, and Vagabonds knows that very well. They might actually try to go in.
They're coming in from the sky, coming in to close in. Askula and Iska are down. Hartman now all alone. Macro leading the charge. He's trying to run for the hills, but it's not going to be enough. DB2 are taken out.
Here at the circle here as well as Macro this time. Gonna be taking in the shot.
Again? They're coming in for revenge again, Kim.
They are still going to be landing onto the same spot as BBC. Ghost Reborn will be taken in as much as they can. SRL as well here on Sanctuary Tower, right there on top, fighting up against Ghost Reborn. Again, if they get caught here, there is no escape. They have to eliminate SRL, who is here over onto the other side. They're healing up as much as they can. And you see Calyx as well there, taking in that War Spider, gonna try to go in for the backside.
It's a feeding frenzy. Everyone's coming in. It's a shark attack because everyone in Ghost Reborn is stuck in the middle of all this danger.
He's gonna make a run for it.
Trying to run for it. The War Spider in his hands is not going to be enough because there's so many people coming right in there. Kraken distracted by the War Spider in his face. Did not see Ludi going right in. EMP being brought out in the rockets, raining down from heaven as everyone from Ghost Reborn is trying to fight back, trying to force them out of position, trying to stay alive and trying to move back in to the zone at the same time. There's so much going on, but somehow Ghost Reborn are still very much alive.
Yeah, Calyx is still there, still able to heal up, and as of the moment, right, like, can you imagine just dropping in at that spot wherein you landed 3 squads, if I'm not mistaken. But speaking of 3, there's only PVT. It's not over yet. Calyx is here. He gets spotted by 3 members of Ghost Reborn that have all their armors up. Macro healing himself up here as well, taking as much as he can, and now they have to make a move here towards the other end as, again, the zone doesn't hurt as much, but they have to take in as much as they can before they go.
Yeah, the problem right now, though, they've had to do so much. They wasted so much time, so much resources, and now they're definitely not going to be in good graces when they get back inside of the zone. But now, still, we do still have 5 squads very well alive. PVT1 in squad number 7 in the dead smack of the middle of our map right now. taking full control of the land.
Yeah, ETX1 as well, still not letting go of the Sunflower Shopping Mall, but they have to deal with squad number 5, who is just around the corner, gonna try to get this one in. And looking at the armors here, Josuave, squad number 5 has level 4 armors before they head in over to the Sunflower Shopping Mall, as ETX pretty much has exhausted a lot of their resources. So they have to wait it out first as a PVT1 all alone in this area over on the side, waiting for the proper moment to actually take in the Sunflower Shopping Mall.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw, but our rankings right now, we have VG and GSRI actually tied for the top spot. So whoever gets more points here will most likely take first place in Group D. Now, GSRI still outside of the still outside of the zone. They know that they're in danger because they can't cross this bridge. Squad number 2 is just on the other side. It's Vici. This specifically, we just finished talking about it. Whoever walks away with a higher score or the higher placement will win this group. And Vici, I think, oblivious to that fact, they are still looking to gatekeep this entrance from GSRI.
Yeah, and it's a tough situation too for GSRI, who just came in from that encounter up against 3. A lot of resources already taken in. They're still a bit weary from that one, so they have to try and think of how they approach Vici here, who is waiting for them at the motel, but eventually they have to be facing them here. But looking at Vici though, they have much better armors, and again, gatekeeping Ghost Reborn from going in to where they are.
I think they just saw Ghost Reborn.
Yeah, they did.
It all across
They
the other side
actually
of the
try to
map.
go
They
for
find
it.
them. They get some damage off with the usage of the Rocket Tarantula, and they're actually closing in with the usage of the War Spiders. It's gonna be another race. Ludi and BBC finding the great position here. Gonna be closing in. BBC trying to keep them alive as he's restoring the shield. Everyone else from BG trying to find it because there's this wall on the other side. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and they're trying to find a way out, trying to find the escape hatch, trying to try and stay alive because this is only 5 squads left. And remember, again, these 2 are the last 2 squads that have the best chance of coming in as first placers.
And now Ghost Reborn has this problem of either they're gonna go up against Vici or they're gonna go up against 9SCR, who is just right there, gonna try to go in. And they have the hover cars. They are able to cross in this river as Ludi taking in the shots here from the War Spider. They're still able to escape though, and again, the problem of Vici, who is over here onto the other side. So this time, actually, Ghost Reborn is a bit scattered out.
Yeah, they've been forced out of position here, and this is the perfect time for any kind of team to strike. The problem now is how they're going to be able to regroup on the other side of the river. On one side, they have Vici that are somehow able to travel off over towards, I think it's Heart Island, and everyone else struggling to find a good piece of land here. Trying to take inventory. I don't even understand how Vici have found their way onto Mansion here, because if I'm not mistaken, they were not too long ago still on Heart Island. They get away scot-free to find a better position. But now GSRI, they know there's going to be a fight going on. A fight between 9SCR and GSRI. Ghost Reborn looking to eliminate one more squad in their vicinity, but they can't seem to find where they are.
Yeah, he's back. He's gonna be here.
Oh boy.
Yep, I think Ghost Reborn knows his location. He's just be patiently
can
waiting
smell
out,
him.
but again, his back has to move.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah, definitely Ghost Reborn gonna be forcing. They know that the members of 9SCR is in that building, so either they force him out or let the zone make him go out of that building. But as of the moment, right, there's bigger fish to fry here. They might actually go for Vici, take them by surprise there up top on the hill. And again, Ghost Reborn is known for good position.
Look at this. We're about to clash, the clash of 2 titans on one end of the map, the south side of our zone. We have Vici closing in, EMP, Koya Jess being forced into a corner. Divulge being brought out for more information as well. Now here comes Koya Jess, beams down one of the members of GSRI. It's gonna be a 4v4 fight. BBC down in the dumps, being shot down by Koya Jess, and everyone else on Ghost Reborn is trying to stay alive. There goes the Incendiary, not able to get him any space, and there goes the Absolute Gravity as well. The positioning is great. The shoot down from the Rhino. Kramer's trying to find the victory, but he's not able to connect just yet. It's now gonna be down to a 1v1. Koya Jess on one side and GSRI exterminated.
at that position, right? They were just still exhausted, coming in from Sanctuary, moving in all the way here down to Sunflower Shopping Mall, and then they get greeted here by Vici. Very, very good position from Kuya just there. Actually gunning down the key members here of Ghost
Ghost
Reborn,
Reborn.
right? Like Mac Pro and BBC were down right before they could go in. And once again, they have been looting their armor. So again, level 5 going into level 6, and this is great, right? Before they head over into Sunflower Shopping Mall, and looking at this, we have ETX1. Smart call that they didn't leave the vicinity just yet.
Yeah, down to the last 4 squads. Problem here though, we only have 2 complete squads here.
Right.
The PVT1 on the west and Vici down on the south as well. It's almost like everyone has taken their small corner of the world, but sooner or later something's gotta give right now. Vici, they're very fresh off of a kill, and I'm not sure that they're ready for another fight just yet.
And as of the moment, right, they take down the solo members here from the squads, or choose to go up against squad number 5, who is on the other side. But then again, looking at Vici here, they just took down Ghost Reborn. They just looted what they have. They have a lot more health. They have a lot more shields. They have better weapons and guns as well, so they can definitely go in for PVT1 right over there on the other side. But again, they will eventually converge there in the Sunflower Shopping Mall, where EXT1 is already waiting for them.
Now, everyone has to bide their time though. There's still a lot of time, about a minute before the zone closes again, and everyone is just on the edge. Everyone is waiting for the sound in their ear to show up, waiting to have the scent of blood in their nose, and it looks like Vici now are gonna be out for blood. PVT1 up in the buildings. They know that they're here, but they don't know the exact positioning. Now the jump in, Divulge being brought out, and the EMP as well. Absolute gravity to move them out of the way, and here comes the vision erosion as well. Vici totally blind, oblivious to the fight. The Rhino to get rid of that PVT1. 2 people down as well. Nior right in the front. Denetsu not able to fight back as well. It's gonna be Vici closing in, closing that distance, blows them to smithereens. It's gonna be Toby all alone in a 1v3 right now, and he can't fight back. It's over. Vici still move forward, keep themselves alive.
3 squads remaining, and Vici once again, they eliminate another. They're out for blood, and now the only one left here is 9SCR and ETX1 Tom, and is back. And looking at them, looking at the resources they have, it is Vici that is the one on top. They eliminated 2 squads, and now they're gonna go for it. Iron Fist once again.
This is gonna be so painful.
The front of it all. They're scouting for information.
Can you imagine
They
this?
have the numbers advantage too.
They know. They only have 2 rats to exterminate. Now they've been called in by the city to get rid of the last 2 rats in the vicinity. Sunflower Shopping Mall are gonna be having the exterminator coming in. Iron Fist with a war spider in his hands, riding on top as his trusty Steve, trying to find the last 2 opponents. They're still playing loose. They have to clear in. There goes the EMP. He can't fight back. That's one last member, one last person to get rid of. Vici, they know that they have the victory. They can taste it in their mouth. It is so close, but they have to do one last thing, and that is to get rid of his back. They don't know, but they see him. He shows his face. They divulge as well. He can't fight back. He can't get out. There's no windows, no hope. It's over. Vici come out on top.
Once again, the new Kings of the Hill 2 maps straight, and that's a back-to-back win for Vici. Just having in 16 kills here, and I love how all they needed to do in that last final one is just to locate where the last 2 rats are, and eventually they exterminate them from the map and take in the victory for this one. And consistently, they've been, you know, Ghost Reborn, they started out strong, and it seems like we have a new challenger here.
Yeah, we got a new challenger, and there's no domination just yet. I mean, everything did come down to the very last fight. Again, between Vici and GSRI, and once those 2 ended that fight, all they needed to do now is just exterminate the last 2 rats. And of course, Vici coming on vicious to get us another top score in map number 3.
And 9 SCR this time, right? Like they started from the bottom and now they're
here.
right? For the last two maps, right? Consistently a podium finish, second and third place if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, for 9 SCR. But then again, Vici, they started out real slow, but eventually they were able to take in the victory. A back-to-back at that, just Suave.
Back to back, and they really had to claw their way there because along the way, Vici had to get 14. I repeat for emphasis, 14 kills. I think that's the highest we've seen
Today,
in Group
yeah,
D.
in Group D. Yeah, because Group D is that kind of group we're in, as compared to Group C, right? Like nice and slow, then they go in for the chaos, and then eventually here for Group D, right? When it's there, it's there. A lot of rhinos as well being utilized very well here to Suave. So I think for Vici, they just approached the situation much better. And to think that they were on the outskirts fighting in Ghost Reborn at that, and all they needed to do was either take down the powerhouses and then eventually go in.
It was poetic justice for Vici, right? They take away the top spot and then they establish that they are the actual kings of the group. 2 maps in a row, taking the top away from Ghost Reborn, which are, of course, returning favorites from last
Right.
week.
And for Ghost Reborn too, they've gone up against a lot of squads, right? Before they went in. And I think Vici just caught them in a time wherein, there's a lot of resources already used up. And then going up against Vici, who has like much better position, who has much better resources as well, coming in from Ghost Reborn, who just fought in like 2 or 3 squads before facing Vici there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a mountain to climb and then some. They had to really go in like a full marathon, honestly. There were so many fights taken by Vici, one after the other. I'm surprised they didn't get tired at that point, because if I was them, I'd be out of gas after the first.
Yeah, I mean, imagine that, like, drop in at the same spot, right? And I believe that was Sanctuary Tower, where Ghost Reborn, and then eventually, like, everyone just wanted to,
They wanted the
take
piece
in
of
revenge.
Ghost Reborn. Everyone wanted to gang
Yeah.
up on Ghost Reborn.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you mentioned, right? And speaking of course, we have a lot of the highlights prepared for you here in map number 3. Check it out. Hope you guys enjoy that highlights, and that was Vici for you, taking in map number 3 there. And definitely, again, new teams, new names here in Group D, and Vici is just coming out here on top.
Yep, definitely on top, and their new name to be cemented in Group D for today. That's gonna be the end of our semifinals, which means I think at this point we would have locked in most of the other teams that are there. But looking back, I think the thing about Group D is everyone really has been a lot more flexible. But the most flexible, of course, is VG with the MVP being shown on your screen right now. A new name and a new hero as well. The Sunil in the hands of Nior with 5 kills.
Yeah, I believe he was the one with the Rhino in the last few encounters that they've had, right? And he was the one, like, I think it was a very beautiful play coming out from him, like charging up the Rhino and then going in for the damage. And then you know these things about the Rhinos, right? Like so much AoE, and honestly, it just goes to show like why Nior has so much damage by the end of the game.
Yeah, I think specifically in that one fight between Team Vici and PV Esports, it was beautifully used as well, wherein Nior was able to do so much damage and everyone else came in and they were the cleanup crew there. So I think Vici have a bit more of a strategic lineup.
And then at the way they approach the situation here as well, and it's just good. I mean, for 2 consecutive maps, I think a lot of the teams were trying to exhaust Ghost Reborn's resources.
Oh
right?
yeah.
Definitely, you've seen it how they try to drop at the same spot, like trying to exhaust them before they go into the circle. But fortunately enough for Ghost Reborn, definitely they have a lot of experience, right, coming into this. But eventually, they got tired by the time that they were able to face a Vici. They were still healing up, right? There's a lot to think about right after each encounter, right?
Yeah, I mean, you had the zone, you had 4 squads to fight one against the one after the other. Then they were running out of medkits, they were running out of shield restoration devices, and it was honestly, if I was GSRI there, it's just a nightmare.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that you have to deal with. A lot of things on your checklist. Like imagine if you have to like grab something in the grocery. Like what do I get first? Right?
Oh yeah,
There's
now and then
a lot.
there's somebody breathing down your neck from behind you as well. Like
Yeah, we're here as well.
Move,
Yeah,
hurry up.
But then again, I think for Ghost Reborn, they've consecutively placed 5th for the last 2 maps. But they did start out pretty strong. But then again, they were once again taken down by Vici back to back.
Yeah, that's a good story to tell. Of course, if you were a Vici, there was definitely some great performances now. But now the answer to our true question is who's going to be on top, and that's going to be Team Vici here with 71 overall points, followed by Ghost Reborn, who have been dethroned here in this series.
Wow, for the first time too. But looking at the damage here, definitely Ghost Reborn has a lot more, knowing that Mac Pro and BBC is just so handy when it comes to those team fights. And VB Nomads, again, Vagabonds. And we've seen this in the last map, right? Like Ghost Reborn going up against Vagabonds earlier on, which kind of goes to show like the standings here for the teams. Vici, Ghost Reborn, Vagabonds, and 9SCR, surprisingly. They were the ones that finished last in the first map.
Yeah, some quick adjustments, I think, from all of the teams here ended up with this ranking. And, now we have a new set of names to be looking forward to tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see Vici, Mouse as well. Like, I mean, just to wrap up things for both the groups that we've casted, right? And honestly, there's a lot of new kids in the block.
Yeah, a lot of new kids on the block. And you know what else is going to be new? You guys are going to be getting a new code, some new loot, of course. So bring out your phones, get ready with your CD key field, because there's going to be only a very limited number of codes that you can redeem today. So I hope you guys are quick in typing, because we're going to get the codes on right in a few seconds.
It's right here.
Yeah, you guys gotta
Second, I
be
pointed
just
already.
a little bit more patience, a little
And
bit
3,
more.
2,
Let
1,
us
let's go. Like magic. Just like magic. I pointed it, and it's right there. Lone Wolf. I think that was the story for map number 2 here.
Yeah, the
but-
Lone Wolf. Yeah, and especially I think we had a great performance from the Young on Vici. So for those Young mains out there, go ahead and type in Lone Wolf. This is only for the first 2,000 people to redeem this. So I hope you guys are quick, because I would have taken that if I were you.
Yeah, the purple color too. That's my favorite color.
It's my
I
favorite
should
color
try-
too.
I should try to main Young as well, right? Like spectacular performance. We were just talking about it, and there's a lot of surprise picks here as well today. Like we were talking about like off meta picks like Captain, and it did show up today in Group C. And for Group D, we've seen a lot of spectacular plays. Very good utilization of the hero Young.
Yeah, the amount of information that a Young comes in during a series is so important because then you know exactly where to strike, what angle to take, where to take a look as well. But of course, you know what else we are thinking about is our overall standings, ladies and gentlemen. These are the teams that are gonna be moving forward tomorrow. SR Nakage on top as usual. This is they're ever since ACC, they're always on top here, followed by Execration and Naos, Ghost Reborn, and Oasis. So I think our bigger name teams, including Tyrant here, are it's gonna be a star-studded fight tomorrow.
Definitely looking forward to that, right? Like apart from SRN, Execration, and Ghost Reborn, we've seen some new names. We've seen some teams step it up here. We've got Vici, right, and Say as well getting in 2 points. So again, there are some new names popping up here in FPC, and I really can't wait as they go up against the other teams who have already solidified their grasp here in FPC1. And again, it's gonna be chaotic tomorrow.
Yes, so chaotic tomorrow, but of course, here at the Farlight 84 Philippine Championship, we embrace the chaos.
Yeah, definitely Farlight 84 is a game that you embrace the chaos. Come on, like every single time. Like there's not a single dull moment here in Farlight 84. And honestly, looking at the teams that will be playing in tomorrow are again top teams from today. Definitely very exciting stuff, and definitely some new names, some new teams that you will definitely come to love here as well.
Yep, new teams, new orgs coming in, and a lot more fights. But of course, we're gonna see what's gonna be going on tomorrow. Our schedule gonna be coming up right now. We have mobile top 15 happening at 2:20 p.m. So for you guys that are following the mobile scene, this is where you want to show up. And of course, everyone else who is excited for the PC groups, right on your screen right there.
You guys have already seen the PC last week in week number 1, and definitely you guys are gonna get a lot more action in tomorrow. So the top 15 for today's group stages, and then eventually being followed by the PC players eventually. So be sure to catch it tomorrow here. Check out the time, take a screen cap already, and be sure to grab your popcorn, have a front seat already, and definitely tomorrow is gonna be chaotic.
Yeah, don't forget to follow all the socials of Farlight 84. If in case you forget to take a look, at least the notifications will show you. We're on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and of course TikTok.
There's a lot of social media channels we're in. You can get information. You can definitely get in some updates about not just FPC1, about Farlight 84 as well. So don't forget to check it out. And again, once again, thank you so much for joining us here today in FPC. My name is Burger Kim, and together with me is Josuave. See you guys once again tomorrow for more action in FPC.
There's already a lot of ideas. It's the perfect timing. They have serendipity. People just still fighting back. They're gonna move forward, and that's with a lot of the members here, and then is gonna be giving.
Time passes, but the clairvoyant power from the Oracle will protect us forever. The fanatical power that everyone desires shall only belong to the strong.
Adventure has already begun. Yes, you can call me Mr. Reaper.
Survivors, welcome to Isle City. This time, clairvoyance from the ancient Oracle will sweep the entire battlefield. Please note that battles in the new season will be more brutal. Bring clairvoyant equipment, and the Oracle will bless you. Use Sunil's newest skin, Clairvoyant Frenzy, and feel an inexhaustible flow of energy.
I'm on my way with state-of-the-art rescue tech.
Sienna is out in front dominating. Use the skin, Clairvoyant Potion.
Good boy. My tarot cards are waiting.
Stellar Wind can automatically lock onto target that's within range and attack. The Gale of the Stars is fatal and ubiquitous. White Dwarf SMG, a pinnacle product with both stability and lethality. May your opponents rest in peace. These guns and skins are all included in the Battle Pass. Unlock your pass to level 90 and get all the rewards. The most precious things on the battlefield are resources bestowed by a higher power. With the guidance of clairvoyant abilities, new hero skills will be unlocked this season. The battlefield is about to get even more interesting.
I look forward to meeting again.